Hey, what's up, Thunderwonk? First hello today. How you doing? What's up, Morty? I did. I hope you had a great holiday weekend as well. We're not, like, super patriotic or nothing, but, you know, I went to my parents' house and we barbecued. Always nice to spend time with them, and I like barbecue. How's it going, Akinar? What's up, FP Geek? What does FP stand for? Hey, Cuban B, 86. Cuban. How's it going, Adam Bob? Yeah, and I'm playing a draft from off stream, like I've been doing lately. The three drafts in best of one don't take that long in this format because it's an aggro format. Sometimes in Theros, the 3 drafts would take like 6 hours, but in this format, they often take more like 3. So obviously I could just switch to doing 4 drafts, but for now I've just been trying to have a draft from off stream. This way, as people trickle in, they don't really miss the first draft. We just play some games, and then we get into the first draft 30 minutes in, 40 minutes in, whatever. Fountain pen? That's cool. I wouldn't have guessed that. Are you a big fan of fountain pens or something? Hey, thanks. Yeah, yesterday I just decided to take a day. You know, Rach had been out of town, so I went and picked her up, hung out with her. But I miss being on. Obviously, since I stream midweek, anytime I take a Tuesday or Thursday, it's a long weekend, and I miss you. Alright, let's see. So if I Pride Malkin, I can attack for 4. They can attack back, but that's not very scary because the 2-1 can block the Visionary, so really I'm just taking 1, and they have no block, so this looks good. And it's not that likely Green-White's going to be able to kill this Pteranodon either. The only real removal they have access to, there's the white 3-mana Destroy a 4-power, which would work, but isn't that heavily played. And then there's Hunter's Edge, like is in my hand, but they don't have a big enough creature out to Hunter's Edge the Pteranodon. I don't really care at all if they Hunter's Edge away Pride Malkin. Oh, sorry, Thunderwonk. I think I saw your updated message today, but I completely forgot about the previous one. So I saw you message me today, and I was like, oh, I'll get back to you after the stream. But I know you messaged me last week. I completely forgot. I do have them. We just have to figure out the fair way to price them, and I am interested in selling them. So we can just try and figure out a way to price them. Obviously not now on stream. We'll do it via Twitter message. But I apologize. I forgot last week. All right, let's see. If I attack with Pteranodon and they block, I can pump it with Feat of Resistance. They can save theirs with Savior. Not great, not horrible. Seems like an okay turn, though, because then I can use the other 2 mana on Pteranodon, and I have another feat anyway. And if they take it, then I've got Pteranodon with feet up. So yeah, it seems like a pretty easy attack with Pteranodon. It's not like I can get blown out, or, like, I don't know if they're going to pass or whatever. If they block, I just feat, and then they can sack their Savior or not. I mean, listen, Selfless Savior is a really good card. You have to work through it. It's 1 mana, it's attack or block a little, and then it gives a creature indestructible at some point. There's no way around that, so it's going to trade up with something. No, you do, and it was my fault. My fault for sure. I did completely forget about it last week. Like I said, I apologize. Very itchy right now. I don't know why. Alright, let's see. So it's not a fight, it's a bite. So if I feat, mine will live, theirs will live. But I'll also be able... I can call Pro Green, in which case... I think they still get the counter, but the point is... my Pteranodon will be a 4-4, big enough to block their green Pteranodon that's a 4-4 this turn, as well as their other creatures. So they'll have no attack. So that looks like a no-brainer. We'll just feat Pro Green here... which we don't take any damage from the bite because the spell fizzles. So I think if I'm right and it's the Savior doing the damage, yeah, we could call green or white and stop the Hunter's Edge from dealing its damage to Pteranodon. Well, they're now making the mistake of attacking a 4-4 green creature into a 4-4 pro green. Everybody makes mistakes. We'll take it. I never root for my opponents to make mistakes, but you do got to capitalize on them when they happen. That's Magic. For now, Hunter's Edge. We could hunt up the Pride Malkin and try and fight the Llanowar Visionary. Then they could give it Indestructible, in which case we could attack with 2 4/4s. One will bounce and they'll take 4. And then next turn the Malkin will be big enough to attack, so that line's pretty good. Otherwise, we could fight the Savior, and then they could sack it to give the Visionary Indestructible. So it's better to fight the Savior than the Visionary, because why give them a choice? And either way, they can sack it to make the Visionary Indestructible until end of turn. So let's say we fight the Savior, deal the 3 to the Savior, they sack to give the Visionary Indestructible. I don't want to send the Pride Malkin, because then they get to eat that. But again, I can send the 2 Pteranodons. They actually take 5 because of the 1 point of trample. So I could deal them like 1 more damage by using Pteranodon here instead of Malkin. But I want the Malkin to be a 3/2 so that it can attack into a 3/3 Visionary next turn. Given we're on 4 lands, we can't cast either Steed. Our only choices for this turn are Feet or Edge. So I think this is a pretty clear Hunter's Edge. And then we won't make the same mistake they did. Theirs is 3/3 Indestructible, so I'll just send the 2 4/4 tramples. We'll get in our 5 damage, the 1 point that tramples over, and the other 4/4 connecting. Well, so again, I never really had an opinion on what the best deck is. I think Blue-Red is a Tier 1 archetype that you can put together almost every draft. I think Green-White really comes down to the uncommons more. If your deck is all Tyrannodons and Pride Malkins and stuff, I don't think your Green-White deck is going to be as good as a Blue-Red deck without really uncommons and rares. But the Green-White counter uncommons are very good. Conclave Mentor is like near broken in a Green-White counters deck, and the X-Creature Hydra is really good in a Green-White counters deck. You have tons of cards that put counters on things, so you're effectively getting 2 counters for every 1. I mean, that's just incredible. So overall, I think Green-White, when you have multiple uncommons and a good deck, is probably better than Blue-Red when you have multiple uncommons and a good deck. But Blue-Red with all commons is probably better than Green-White with all commons. But they're both good archetypes. I love Green-White Beatdown, I love Blue-Red Prowess. I've 7-0'd with Blue-Red. I don't think I've 7-0'd with Green-White, but I've had good records with my Green-White. I think that Blue-Red Prowess and Green-White Counters Matter are both just Tier 1 archetypes in this format. I would not be afraid to draft either. Invigorating Surge is really good, but again, that's an uncommon, not a common. At common, you have fine stuff like Pride Malkin and Hunter's Edge, but those cards without Conclave Mentor they're just not exceptional. They're just fine. I mean, whereas the Blue-Red deck can go like at common, Shock and Dragonfire and Arcanist and Mistral Singer and Weird and the make 2 Goblins, Goblin Wizardry or whatever it's called. And you can go turn 2 Arcanist, turn 3, make 2 1/1 Prowess Goblins, and then play all those cantrips and stuff. And your deck can be ridiculous using just commons. Listen, I'm not against Green-White with just commons either. I think it's a fine deck. But yeah, I think that with the appropriate uncommons, the Green-White deck can be better. But most, like draft after draft, like having 2 players per pod play it without getting specific uncommons and rares, I think the Blue-Red deck. But I think they're both Tier 1. I'm happy to draft Green-White. I'm happy to draft Blue-Red, is basically the sum of it. Okay, so my creatures have trample, so it looks like if I just feat this Pteranodon, it's lethal, unless they have something for 1 green. I don't think that there is, or they do, so just gonna go here, because I think that's lethal. 3 points, trample over the 2/2/4, getting through that 7. I don't know. That's awesome, though. Congratulations to Newmont. I mean, I love some Reese's. Might have to see if they're interested in sponsoring more streamers or not. That's an awesome sponsorship. I hope Newmont knows to stick those Reese's Peanut Butter Cups in the freezer, because that's the best way to eat them. This was off-stream. This was an off-stream draft while people trickle in. Thank you, Yankee Flash. Appreciate the 15 months of subscription. Should you not use your teeth? On what? Sorry, Shake. I mean, I don't think you threw the game away 7 different ways. I mean, I couldn't see your hand. Obviously, that one attack is unfortunate. It wouldn't have been a bad trade if my creature didn't have an indestructible. I'm pro green, I mean. So, I mean, it's understandable. You just, you know, you think of feat as response to prevent the Hunter's Edge, forget that it gives it till end of turn, and just make an attack. Like, on board, the trade made sense for you. Those are the kind of mistakes we all make. And thank you for the compliment. Nice limited rating, so obviously you're doing okay. Peanut butter and chocolate's amazing, of course. I don't think there's any debate there. There is a debate. Do we want to play Malkin or Truffle Snout? Truffle Snout would have an extra toughness right now. Malkin, but Truffle Snout has the ability to give us 4 life if we end up racing. Think I'll give up that toughness. There's no reason to believe a 3-3 and a 3-2 are particularly different right now. But we have a lot to do if you look at our hand. So if they play Flyers, this could end up being a race. We may want 4 life from Truffle Snout. We may want a +1/+1 counter. I don't think we know yet. So I think I'm going to play the Malkin, give myself the ability to have the extra toughness later. So this is a tough spot. I don't really want to trade with Chorister because it's going to be on-pumped after this turn. But it's also really hard to race lifelinkers. That said, they can't do anything with 1 black, so maybe I'll Hunter's Edge away the Daybreak Charger, hit for 4. I guess I'm only taking 2 back after that, so that seems fine. And, like, we are prepared to race Flyers. Like I said, we can always gain 4 life with that later if we need to. I want to use all 4 mana with a hand like this if I can. There's a good chance next turn we'll be able to use all 5. We have a 3 mana card and a 2 mana card that draw cards. So we have 2 more cracks at a land or a 2-drop. Well, 1 crack at a 2-drop, 2 cracks at a land, potentially. I guess that just hasn't been updated, Hug My Tights. I used to stream on Mondays. I switched to Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday because of all the travel. Ironically, I could probably switch back with COVID affecting in-person Magic play the way it has. So I just need to reset that, I guess. Okay, I'm going to play Scanner because I'm really trying to dig up lands. Since we got the land, I'm going to go ahead and training it up. So let's see. If they attack with both, which one do we trade with? If they kill our creature, we don't have to make that decision. So no real choices here. Well, now that we drew Mentor, maybe a little bit of one. I was going to just slap down Steed rather than play both of these, even if we drew a land. Gives me 2 different bodies. Probably still going to do that. And then next turn I can play Mentor, Malkin, put a counter immediately on the smaller one, be able to attack with both. That still seems right. The only way we could use 6 mana would be to play the Snout and the Malkin, but we're not going to do that because we need to have the Conclave Mentor out before we play these for counters. So our choices this turn were basically something like Mentor, Pride Malkin, or these 2. So, I mean, I think it makes sense to just play these 2. We were going to use 5 mana either way, not 6. Yeah, I went a little earlier. It was mostly not because of my own sleep or anything, Mr. Gaines. It was because I wanted to be a little more European-friendly. I'm trying to hit that time slot in the middle of the day where East Coast, West Coast, and Europeans all have a shot to watch my stream. All right, let's see. Well, you're welcome. Thank you for all the support from Europe. So let's see. This turn, we have up to 7 mana. We need to play Mentor for sure because everything else we do does counters. We have the Sanctuary. The only cat we have right now, I think, is the Malkin. Boars aren't included. Centaurs aren't included. Unicorns aren't real. Wolverines are. So I think this turn is Mentor plus Malkin for sure. This way then we can start using the Animal Sanctuary on the Malkin since it's a cat. They can give Death Touch to this imp and kill whatever, so I want to pump my smallest thing. I don't mind trading something with the imp. I have an army here that could end up attacking. But we certainly want to diversify our threats. Not build one big creature in a game where they have a Death Touch creature already sitting in play. Thank you for the 13 months of support, the doctor. Appreciate it. Also appreciate all your help. You know, medicine, a very honorable profession. Much more so than professional gamer. Thank you, Andrew26. Appreciate the subscription. Alright, let's see. This is a fight, so Death Touch would take out my creature. So, oh, I don't even have Cardboard Live open, I don't think. Hold on. Good call. Okay, so I can't fight one of these Fetid Imps. They'll give it Death Touch. I have no reason to fight a 1/1 this turn. So I think for now I'm just going to attack with all three. If they block the Chorister on the Pride Malkin, I can give it +1/+1 with the Sanctuary. So, I mean, they can trade their Imps for whichever two of my three creatures they want. There's not really any way around that. So for now I'm going to pass because they have to give Death Touch. Now I'm going to give a counter because I'm going to use my other... I still have enough mana for Truffle Snout, and I might as well not miss a point of damage because of Trample. Actually, 2 points because this 3/3 also does a point of Trample. And now I don't think we need life. We can see from how this game has gone that we're more interested in a 3/3 than we are a 2/2 and 4 life. We're up on board. The life totals are even. We're about to deal them a ton of damage. So, no way to lethal them this turn, but we can force them to chump and remove both their creatures. And then we still have feet for next turn. That looks pretty good while they're tapped out. So I'm going to go ahead and jam this. I could consider doing it for 2 less here. If it was going to present lethal and force the chump, like if I had exactly 1 more mana out, I would very likely... Oh, well, they did have a way to interact. It is a fight, so giving Death Touch means they'll trade. So that actually worked out pretty well for them. But, oh, thank you for subscribing, Moses17. Appreciate the support. But what I was about to say anyway was if I leave 2 open for feet, then I'm only giving +4, which is 3, 6, 10, not 11, so I'm not forcing the chump. So I don't think that would have been right. If I had 1 more mana out, I could have done it for 5 and left 2 open and then still presented lethal. As it was, I couldn't specifically put them on that combat trick. Thank you, Queen Dragon. Appreciate the full 18 months of support. Can't believe it's been a year and a half already. I started January with that MPL contract in 2019, and here we are, July 2020. Alright, so they repped a trick last turn, and they're repping it again this turn. I didn't block last turn because my last card in hand was feet. Now I am going to block because there's no way this could work out badly for me. I don't know what they have. Okay, I guess they're just going to make a 2/2 zombie. I mean, they didn't gain 3 life or anything. So if I attack and they double block, I don't kill both, but I do kill the good one, the Devotee. That seems not great, not horrible. Thank you, Magic Azador. Right, but I would have to use it proactively to then force the chump block, Snickerdoodle. Because I mean, I wouldn't be lethaling them. I couldn't have feeded both my creatures pro-black. I could have feeded the bigger one. Yeah, they're probably not going to block, so I'm going to attack. They could double block. I mean, they could figure, like, trading a 2/3 for a 3/3 is a good trade. The opponent has missed land drops the whole game, so these are both probably spells, and I'm starting to flood out. I mean, I'm going to attack in the hopes that they won't double block, partially. I forgot this was a 3/2. There's no reason for them to double block. They'll just block with the 3/2 zombie, yeah. But, either way, We have a close choice. No, you're right. My fault on that one. But either way, we have a close choice. Do we want to feat to turn the steed into a 4/4 and kill the zombie token, or do we want to just hold back feat in this spot? I think it's a close choice. Okay, if we could stop drawing lands at some point, that would be great. So let's see. If I attack now and they double block, they go to 9 and I trade with the Devotee. I start taking 2 a turn and they gain 2 a turn. That doesn't seem great. Probably going to lose this game to Flood. Not much we can do about that. Meanwhile, my 4/4 is stopping both their creatures. I'm pretty scared of their last card because I know it's not a land. But at the same time, maybe they don't have anything to use here in combat. Yeah, this is bad. Thank you, Dead Man on Fire. Appreciate that subscription. Yeah, this game was going so well. I mean, I couldn't really put them on Alchemist's Gift in particular. But I don't think we can win now. Devotee's cool. It's powerful, but I mean, there's a lot of high-pressure games where it doesn't super shine. Like this game, it would have been way too slow if I didn't flood out and they didn't have that nice Alchemist Gifts to swing the game when I went for my Primal turn. Primal Might. That I wouldn't have been presenting lethal and I wouldn't have forced a chump block with Chorister's Gift. I mean, it was a massive downside. That's what I explained at the time. Like, if I had one more land out, yeah, but their creature has lifelink, so like they could just like put an enchantment on it, attack, gain 3, drop Griffinary. Like having 2 3/3s out doesn't matter if they enhance a 1/1 lifelink. That's a very winnable position for them. It's not like my 2 creatures were, mythic rares. I just had 2 generic 3/3s out. Thank you, Rada Hazard. I missed you yesterday as well. I mean, it was definitely right to go for it there, because forcing the chump block basically wins the game. Chorister, like I said, they might slap a dub on it, and then I'm just losing to their Chorister with my 2 3/3s, because they have a 3/3 lifelink. They can just play whatever else. We knew their hand was all spells. There's virtually there's virtually no question you should go for it in that spot. There's no reason to put Gift in their hand. They never really represented it in particular or anything. What I was explaining was, if we had one more land, then we could have still left 2 open and threatened lethal and forced the chump and all of that. So then we could have played around it, because the extra 2 damage would have been superfluous. Because they're going to chump the bigger of the 2 anyway. So if you're forcing them to chump in that spot, it doesn't matter whether you're attacking with a 9/9 or a 7/7, because they're going to end a 3/3, because their 1/1 is blocking your 7/7 or your 9/9. So you're not missing trample. Unless you have trample, you're not missing damage by being a 7/7 instead of a 9/9. Hey, we're playing Shake again. We just played them. See if they got a new deck already or if it's the same one. Whoa, that's a bunch of subscriptions. Thanks, everybody, for the warm welcome back. Appreciate it, Mr. Locke. Thank you, MTG Hunty. Cool names. Looks like Shake might have the same deck, right? They were white-green. Was the white-green mirror before? Hey, what's up, TPO? It's going well. Drafted a little white-green. We don't actually have immense token synergy. We do have our 1 copy of Mentor, along with Solidarity and some Pride Malkins and stuff. So this seems like Pride Malkin and attack. I mean, it could be if the Tyrannodon could attack as a 3/3, I might miss a damage and put the counter on the Malkin. But given we need it to be a 4/4 so it can attack, I mean, I'm not going to miss 4 damage to put a counter on the Malkin. Whoa, I didn't sign up for that. Baneslayer is near impossible to race. For now, I don't really have any choices. I'm going to attack with Pteranodon. If they block, I can feat. They're probably going to take it. Then I can play Mauler. I guess I could send the Malkin also. It's not much. It's not really a bluff because the Mauler would get a counter. The problem is they'll gain 5 life if they block it, so that's too counterproductive. I'm willing to risk the Malkin's body, but what I'm not willing to risk is them gaining 5 when I have to try and race a Baneslayer, which is not going to be easy. Do I even have any outs? I guess at my Hunter's Edges. Oh, I have 4 copies of Hunter's Edge? This is ridiculous. How do I not have one of those 4 copies to just kill off a turn 4 Baneslayer? And Primal. Primal Might works too, so I have 5 ways to kill that. I declare shenanigans. So no help there. So probably want Solidarity this turn. If I attack and I can sword 2, if I attack with everything, can they take it and swing back for lethal? No. And if they make any trades, they're trading with the cat, or they're trading with anything the cat will untap. So I guess that's what I'm going to do. I mean, this isn't great for me, but I have to Solidarity, I think, while I still have the creatures out. I don't think I can really win this one unless I draw removal for Baneslayer. I mean, Hollowblade is not that scary for me. I have decent-sized creatures. And I have 5 outs. I've got Primal Might and 4 copies of Hunter's Edge that I just didn't draw. But either way, I mean, if they take it all, maybe we sneak in lethal next turn. If they block the Malkin with the Hollowblade, which is what I expect, they take a lot of trample. We trade Malkin for whatever card they discard, and then also the Mauler on taps to be able to block everything on the ground. So assuming they don't have an answer for this Mauler, again, if we draw an answer to Baneslayer, we're okay. If not, we're going to lose. There's no way to race Baneslayer. It's not realistic. Yeah, if they have Solidarity, they can lethal. I'm not even thinking about that. When they already have all of this going, including a Baneslayer, Solidarity's not a card I'm putting in their hand. Like, if this Baneslayer was like a random 2-2 or something, then I would say to myself, okay, I'm winning on board, but they have Mentor. What is life like if they give all their creatures +2/+2, right? But when we're losing on board, we just don't even think like that. It's like we're in this tight game against Baneslayer, and Solidarity doesn't exist, because if they have it, we're so far back that like it's not even in consideration. We're trying to win if they don't have it. Thank you, MTG Master. Appreciate the 4 months of subscription. Thank you for your support. Like the game where I have a 6/6 and a 5/5 and feet in hand, and that Baneslayer is just a 2-mana 2/2, let's say, that's the game you're thinking about Solidarity, because you're like, oh, well, I can still win if they have Solidarity. My creatures are bigger than theirs. Let me try and stay out of lethal range. Let me maybe, you know, but that game, it was like, I'm losing to a Baneslayer as is, but maybe I can race Baneslayer. Like, if they don't have anything to stop the Mauler on the ground that turn, they can't really attack with more than Baneslayer, or they're throwing away a good creature. Then I can attack back. I've got feet. I mean, I was still losing on board to the Baneslayer, but maybe if I top decked or whatever. Thank you for subscribing for 11 months, IzzyCon. Almost up to that fancy Champions logo. Appreciate your 11 months of support. And you're welcome for the great content, MTG Master, and thank you for 4 months of support. Thank you, Zenek. Appreciate the 4 months of support from you as well, and thank you for the nice compliment. With your help, I'll be keeping it going forever. Thanks to everybody who's been supporting all my content as I've been really expanding it. Check out the YouTube channel. We upload every stream if you miss anything live. Also, check out my website now. No real new content on there yet, but it's a place you can book coaching, and I've got the latest vid up on there and stuff like that. What do you mean better mic? I've got a Yeti mic. It's a really good mic. Like, what's the problem with the mic? I'm not opposed to upgrading if legitimately it's not a great mic or something, but I thought it was a good mic. Oh, we've been having hot water problems in my apartment, so they're coming in to fix it. I'll be right back. Okay, so I need to training on the Pteranodon if I want to ensure it can keep attacking unless I Hunter's Edge with it. Oh, but if I Hunter's Edge with either creature, it's going to be able to attack next turn, so I can go ahead and training the Malkin so I don't miss a damage. Yeah, my hot water in the shower stopped working well, so maintenance is here to take a look. Yeah, the white noise is the laptop fan. I guess most people don't stream from laptops, but I'm not really sure how I can avoid that. I've got my computer and my mic on opposite sides of my desk. Okay, I don't really want this trade, so I'm not going to attack this turn. Just drop Steed. Yeah, I don't know why they played it before attacks. If anything, it would be to discourage me. Yeah, I need to look into a noise gate. Okay, so now it seems like a no... Well, actually... So, it's not a no-brainer. So, I need to Hunter's Edge so I can attack with Pteranodon. With one red, the only card they can play is Shock. In a perfect world, I Hunter's Edge using my Malkin so that it gets a second toughness, because that's the one that would have the most trouble attacking into the 1/1s. But that's too risky. If I Hunter's Edge with, like, the Pteranodon or the Steed, probably the Pteranodon itself, so that it can always attack as long as it's in play. I can take out the Singer for sure, even if they have Shock. The Singer grows to a 3/3, the Pteranodon grows to a 4/4, Shock does nothing. And then I can attack with, like, the 4/4 and the 3/3, and if they have Shock, it's fine. It's nothing. It's not a big deal. So, I can't be that greedy. Even me, as greedy as I am, I can't Hunter's Edge using the Malkin and get totally wrecked unnecessarily by a Shock, and have them shocked in response and their Singer live, and I just get totally annihilated. If they don't have Shock, we're in a really good position, as you can see. They clearly didn't have it, but if this is the position if they don't have it, and this is still a really good position for us, so obviously it would have been wrong to go for it on the Malkin, because if they do have it, it's just brutal for us. I don't know what's better. I know everybody's always obsessed with which deck is best, which deck is second best. I think that that's really a bad way to approach Limited. What matters is which decks are tier 1, which decks work when they come together, when you get the right curve and build-arounds, and which decks really don't work, which decks you won't draft. Which deck is, when everything comes together perfectly, which deck has a 0.5% advantage on the second best deck doesn't matter. Like, worrying about which archetype is best and which archetype is second best is literally just a fool's errand, in my opinion. What you want to know is how to draft all the good color combinations and which ones don't come together well and things like that. Okay, I'll do that, Zach. I'll talk to you off stream. Maybe this weekend we can meet up sometime. I can grab it. Okay, so now what are we going to do? I'm more scared now. Let's see. We know they don't have Shock unless they top decked it this turn. But they probably have some stuff to do with 4 mana up. But we have Hunter's Edge and Primal Empathy here. So we do want to start the fight, I think. Scorching Dragonfire does 3. I mean, unless there's an uncommon like Soul Seer number 2, I don't think anything really does 4. So I think I'm going to fight here with the Pteranodon, because I don't think they can kill that in response. Okay, so they didn't kill it in response, but they did on tap, and now they keep the +1/+1. So again, if it resolves, I think we're good. So I'm going to go ahead and try again with the Pteranodon, because that's the one that can't be killed in response. I didn't really think they'd have Rewind, so I figured if we tied up some of their mana, we could get a good idea of whether we could attack or not and what's going on. I mean, they have to kill one of our creatures or make more blockers, or they're dead on board. So now we can evaluate. They're just dead on board, right? They have 1 blocker for 3 attackers, all of which have 2 power, and they're at 4. So 3 - 1 equals 2 creatures getting through. Minimum of 2 power. 2 times 2 is 4, so we know we have lethal. A little Wednesday afternoon math class. That is how you quickly process boards for combat, though. It's basically like, you know, if it's 3 attackers to 1, that means 3 - 1, 2 are getting through. And if your lowest power is 2, that means the least amount of damage that can be getting through is 4. Because 2 creatures are getting through at a minimum of 2 power, so you do multiply those. Now, it might be that the amount of damage getting through is 5, because you may only have 1 2 power, and then you may have a 3 power they have to let through. But that is how you actually figure out the minimum very quickly. Because, like, obviously in that situation, it's whatever. There's 3 creatures and 1 on their side. But you do the math the same way. If we had 7 creatures and they had 5 creatures, you might be staring at the board like there's so many creatures. But you just do the same thing. 7 - 5 is 2. 2 times 2 is 4. So that's the least amount of damage they can take if we alpha. Nah, I can't take your job as a math teacher, Johnny the Cat King. I haven't taken a math class in over 10 years. I'll leave that to you. I'll just stick to the simple arithmetic. Yeah, I know. I'm not like the cool fun dad. I'm like the dad who's like, eat your spinach. It sucks. Nice glasses, Cotswagon. Thanks, Dangle. Yeah, so the apartment, like, sent maintenance. They usually take care of that stuff. But if we do have to take care of anything ourselves, I will definitely talk to you. I think we're 3-2 at the moment. Hey, what's up, Richard? What's my favorite card from M21? I've really enjoyed all these, like, kind of sweet, modal, like, little kind of grindy cards. Cards like Fire Prophecy and Witching Well. So I think in this set, sticking with that tradition, I kind of have to go with, like, Track Down as a personal favorite, probably. I really like Llanowar Visionary. That's a really cool common for limited. 3 mana 2/2 tap to add a green draw card. I like what they did with that as well. Alright, so we don't have any great turn here. If we Hunter's Edge away the Thallid, they get the 1/1, they could still double block the Battalion. But I can't just put a +1/+1 counter on the Battalion and attack, because they'll just block with the Thallid. So, I mean, I really don't have any great turns here. I think I'm going to be mana efficient. Put this out. I'm just going to fight off the... It wouldn't matter which of the 2 I used. I'm just going to fight off the Magmut. But what I'm not going to do here is attack. So the reason for this specific play is because I can get a 3rd creature out next turn, Pride Malkin, pumping the Pegasus, so I can start attacking in the air. And then once I have 3 creatures out, I can probably Hunter's Edge and then attack with all 3 and put counters on the Battalion. So I made the play I made because I wanted to use all my mana, and I wanted to get the flyer in play so that I can Malkin it this turn. That said, maybe a change of plans, although maybe not. Given that they attacked, I could Hunter's Edge away Battalion on Devotee and get in a nice turn and a nice attack for 5. I could still also just hit for 2 this turn and prepare to do that next turn. I missed 3 damage, but then I get to start attacking with the battalion with the 3rd counter sooner. And I think Devotee is good enough to kill. Plus, this lets me use 4 mana instead of 3, so if I draw a 2-drop, I can double spell next turn. I'm not that worried about the race while they're stuck on lands and I have 2 more spells to do. Maybe I should have been more worried about the race. Okay, well, now what I'm going to do is just Malkin the Malkin, because with the +1/+1 counter from the Animal Sanctuary, that gives me a profitable block on the Bolt Hound. Because now I can Sanctuary the Malkin, which means it can profitably block the Bolt Hound. And if they pass to me, it's counter on the Malkin, on tap, Hunter's Edge, attack, life should be pretty good. That one I still don't have a profitable block on, but that's okay. I'm not scared of the additional 6. Whereas if they attack with both, then I'll block the Bolt Hound. So hopefully we can lethal them here. Could be close. So now we have Hunter's Edge and Feet. We get a battalion counter. So we just got to do some arithmetic again. They're at 10. We have 4, 8, 9, 10, 11. And we remove one of these. So that means... No, they're not dead. We can only deal them 7 this turn. So now we got to make sure we don't die on the backswing. I mean, I'll almost always play Animal Sanctuary. It's a pretty strong card. But obviously every cat or dog you get makes it better. Kill black, protection from red, but I can't give both of these protection from red, so that doesn't really help me. I can't lethal them, and they could just block the other one. Yeah, it's possible that if they only block with 1 creature, I have lethal. Okay, I see what you're saying, and you're right. So what we should do here is Hunter's Edge the Pegasus on any one of these. It doesn't really matter which. 4, 8, 10, 11. No, that doesn't even work. All their creatures have 2 toughness. So whichever one we... Oh, no, it does work because we have the extra counter here. Yeah. So they have to block with both, or they die. So then, as long as they don't have a way to plus, we're fine. Okay, I see the point. And you're right, because of the feet. There's a good chance they'll die now. They have to block with both their creatures or they die. If they block with both their creatures, then we can't, because we have 11. So if we feat, that's 12. So the only way they live is by blocking with both, not one. And if they block with both, then they don't have us on the backswing unless they have a +3, which is a chance we'll take in a game this close. This gives us lethal if they only chump with 1 creature. And if they chump with both, then they don't have lethal on the backswing unless they have another Bolt Hound or a Shore Strike or something. Five, 6, 11, 12. The reason I took out the Magma was because if they have 2 2/2s, they're more inclined to make a double block. So I didn't want to take out the Steward. And the Bolt Hound is the one they're least likely to block with. So I was trying to provoke them to do exactly what they did and only block with 1 creature so we could lethal them with the feet. So I left them Bolt Hound because it's the better creature, and if it was a Magma, they'd be more inclined to double chump block. So that was kind of a little bit of gamesmanship there. Not saying it would necessarily work. The opponent may have made the play that they thought was their best chance to win, which is chump and be willing to lose to feet. Because even if they double chump, I think they might still lose to Titanic Growth. So really, it's only feet there that gets them if they only block with 1. But yeah, that's why I didn't kill the Bolt Hound, because if they only block with 1 creature there, they die. If they block with both, the Bolt Hound dies anyway. So I killed the weaker one, the Magma. It was actually the middle of the 3, but I killed that one because if I killed Steward, they'd be more inclined to double block because they'd have a trade. And if I killed Bolt Hound, they'd be more inclined to double chump block because they have weaker creatures. So I left them Bolthound, the one that they most want to untap with, to attack with lethal on board with the Thallid and the Bolthound, and the Steward, because then they didn't have a double block. So that's how I chose that. But really, it doesn't matter that much. It's just, you know, they should know that I could kill any of their creatures, and that I chose that, so they shouldn't read into it. It just depends if you can win on your turn or not, Raps Nation, in good game. Like, of course, if you're holding Shore Strike, then you should double chump. If you have no outs in your deck, then you shouldn't double chump. If you have one copy of Shore Strike, you probably played it right. I mean, it's not really that valuable to give yourself a one-outer. But if you had, like, you know, 2 more Bolt Hounds, if you have 2 Shore Strikes, now you're on, like, let's call it, like, a 8% chance to win if you double chump. I might do it. I might not. Also, you know, any other Bolt Hounds or anything. Okay, so let's see. We just want a 3-3 here, right? 3-3 is substantially better than a 3-2 because they have a 2-2 token out. Yuck. So, I mean, I can't really trade. I guess if they don't have anything else, Hunter's Edge takes out Joel Rail, and then my Snout is big enough to stop their ground army for now. It's a pretty good start on the play here. Turn 2 Joel Rail, draw extra cards, enhance, draw extra cards, enhance. No real choices, I think. We got to kill Joel Rail as they're inching up to 6 mana with so many cards in hand. This game is, of course, going quite poorly, but if they don't have anything to interact with the board, my creature is bigger than all 3 of theirs, so there is that. If they Hunter's Edge and hit us for 9 or something, we're pretty much just dead. Well, Roaming Ghostlight's pretty in between. The Pteranodon can't attack, and then we can gain 4 life when we put this back down. So what do we want to do for now? I don't need the 4 life this turn. But I might want it. If I put down the scanner and leave feet up, I can block Roaming Ghostlight and feet. That's kind of ideal, but it kind of tells them I have stuff. Why Malkin? If I'm going to do that, I'll just Truffle Snout and leave feet up. I don't really want them to not attack with Ghostlight and force me to feet on, like, the ground creature. Like if I play just Scanner. So what I think I'm going to do is this and pass. I don't mind using feet on the Snout now. I can always play Scanner and put Short Sword on it to trade with the Ghostlight. And this way, if they have, like, Hunter's Edge or Capture Sphere or another Ghostlight, whatever, this is the play that best protects me. Plus, I just played land 5, so it's not like I can top deck a land. If they don't make me or let me use feet profitably here, next turn I can go Scanner, Short Sword, and if I draw a land in 2 cards, I can still have feet up. Okay, so this means we can take out any one of these, their choice. Go with Pteranodon, I think. No, we should go probably with the Trampler, because the Pteranodon might get shut off if we end up killing the Gnarled Sage. We could draw one of our 5 fight spells, end up shutting it off that way. Okay, now let's play Sky Scanner, hopefully draw lands or tricks or something. And then, I guess, training on the Snout means it can trade with the Gnarled Sage. This is tight. I mean, if they don't have anything, they can put us to 1. But then we shut off the Pteranodon, we take out the Flyer, we have another drop. I think that might lethal me. Block the biggest, die, yeah, I'm dead. I think I played that right. I got the 4 life out, got to use all my mana, and then, you know, we were still okay even into the Gnarled Sage, but the Capture Sphere was going to seal the game. I don't think there was any way around that. The Pride Mulligan would have been better for another body, but then we wouldn't have gotten the 4 life off the snout. And then that turn, we wouldn't have been able to block the flyer. So, I mean, like I said, I think we kind of did what we could there. Alright, let's get into the first draft of the day. Gonna do 3 drafts today. That was an off-stream bonus draft that I usually start with nowadays. I'm assuming you can hear the vacuuming. I don't really have a choice. I don't know what's going on, but they're like probably doing something to the water heater. I'm sure it won't last long. Oh, can't see all the cards. Shrink my big face. Okay. Okay, I'll shrink my big face. Small bad. Alright, so here we have Hooded Blightfang or Shock. I think Blightfang is better. I like Shock a lot in this format, but Blightfang is a fantastic creature. This is a 3-mana 1/4 Death Touch. It can blank their whole board from attacking. When it attacks for 2, and it's really hard to block itself. It's also not only a good 3-drop in that it's hard to block because it's a 1/4 Death Touch and it drains when it attacks. It's also good in the late game because it can trade with their biggest creature because it has Death Touch. So overall, I think Hooded Blightfang is good on turn 3 at dominating the board, good in the late game at trading with something big. I think it's just a really strong creature. Okay, easy Patrician here. Patrician is the uncommon build-around for Black-White that makes you want to go Black-White life gain. I mean, this thing is just, if you give it +2 power, you're hitting for 6 and gaining 3, and that's really easy to do, and that's impossible to race. I don't know, like, you know, since you're fixing the water heater, which obviously I appreciate, I'm not sure, you know, what the process is. Okay, so unfortunately, there's no real cards for Black-White life gain here. We could take Houndmaster, which is near busted if you get the things to search out, but then we'd lose both of these probably. We could take Hunter's Edge, which, like, if we go black-green is fine, and then we could splash the Patrician potentially. I think that's basically all we're deciding between. Obviously, we don't know what we're going to see the rest of the draft. I'm not, like, off Black-White, but I'm not going to take Warded Battlements or Rise Again or something here, or Bloodgutten. These cards are filler for even the Black-White deck. Like, we might table this Bloodgutten. Whereas if we do end up going green or red-white, we're going to really miss Houndmaster or Hunter's Edge. I think I'm just going to take Houndmaster because if we end up seeing white cards, we can waffle between red-white and black-white. And I'm glad we did that, because now there's Scorching Dragonfire as a clear best card in the pack. So, maybe, you know, some combination of red-black, red-white, white-black. You can always splash a little bit if you get the right lands or whatever. But a 4th pick Scorching Dragonfire is definitely something we want to be drafting. That's the second Riddle form we've seen. And there's an Experimental Overload. It feels like red-blue is wide open. We're going to have to lose all 3 of these awesome cards if we go red-blue. Direfleet Warmonger is a good red-black card, but it's not a traditional, like, busted red-black sack type card because there's no way to steal a creature at common, only uncommon, so you don't get that many active Treasons in this format. You know, that type of effect. I hate to lose this card quality if we end up red-blue, but at the end of the day, Riddle Form and Overload are more first-pick quality cards. I mean, I don't care that much about Warmonger. I think we're just getting hit over the head by good packs, and we don't know where we're going to end up. I think I'm just going to take the Overload. I think Riddle Form and Overload are pretty close, but I think Overload's probably a little bit better, so I think I'm going to go with that one. We also haven't seen much white. So I feel like red-blue is where we're supposed to be, And if not, maybe red-black. So Jeskai Elder's an excellent 2-drop for the red-blue prowess deck. So better late than never. That's one of my main life philosophies, as any of my friends can tell you. I'll almost always show up, but often late. So we'll find red-blue, even if we found it a little late here. Better late than never, right? Thank you, sir. So now, let's see. Watchdog would be a clear choice for red-white with the Houndmaster, and we even got the Cur, but I think red-blue is just wide open, and that's what we're supposed to draft. So as much as I love Houndmaster, Watchdog, Cur, and it is broken, we're just not seeing white in this draft. This is just a red-blue seat. We didn't get to start red-blue. I mean, we opened, by far the best cards in the pack. I mean, there was Shock, but I think Blightfang over Shock is right. And then Patrician was a Windmill Slam after Blightfang. And then Houndmaster was, the best card of the pack third. And so we have to drop our first 3 picks. This is draft in the hard way draft. But, I mean, as you can see, red-blue was wide open. Hopefully, in pack 3, it'll go really well for us. I know I passed 2 Riddle forms. So I don't necessarily expect to see awesome red-blue here in pack 2. But in pack 3, I expect to get rewarded handsomely. Thank you, Zhergosh. Appreciate the 17 months of support. Drowser better than Shock. Which one is Drowser? Is that the 5-mana 3/3 prowess get back a spell? I take Shock over Drowser generally. If my curve was already down and I had multiple Shocks, I would take Drowser if that's that card. But in general, I'm more about the cheap interaction in this format. Speaking of Shock, pretty easy choice here. Well, maybe we're not going to get punished in pack 2. Maybe the people we were passing to didn't go blue-red either, because we just got a Shock second, and now there's Shock and Riddle form third. Rousing Read would totally be fine as well, but definitely not as good as Shock. But I wouldn't mind Rousing Read. Now we got a close pick between Riddle form and Shock, 2 cards which I consider close. We have a Shock, a Dragonfire. We already have Prowess, so we do want stuff like Shock to turn on our Prowess. Oh, but we also have to Read the Tides to do it. Think we want Shock a little bit more than we want Riddle form, because we already have to Read the Tides. If our deck needed to close really badly, I might take Riddle form over Shock. I definitely think that's a pick that can go either way, depending on what you need. But we can just draw 3 cards or buy back a spell. So our deck doesn't need to close aggressively that badly. Wow, we could have had 3 Patricians if we had seen Black-White Life Gain. I mean, very clearly we're in the deck we're supposed to be, but that's just incredible that we could have had 3 Patricians. This card is just ridiculous. Okay, easy Magmut for another solid aggressive 2-drop. Don't think these cards can matter, unless we're short playables, in which case I'll probably want the Scanner. Never Sleep on Opt. Great way to trigger Prowess. Out of non-Prowess decks, Opt is fine, but nothing special. But if you're giving +1/+1 to a creature, or powering up your Overload, and then you get the Sift ability, this is just a great card. So, Opt or Swiftwater Cliffs here. We're on, let's say we cut the Cur. We don't really want to play that. We're on 14 that we're happy to play. Think we still need another Opt. This is a deck that can be 16 lands most of the time. I don't actually like Lofty Denials in this deck. I hardly ever play those other cards in it either, though. Sky Scanner is good if you want the body, if you're going to enhance it. But that's not what red-blue does. I like Sky Scanner in the green-white counters deck as kind of an extra body that can help you dig up more of the counters cards and give you a body to put them on. I like it if you have Sack Synergy, but I don't really like Sky Scanner in red-blue. I don't really like Anima. It's just kind of slow. This format is so aggressive that a 4-mana 3/3 that's hard to block sometimes is just not a very good card, frankly. I mean, I could have took it as filler if I end up really wanting a 4-drop, but I mean, it's just not a good card, honestly. Speaking of not a good card, Turn to Slag is pretty medium, but I might take it. We have 2 Arcanists, so we can cast it for 4 mana. Our curve isn't too bad, although it's not too low. Otherwise, there's Magmut. We have 1, 2, 4, 5 2-drops plus shocks. So, yeah, Turn to Slag it is. With double Arcanist, Turn to Slag is a little better for us than usual, though still not great. So I really don't like counters in this type of deck, but we could go controlling them with card drawing. We do have the 2 Arcanists to make the rewind cost basically 3 instead of 4. If we untap the mana, what are we doing with it? Not much, just Dragonfire. Could also take Thriller, Capture Sphere. Probably should just take Capture Sphere. Capture Sphere is pretty good removal. I don't love that we can't cast it with Arcanist. It doesn't fuel overload. I want most of my spells to be instants and sorceries, but we already have double opt. 1 Capture Sphere is still decent. Pretty easy Mana War here. Even though this is really just a blue-blue 1 Mana War, unless you're bouncing your own stuff, which we're not going to do often, that's a good card in this format. Could have been 3rd Houndmaster. If we had seen those colors, we could have had a pretty busted red-white or black-white deck with 3 Houndmasters or 3 Patricians. But as is, we're really happy to pick up Goblin Wizardry. Part of why I really like Arcanist in this deck is turn 3 Wizardries. Because with these things having prowess, if you get them out on turn 3, then you still have a handful of spells and cantrips, and you can kind of go nuts with it. So I'm a pretty big fan of Goblin Wizardry, and I'm a pretty big fan of Arcanist because I'm a big fan of Goblin Wizardry. Furious Rise we can't really use, so Thrill or Frost Breath. I kind of like 1 copy of Frost Breath quite a bit in these decks. Thrill is fine, but I'm not that worried about discarding a land when I have 2 Read the Tides, Overload. Okay, it's too late for our first Frantic Inventory, so I'm going to grab a blue-red land here. Maybe not. Maybe we'll see 3 straight inventories. Furor can be okay if you're a creature-heavy version, but I don't think we are. We have 2 Op, 2 Shock, Unsubstantiate. We already have a Shore Strike if we want it, Frost Breath. We're not a creature-heavy version at all. So now I'm going to grab one of those Tome Rhymes with Home Animas, despite the fact that I don't like them. I don't think we're going to do much with these cards. Turret Ogre's okay, but we don't really have 4 power. Hobble Fiend is okay. We could sack Arcanist to it. Probably want the Hobble Fiend. I really don't want any of those, but if I have to have any, it's probably the Hobble Fiend. Magmut's always a nice 2-drop. Pick up a Thrill, solid playable. That's cool. So now we're at 1 card over, and we have plenty of 2s, so we can get rid of Hobble Fiend. I like Magmut because if they stalemate the board, you can start pinging them. If it gets in for 2 or you trade it off for 2, cool. If not, it does 1 a turn, which isn't great, but it's not nothing. I don't really like Hobble Fiend unless you have sack synergies and stuff like that. We're certainly going to play 16 lands with double Op, double Thrill to find them. So this is 1 over. Probably going to cut Tome Anima. Like I said, I hate that card. So let's see. It's not a lot of creatures. You don't need a lot, but I might have to cut Shore Strike for Tome Anima. So if I count Overload as a creature and Wizardry, that's like, I'm going to count Wizardry as 1 creature. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 9, 10, 10, and 2 of them are Arcanists. Probably do need to put that in over Shore Strike because we're a little creature short. Okay. It's not as short as it looks because a lot of our deck is Sift. 2 Op, 2 Thrill. Even if you don't want to count those as creatures, it's more like having, which they're not, it's more like having a 10 creature deck out of 36 than it is 10 out of 40 because those cards mostly just replace themselves and they're not the only card drawing we have either. But while I don't like Tome Anima in general, it's still a 3/3 body for a deck that's lacking 4 drops and lacking creatures. And pretty good at triggering it with all those Ops and Thrills and so on. Yeah, definitely 6 land because we have 2 ops. So, I mean, with 9 blue sources, we can count on opting up land 3 if we need it. And then same thing with Thrill. Like, with only 2 mana, we can see 2 more cards. Just chuck some random spell if we have to. Two of the 6 mana card is a lot, but we have 2 Shock and a Scorch, and we have 2 Arcanist. So our deck's not great at closing. There'll be some sweet games like this one where we'll curve out and use it to bounce 2 creatures. But there's definitely going to be other games where what I expect to do is just shock something, trade something, and then tap an Arcanist, cast the Read the Tides, and draw 3 on turn 5. Read the Tides gets substantially better if you have Arcanists. If you're gonna cast that card for less mana. So I could attack. I could like bounce their 2-drop. I don't really want to do that. I could attack an Immolator, but I don't really want to do that. This is kind of why. Oops, I should have played a Mountain, but whatever. But this is kind of why I like Magmut, because instead of dealing them 0 this turn, we'll ping them for 1. And like I don't really want to have to interact with their 1/3 here. That's just not worth it. So if I play this and bounce one of their things, what do I really accomplish? They just replay it. We're not winning this game on tempo at the moment. I think I'm just going to chill for a turn. If they end up putting dub on something, I'm going to want to be able to Baron it. If they end up not really playing anything, I'll just Baron one of my own 2-drops and then replay it and get a card. Okay, so I'm not going to let them attack with 3 creatures, and I need to draw more cards to find Read the Tides, Thrill of Possibilities, and so on. Clearly, I'm not winning this game through tempo or aggression. Not right now. So I want to Baron one of my own creatures. So what I'm going to do here is Immolator a Battalion end of their turn, because I'm not going to have any mana up, because I'm going to Baron my own Magmut and then replay it just to draw a card. That's kind of nice, because, you know, in a game like this, where bouncing their card isn't going to be effective, what's going to happen if I Baron this Battalion and I attack? They're just going to bounce. If I had the Prowess creature out, they'd still have another 3/2 to block it with. Nothing good, right? So instead, what I can do here is basically get a card instead of tempo. That makes this a nice split card, because right now, I need to draw cards. I don't need to bounce something and deal them 2 damage. I'm not winning this game via tempo. So the fact that I can draw more cards and try and win this game with Thrill of Possibility and Read the Tides and stuff like that is pretty strong. Yeah, I mean, sweet deck, Manashi, and of course you had a really good draw, but that was a nice game. And your deck's cool. It's actually kind of why I like Read the Tides, because sometimes you bounce 2 creatures and you kill them with tempo. The games where you're in a stalemate or you can't do that, you're just a drop behind, you draw 3 and then try and win the game that way. Yeah, Baron kind of being a flexible mana war. In a game, most often you're going to bounce their permanents, not yours. Especially if the one you're bouncing doesn't have like a comes into play ability. But in a game like this, where the ground is locked up, they're at 17, I'm at 20, I'll take extra cards, right? So, at the beginning of your end step, if a permanent was put in your hand from the graveyard this turn, draw a card. So if I unsubstantiate my own Baron, and then I replay Baron and bounce something of theirs, Baron should trigger from itself, right? So I'll get to bounce something of theirs and draw a card. Right. The plan. It's not that Baron's bouncing itself. It's that I would unsubstantiate my own Baron, but then that would trigger my Baron, because Baron sees itself as a permanent being put into my hand from the battlefield. So any trade with their 3/2 or 2/2 would be good, except for the unsubstantiate part, but that's an instant. So what I'm going to do here, I think, is attack with both. Try and get in 2 damage. If they block, like, Battalion on Baron, Pegasus on Magmut, I'm going to miss a damage because I could have theoretically pinged with Magmut, but they should credit me for having something. And if they let either one through, then I got in an extra damage. I also could just run Arcanist Capture Sphere. Like, if they don't make a block on Baron that makes me want to unsubstantiate there, I can always, like what they did, they just took 2, and they didn't make me bounce Baron with Unsubstantiate. So, like, what I can do now is just play Arcanist, and then Capture Sphere, like, their flyer or something. I think I want to Capture Sphere now, because if they go for Feet, and they get to attack with all 3 creatures, that's really bad for me. Whereas if they use Feet to knock off Sphere, their creature will stay tapped, and they won't get counters on the Battalion. So I'm going to go ahead and Capture Sphere the Battalion. I'm up enough in life, I'm not really scared of the flyer hitting me. Yeah, that's true too. I could always bounce my own Capture Sphere instead of the Baron, and then move it somewhere else if that's what I want. I mean, it's not fancy play syndrome. I'm trying to draw cards. That's the reason. If I unsubstantiate one of their permanents, I don't get to draw cards. If I unsubstantiate Baron and bounce one of their permanents, I get to draw a card. And I'm trying to draw into my 2 Thrills or 2 Reeds, or Overload is decent, because I'm not winning on board like this. Like, if you look at my options here, I can unsubstantiate, like, the Pegasus to get in 5, but is that really what I want to do? I'd rather unsubstantiate the Baron, bounce the Pegasus, and then get in 3 and draw a card. Deal 3, draw a card is better than deal 5, right? So the cards we're thinking of now are Feet and Swift Response. Now, Feet is whatever, because if they feat the Pegasus when I go to, like, bounce it or something, then they're not feeding the Battalion. So that's not really something I have to think about at the moment. But Swift Response, if I go to bounce a tap Baron and they Swift Response in response, that's a total blowout. So what I think I'm going to do here is unsubstantiate the Baron pre-combat. Now I can go for the bounce on the Battalion. I mean, on the Pegasus. I don't really care if they have Swift Response. So what? They kill a Magmut. This way I get my card into turn. I get my attack in. Life is good. So as you can see, it's not fancy play. Like, I would much rather deal 3 and draw a card than deal 5. So that's why I bounced my own Baron and replayed it. Okay, so for this turn, the problem is I can't really win with tempo with Gaggle Master. If that was an ordinary 5-drop, I'd just bounce it. But every time they play it, they're gaining 6. So that's not really going to work for me. Bouncing the Gaggle Master and hitting them just means they replay it and gain another 6. So I think what we need to do is just draw 3 cards and see what we get. This is not a great situation. But now we've got the card draw, we can switch gears. Yeah, we were trying to race, and it was going to be successful. Of course, they played a 4-3, gain 6. And if they had played a different 5-drop, I could have bounced it, I could have tapped it, I could have done all kinds of fancy stuff. I could have bounced one of my 2-drops and one of their 5-drops and drawn more cards. As is, Gaggle Master here is not raceable. So now we got to kind of switch gears. Which we might be able to do. I mean, let's see what we dig up with Thrill. We now have Overload. We've got Frost Breath. There's a Scorching Dragonfire in the deck. Not a ton of great removal or anything. So, I think we're going to pretty clearly want to Frostbath on their turn, not ours. We're not far enough ahead that what we're looking to do is deal damage to both players. We've got a bunch of resources. They're ahead on life. So the way you make that decision with Frostbreath, either if you do it on your turn, their creatures basically miss blocking twice and miss attacking once. If you do it on their turn, their creatures miss blocking once and attacking twice. Frostbreath can get you like a turn and a half, basically. So you can stop either 2 attacks or 2 blocks, right? And one of the other. So if the life totals are 17 to 8 in their favor and you have a bunch of card drawing, you want to stop 2 attacks and 1 block. If the life totals were reversed, I might do it on my turn to stop the creatures from blocking for 2 turns. So here, looks like I'm going to play Elder, Frost Breath, and Thrill. Oh wait, I actually have enough to overload in Frost Breath, but that doesn't really work because Frost Breath is probably what I want to overload. I guess I could always get Read the Tides. It's more expensive, and they'll recast things. Yeah, I think this is right. So I'm just going to ship for now. Because we have another Read the Tides in there. I'm really hoping to find Scorching Dragonfire. But for now, we can sift. We can buy time. It's pretty much all we can do. That's actually not that horrible. I mean, look, it's a good card, but if I'm going to Frost Breath, I should end up being able to attack while their stuff is tapped. Okay, I think this has gone far enough. I'm not going to let them see 2 more cards for feet. Let's tap the 2 good flyers here. There's a degree, if you're about to ask how did I choose exactly now for the Frost Breath, look, there's a degree of letting them do stuff because that impacts their decisions. They may have been trying to get to lethal, tie up their mana. And then there's a degree of every card you give them is a card that they can find Feat of Resistance with. And you're just striking a balance there. There's no exact science. In this case, you know, they put out Teferi for 4. I could have responded, but it's just a +1, draw 1. Now they cast Op, which lets you bottom a card, so they get 2 more cards, and they're down to like 2 mana left. So I think basically we saw what we were going to see, and that's just when I decided to do it. Okay, so we definitely want to be able to attack Teferi. This game's not ending anytime soon. We have 5, 8, potentially up to 9 to 10 mana to work with. We can buy back Frost Breath or like Read the Tides. So I kind of like the idea. We don't need to Frost Breath this turn. We want to do it again next turn. So what if I bounce like a 2/3, shock the Containment Priest potentially, and then attack Teferi? That's decent. Although I guess, yeah, if we're getting back Frost Breath, I'm not worried about shocking Singer. Experimental Overload and Frost Breath are going to trigger the Elder. If we bounce the Enforcer, the Pegasus will just bounce with one of these. They don't really have good blocks. We can use all our mana. That looks good. If they tap it, if they tap a creature, that's not going to stop me from having a good attack, right? I don't think so. I don't have to kill Teferi. I mean, I can kill it next turn. I'm getting back Frost Breath. I'm adding a 6/6. I probably shouldn't have shown Shock first. That was probably a mistake. I mean, I think what I chose to do this turn was correct, and I had a lot of options, so I was kind of focused on that. But the correct order would have been Ghostlight the Enforcer first. This way they're less likely to tap Elder, and they just don't have their mana untapped. Yeah, I don't care about them phasing out something. That's a -3. That's just as good as attacking it. The idea is just to pressure it. Wow, we got a giant raid from the famous Reader Rabbit, Reed Duke himself. Thanks, Reed, for the huge raid. I appreciate the support. We're here drafting M21. It's good timing. We're in the middle of a really good game, and this is our first game of the draft run, playing Blue-Red. For those who stick around, I'll slap the deck on screen briefly between this game and the next, since there's a bunch of new people in at the moment. So they tap the Prowess creature, so now there's no reason to overload pre-combat. Yeah, I should have... if I mudded them end of turn, that should have been at Teferi. I just forgot that Mutt could ping Teferi. I apologize. Now, of course, it's better to attack. I'm dealing it 2 instead of 1 by pinging it. But on my last end step, that wasn't correct. So I think I have to take Frost Breath, not Read, because I don't want to bounce Gargle Master. I want to, and then they'll replay it. I just want to tap it on their turn, I think. Gargle, gaggle, words. Y'all know I can't words. I can draft, but I can't words. It's no secret. M21 Limited's fine. Aggressive formats aren't my cup of tea, but there's a lot of different good decks. There's plenty of removal. Some of the games are good. Alright, so what do we want to do with this turn to Slag? I mean, killing Enforcer really gives us a better attack now. The Spirit can't really block anything except my 3-2. Of course, Enforcer's not really the threat that Gaggle Master is. But I mean, we get to lock down Gaggle Master for another 2 turns. And we also have a Dragonfire and a 14-card deck. So I feel like we can afford to kill the Enforcer here. They can't phase out their creatures. I think it's only the opponent's. Target creature you don't control. So they can phase out like one of mine, but that's not a big deal. It's basically the same thing as attacking the Teferi if they -3 to phase something out. Okay, so for now... Should I even attack Teferi, or should I just ignore it and attack them? Like, if I send all the ground creatures at them, and then I Frost Breath on their turn, it's pretty good. I'm not going to send Ghostlight, because that could block Gaggle Master. Meanwhile, Shacklegeist could just block it anyway. But Shacklegeist can't block any of the ground creatures. So right now they have Pegasus, like, chumping the 6/6, and they're taking 7. Yeah, they can still fade a creature, that's true. And I don't really want to use this ability right now. There's never anything wrong with looting, quote-unquote, always loot, but really it's just milling a card, because I'm not... This might be the best card of my whole deck at this point. Like, I'm not going to draw something and be like, oh, okay, I'll keep that and discard Frost Breath. So that's pretty irrelevant. I think... Oops. Well, that was bad. I roped out. That was ugly. At least I got the 6/6 in. The most important attacker by far. The 3/2 was going to stay back because the 2/2 has its only block there anyway. And the 3/2 would be better served blocking Gaggle Master. So I was just going to send a couple of these small creatures. Which, look, they don't need to be back for anything. So what should have happened was Pegasus would have bounced with Elder and they would have took like an additional 3, or Teferi would have took an additional 3. I can still ping with the Magmut, the 6/6 attack, but I basically missed like 3 damage. That wasn't by design. I was figuring out whether to attack Teferi or whether to attack them with each creature. What I was going to do, I think, was send the 6/6 at them and then send all these little ones at Teferi. I think that was my plan. So, unlike last time, this time I see no reason to let them dig and do other things. They know I have Frost Breath, and every card that could potentially find a counter or feat is scary. It's not like they're going to play a big haste creature. So, pre-combat, I mean, during their upkeep right away, I'm going to Frost Breath, tap Gagglemeister, and Singer. Yeah, this is a pretty complex game. I did need that little attack there. Like, I'm not super happy about how this went. Because that damage on Teferi would have allowed me to kill it now. Like, I could have sent all these little creatures at Teferi and it would just be dead. Gargle, Gaggle, Glaugle, Goggle. Some kind of master. My library's decent. I know I have a Scorching Dragonfire. I know I have a Read the Tides, Read the Bones, Read the Duke. I don't know what else is up in there. Another Shock. It's kind of scary. So I am pretty dead. Yeah, the Planeswalkers should have been dead from the small creatures, and then maybe they wouldn't have found both pumps, only one. I could have still won a close game. Kind of an unfortunate rope out. I mean, it's no one's fault but my own. I was deep in the tank on exactly what to attack Teferi with. I think I would have settled on the 6/6 attacking the opponent and the 3 or 4 small creatures attacking Teferi. I'm just dead, right? 2 flyers, I'm at 1 flyer. They're going to attack. Why wouldn't they? Yeah, it's okay. Once in a while you rope out, right? Max winning isn't what's important. Max strategy is. Since Reed, thank you again, gave us that giant raid, there are a decent amount of new viewers. I'm going to flash the deck really quickly. This is what we're working with. It's a pretty nice blue-red. We actually first picked Blightfang, second picked Patrician, and third picked Houndmaster, and we were not playing any of those 3 cards. But blue-red was wide open, and then we got past a couple Shocks, Baron, Overload late. As you can see, it's pretty average blue-red. I mean, it's nothing special, but we have a good curve. We can spend our mana. We're not that prone to flood or screw. I did get gargled. I started off like pushing in damage that last game, and I thought we were going to win, and then they gained 6, and I couldn't bounce it, and I couldn't race it, and then they played Teferi and kind of locked me out. I always say climb the mythic ladder, but what I actually mean is fall down. So I'm going to play Shock here over Opt, assuming they give me something to Shock, so that's why I played the Mountain. And the reason for this play is because Opt gets better when you know what you're looking for, and we don't necessarily know yet if we need to dig up lands or spells. If we draw lands, I don't actually need to draw that many more in a hurry. If they play a 2-drop, I really wanted to be able to Shock it, because tempo is what matters in the early game. So, like, that's why I chose Mountain over Island turn 1, holding Shock and Opt. It would be cool to hit number 1 every season. Like, I wouldn't expect to hold it or anything, just to hit it. But that might be an unreasonable goal. So now we can Opt and Dragonfire, and now we know we do want lands, because we have this Read the Tides and Overload, plus a nice 5-drop. So I'm going to start out by Opting. I'm looking for an island. Definitely bottoming an expensive 4-drop that we can't cast at the moment. Okay, sadly no lands, but continue on with our business. Not like we're falling behind or anything. Pretty nice card, although we can get pretty far ahead if we end up bouncing it, but I guess we're 2 lands away from that. Next turn, most likely, we're just going to go Opt, find an island, Overload, get back Scorching Dragonfire to deal with the entity, and pass. So that's what we got to try and do here, I think. Try and make those land drops. There's the island. If I didn't find the land in 2, I would have just played Magmut. Since I did, I think I'd rather Overload Dragonfire. We get a 4/4 out, and we get a removal spell in hand to take care of that 3/3 at a later date, so that's a pretty good turn. Experimental Overload can be pretty busted in these decks. It's like we played a 4-mana 4/4 and added a Scorching Dragonfire to our hand. That's a pretty broken Magic card. And while now that's out of Dragonfire range, if we find a land, we can always Ghostlight it. I don't really care if they scry 2 again. That doesn't matter to me. And even if we don't, we're hitting back for 7, and we're ahead in life, and we have a Magmut to lay, so we're in a pretty good position. Depends what else they have, of course. So hopefully we just get a land. All right, no such luck. Now what do we want to do? We were hoping to just draw a land, slap down Ghostlight, bounce Storming Entity. Life was good. That didn't happen. I can attack with the 4/4. If they don't have a spell to play and they trade, I'll be happy. If I get in the 4 damage, I'll be happy. If they do play a spell, I'm going to have to Dragonfire it. But you know what? That still clears it out. I can use more mana on Magma, get ahead on board. I think that's worth it. I don't want to lose the Arcanist because I'm 1 land away from Read the Tides with Arcanist. And I don't want to have to play many more lands because I have Thrill. So what I like here is attack with the 4/4. If they trade, that's great for me. It clears the way for the small creatures, and this is a flyer that can grow. If they have a spell to trigger Prowess, it's not great. I Dragonfire it. I know that looks ugly, but at the end of the day, I want to spend my mana here. I've got plenty to do. I'm not really worried about running out of ammunition when my hand is a draw 3 and a draw 2. Well, so I can't respond by Dragonfiring to that now because it's going to gain Indestructible and not die anyway. So that's, again, not ideal, but still just a 1-for-1. That's a trick we were going to have to work through. It's not that big of a blowout. It's not like they play like a cantrip and then I went to Dragonfire and then they play that in response. We just hold on to our Dragonfire because they used Intervention. It's a good card. We have to work through it. It's really not that bad. Okay, so now I think I'm going to go for Dragonfire on the Prismite. Even though it's not a great target, it means we are going to be able to attack with all our ground creatures potentially. Unfortunately, these Magmuts can't ping 2/1s, but they can ping the opponent. Finally, there's the land we wanted. I don't really see any choices here. Just attack for 5 and play the Ghostlight. Even though the creature's tapped, so it's not the ideal turn to play Ghostlight. I need to add to the board first, I think. Sure thing, whatever. They can double block a Magmut if they like. I don't care. So now we'll see what we draw. Whoa, well, there's a curveball. Well, right back in our court. So now I can bounce the Whale, and then I can hit them for 7. And then if they replay the Whale, they're just dead on board, right? They could block a 2/2, and they would take like 3. They have to give me another 1/1, 3, 4, 5, 8. So, okay then. Mana War for the win. There's a reason it's Marshall's favorite card, right? Not fancy Mana War, just regular Mana War, I think. The plan kept changing like every turn there. That was kind of weird. It's like, I think we're going aggro. Wait, no, we're switching gears. Wait, no, we're switching gears back. Yeah, all your creatures must attack can definitely be a drawback when they have an 8/8 in play. Now, if you bounce the 8/8, life is good. Yeah, I know Read the Tides also has the bounce options. I could bounce the token and not have to attack with everything, the 1/1 like token that the Whale gives me. Or I could bounce the Whale, of course, and attack with everything. It makes my creatures have to attack, and it can't block. So it means it and all the rest of my creatures must attack into the opponent's blockers. Yeah, it would have been 9 to bounce the whale, which we did not have. The Baron was a really good top deck. Probably the best we could draw. I mean, I had enough mana for Frost Breath. But yeah, Baron was basically the best we could do there. It was a great top deck. Shock your pup. Don't mind if I do. Swing the tempo. You thought you were on the play? Well, my 2-drop's alive on turn 2. You got nothing in play, and you were the one on the play with 1 less card. I love Shock in this format. It's just such an aggressive format, and Shock just performs so well. Okay, here I'm not going to attack, because if they attack and go to play a trick, I can blow them out with Dragonfire. Otherwise, if I hit for 2, they hit back for 1 and gain 1. So the end result is they're down a life, and I'm down a life. If I ping into turn, they're down a life, and I'm not down a life. So them take 1 is better than the end result of I hit for 2, and then they hit for 1 and gain 1. Plus, there's always the option for them this way to attack and go for a trick when I block. That said, they played a 3-2 to give it flying, no problem. I'll miss my damage. They'll get in with that, but my 2-mana removal spell is now killing their 4-drop. If we don't draw something better, I'll definitely overload, especially in a matchup like this. I'm in no way worried about only getting a 2-2. This is like an aggro on aggro matchup. I'm happy enough with the 2-for-1 and being ahead on board. I think we're like 2-1 with this deck. Pursued Wheel is good. I mean, it's great in Reanimator. It's good overall, but 7 is a lot in this format. But it's still a pretty good card. That's not a good pun. Witty Kip. That's an LSB stream pun. Okay, here I'll happily make the trade. The Chorister's only 1 land away from being pumped anyway. I wouldn't necessarily want to trade like a 3-3 or a 4-3 for it, because I know it does shrink back to a 1-1 end of turn, but I'll happily trade a 2-2 token for it to get the lifelinker off the board. And of course, if they have feet or something, who cares? We know I can just Dragonfire it later. So that looks like what's up to me before they can pump it. Now it's a scary 2-2 lifelink pumper. Unfortunately, this means there's not going to be any sort of winning on tempo. We're going to have to win on cards. But our deck's good at that, even though we don't have the cards in hand right now. 2 Read the Tides, 2 Thrill of Possibility. So plenty of options there. Thank you, Moneybee. Appreciate that subscription. Thank you for your support. I need to hold a land, but I do want to play this if I want to play Wizardry and Unsubstantiate. The reason I need to hold a land, though, is because I have 2 Thrill of Possibilities in my deck. But I'll draw another land at some point, and there's a decent chance I'm going to play Wizardry and Unsubstantiate here. We'll have to just see how this lines up. And then, of course, I can turn to Slag away a creature and Short Sword, and life is good. Alright, so I could, like, double block that with Wizardry, 1-1, and Magma, or I can take that. I think I'll just take it. We still have plenty of life, and I don't really want to have to trade off a Power and Toughness to deal with Short Sword, because I'm going to turn to Slag away, Short Sword, and whatever it's on. And then just the Magma can kill the Charger, so there's no reason to throw away a Prowess token there. First order of business is to play this as soon as possible because I don't want to trade off Power and Toughness for Short Sword, like I was saying. Now I can trade just Magmut for Charger, or I can trade just Magmut for Acolyte by double blocking it with the 1-1 and Magmut. Short Sword is actually excellent in this format. The creatures are really small, and I find the +1/+1 to be very useful. But of course, once in a while you get punished by a turn to slag. But I actually do think Short Sword is excellent in this format. Yeah, Scythe is also excellent. I think Scythe is first pickable. Like, it seriously might be better than Grasp of Darkness. That equipment can really take over a game. Obviously, Short Sword's not on that level. But the way you can Scythe up one creature attack, they can't trade with it or the Scythe grows. Then you move the Scythe to an untapped creature. Now they can't attack and trade into it or the Scythe grows. So it can really dominate the whole board by being so cheap and flexible. Oh yeah, you play 2 Scythes. You don't necessarily play 2 Short Swords. I'd play 2 Short Swords if my deck was full of cheap creatures and I was a little light on removal. I'd only play 1 Short Sword in a deck if I had like enough removal. But I would always play 2 Scythes. Like I said, I think Scythe is excellent. I think Hollowblade is excellent too. I think people are going a little nuts with it. But overall, I think it is one of the best uncommons. Okay, I'm going to bounce my own creature in response to save it here. Can't imagine we're going to do better with a bounce spell than saving a 3/3 at this point. Pretty even board. No reason to think we're going to use that for tempo or anything. Happy to use it to just save a 3/3 from a removal spell. Especially because we're kind of trying to flood them out. We know the next land we draw, we can discard to throw. Any spells we draw, we can play. If they draw lands, they probably don't have an out like throw in their hand. Yeah, triggering Prowess is nice, but it wasn't particularly consequential because even if these were 1/1s, Magma would still be a good trade with the 4/2, and if they attack with Acolyte, we could block with a 1/1 in Magma, so basically we had good blocks on board regardless. Yeah, I mean, they probably have Swift Response, I guess. I mean, I don't really care. They can Swift Response away my 2/2. They're more than welcome. Hey, you're welcome. Thank you for the game, Whispercrats. That's pretty cool. People who we play against keep joining the stream today. That's awesome. Super fun. That was a great game, too. I did rope out that one turn when I attacked you with only the 6/6. I was going to send the small ground creatures at Teferi and the 6/6 at you. I had just figured that out, basically, because I wasn't sure. I was going to send everything at Teferi. I was going to send nothing at Teferi, and then I was like, you know what? The 6/6 I can just send at you, and then you either chump or take 6, and then I can send all the small creatures at Teferi. This way, if you block one of them or whatever, Teferi still takes 3. So that was the actual plan when I roped out that turn. Thanks, Hades07. Appreciate it. Alright, I'm not going to opt now because I can trigger Anima with opt and my prowess tokens. So, if I bounce their 2 creatures, I can attack for 3, 5, 7, 9. I think it's better to just draw 3 cards, see what we get. We're not really winning as a tempo deck. They'll just recast those. Maybe the Acolyte will even put a second counter on something. No real decisions. Now they can't block the Anima. These 3 creatures block these 2 just fine, and I have plenty of life. I'm going to play one more land since it's a tap land. I know I have the Thrill, but the next land I draw, I can discard to Thrill. In the meantime, I have another draw 3. I have plenty to spend my mana on. I do like drawing cards. Not as much as LSV, but I do enjoy it. I mean, don't get me wrong. If I think I can kill them or completely flip the game, like with the second Read the Tides, I might bounce things. Like now I can Read the Tides and opt, so I can theoretically attack them with 3 3/3s and a 2/2. I'll probably just end up drawing another 3 cards because we're not really under any pressure. But go ahead and see what we draw. Also, this Anima's unblockable, and this is pinging them. So there's not that much incentive to try and push these tokens through. Plus, after we draw 3, the next turn, we should have a handful of business, and then maybe we can trigger these prowesses a bunch. Maybe we find a removal spell. Seems like a pretty easy double block. If they have something, let's find out. I have plenty of business post this. I don't really care. The thing I care about the most here is that they're gaining 3 life. That's actually the most annoying part. So, do we want to bounce anything? Not really. Let's start out. Should we start out by reading or opting? Let's start out by opting, because if we find like a removal we want to play or something like that. So obviously I wasn't going to bottom the opt because I can trigger things with it. I also don't really want the opt right now, though. Probably just stop and draw 3. Actually, now that we have a mountain to discard, I'll just draw 2. This way we'll still have mana to cast things. And we can always opt to dig up more business. Okay, that works well. So if I hit for 6, capture sphere, that's hitting for 7, and then they can hit for 6 back. They're not lethaling me. Looks good. Stop the lifelinker, the one creature I was really afraid of. And then next turn I can probably lethal them by bouncing their blockers and opting. Not me too. What did I do? What did I do, Crafter MTG? Draft blue-red? This is like the most staple deck out of the format. Everybody's got to do this from time to time. I don't know what I did. I could have played the mountain to be able to opt on this turn as well, but I really wasn't planning to do that. I might bounce things, who knows. Opt can trigger Anima and can pump this later when I might need to pump it. And I have like near infinite mana. The reason I played the land was because even though I have one more thrill left in my deck, if I play Reed, I might use all the mana next turn. Like, it's not theoretically a bad thing to hold opt up, but the reality is I knew they weren't going to block. Like, if I wasn't going to opt, I wasn't going to opt. They had no cards in hand, right? Okay, so that should be lethal. 3, 4, 7, 8, 9. So I think I already have lethal, but let's start with opt. They have no cards in hand. They can't do anything. Like, what you're talking about with the mountain and the opt, you're giving me optionality for an option that I'm 0% to use. With the opponent having no cards in hand, if I'm going to opt if the creature gets through, I can make that decision pre-combat. And I wasn't going to do that because I wanted more information, and I might want to trigger my prowess later. I didn't need to deal them an extra 1 that turn. So, I mean, I already knew I wasn't going to opt in combat. That's why I didn't play the mountain and use the mana differently on the previous turn. Thanks, Foxy. That was a pretty good game. The opponent really drew like a champ after I was in a pretty good position, but once you start read the tidesing into read the tides, that's kind of hard card advantage to overcome for a Boros deck. Well, no mountain, but we're on the draw with Island Opt. You know I'm never going to mull this. Okay, and now, like I said, I'm going to lead the mountain because I don't need to opt yet. I can spend my 2 mana on a 2-drop next turn. If they play a creature, I want to be able to shock it. If they play nothing, who cares? No need to opt yet anyway. Conclave Mentor is better. I mean, it is 2 colors. That's what makes it a hard pick, of course. But, I think Conclave Mentor is more powerful in green-white than Shock is in a red deck. It's a tough pick one, pack one, because the odds that you see green-white are hard to, guess. So I chose to Dragonfire main phase because that's a scary creature. If I Dragonfire it when they attack and they pump, I don't just take damage. They trigger it and get to draw more creatures. We can't allow that. You know, if you watch my stream, there's nothing I fear more than like Audacious Thief or Larcenist. Any sort of drawing extra cards just petrifies me. I like to think I'm not an easy person to scare, but my opponent drawing 2 cards a turn is something I'm just literally terrified of. And that Garrix thing, if it's connecting, you look at the top, 6 cards or something, or however much damage it does, so 4 cards, and then you can reveal any creature and put it into your hand. So it's effectively drawing extra cards. And that, again, just terrifies me. I never care if somebody draws 2, like if they play Divination, but the idea of them drawing 2 a turn, turn after turn, is, like, very, very scary. Alright, so let's see. We don't have much to do. I could Baron the Cur, but similar to the last time, I might rather just Baron the Magmut, get a card. I mean, what good is bouncing a 2-drop? So I think what I'm going to do here is attack with Magmut, bounce it, and replay it. This way I have it on tapped on D, I don't miss any damage, and I get to draw an extra card. Didn't expect to Baron my own permanents twice, but like this, when they're not even ones with comes into play abilities or anything, but at the end of the day, drawing cards seems better than bouncing a 2-drop. It's either tie up 2 mana, deal 1 extra damage, or draw a card. I'll take draw a card. Okay, we don't have much to do. Let's start with Thrill, see what we find. Hopefully some business. Yeah. Not much in the way of business. Unfortunately, Arcanist can't cast Ghostlight. I mean, I could have used Arcanist towards Thrill, but didn't know I was going to draw my 5-drop. Arcanist does potentially attack or block. Not sure if that was a mistake or not. Is this like a chain? I can Ghostlight my Baron and then Baron my Ghostlight. Just go infinite, drawing cards. Does that work? Maybe. So, if they have removal to mess it up, it's just going to be a 1-for-1. I'll miss out on a bounce effect, but bounce isn't really doing much right now. I think we'll just start trying to draw our extra card each turn for now. I mean, we're only taking 1, they're taking 1. I'm not saying they're not going to have anything. Oh, well, I'm a mana short this turn. I can Ghostlight the Baron, but I can't replay it. So is there much reason to do it here, then? Because I have to finish with the Baron in play, not the Ghostlight each turn. Otherwise, I won't draw cards. So I can just wait till next turn, I think. Maybe I'll end up Frost Breathing, or maybe I'll want to Ghostlight something else if they put a couple counters on the weird. It would free up 5 mana for next turn, but also this frees up the ability to Ghostlight something else, right? So for now, I think I'm just going to chill and see what they do. So if I go Ghostlight the Baron, like I said, I could Baron the Ghostlight. I'm kind of worried about just dying, though. I could also just play Tome Anima. I mean, that's a good play in a stalemate. Yeah, I'm going to play Tome Anima since I drew another decent spell and pass to them. If they do anything pre-combat, I can always Frost Breath to get me out of the Prowess and all of that for the turn. If they do nothing, we go one card deeper. We're just taking one. They're taking one from Magmut. We're ahead in life anyway. I'll probably Frost Breath end of their turn, or maybe even at the start of combat here. See what they do. Well, it's not like I can bounce all the tokens. I literally have one more bounce aside from the chain. Okay, though. I'm glad that we didn't overextend by Ghostlighting the Baron just to draw a card. They went for Destructive Tampering. Creatures without flying can't block this turn. But we have Frost Breath, so we're going to be just fine. So we're, of course, going to Frost Breath. We're, of course, going to tap Spellgorge or Weird. The question is, do we then tap Cur or Tyrannodon? They have... If they double pump the Cur, it does 2 more damage than the Tyrannodon, but then that ties up their turn. So if we tap Tyrannodon and Weird, they can go 5, 7, 9, 10, which isn't 16, of course. We're not killing them on the swing back, but their creatures will stay tapped next turn. Or we can tap, like, Cur and Weird, in which case they can play another spell, and then we take 3, 5, 7, 8, plus the value of what they play. If it's Titanic Growth, that would be +6, so that's 14. It's still not lethal. If it's Shock, that's +3. I think I'm just going to assume the last card in their hand could easily be a land and tap the most damage. Because it's not like this is lethal now that I'm giving them access to the mana. If it's even Titanic Growth, they're still a couple points short. And if this card's like a land, I just save 2 damage. Soul Spear, so would have been slightly better perhaps. Because it's the same amount of damage now as Pump, because they pumped these by casting Soul Spear, but they got to cast the Soul Spear. Alright, let's see. We have enough mana. Now I might actually do the Ghostlight Baron thing, because am I killing them in 2? Well, yeah, theoretically. If I go hit them for 5, they're at 6. Then I have this out. But they... Oh, they're untapping all their creatures. What am I saying? So, except for these 2. So I'm not killing them in 2. If I have a 3/2 blocker... Is that enough? Yes, but not if they top deck anything. I think first and foremost I'm going to opt. See what we find. Yeah, I think I do want to draw cards. They don't have any 1 permanent I need to bounce that badly. I know I don't get the card now. I get it because the Baron's not going to be out this turn. But I think I'm going to bounce the Baron. I get to leave Shock up. If they draw like a removal or something, that's okay for me now. If not, I can evaluate next turn what I want to do. I can always Baron their Weird, or I can Baron my own Ghostlight for cards. We'll see what they do. Well, they have the Cur. They can pump that to turn on the Tyrannodon. Now I can Shock that, but I'm kind of using all my cards here. I think... How do we want to win this game? Probably with our Flyer. Oh, maybe I can just kill them on my turn now. Assuming they drew anything but a removal, I can bounce whatever creature they play with Baron, hit them for 7. 2 from the Shock, 3 from the Ghostlight, and 2 from the Magmut. So I think my play right now is something like that. And then they're dead if they just have a creature to play, and they don't know that because they don't know I have Shock. So to them, if I bounce their creature and hit them for 5, 5 isn't 7. Now, they may have removal, but if they do, I can always Baron the Weird. I'm not dead on board. So I'm going to attack with both. If this connects, we probably win. If they draw instant, make 2 1/1s. That's not good. So, Okay, they chump with 1, so now there's no reason to shock. So now we're just looking to survive and then kill them in the air next turn with the Ghostlight plus the shock. So we don't really have any choices. Of course, we don't need to bounce our own things now. I know I could then Ghostlight something else and still draw a card, but that would tie up more mana. We'd rather just get down extra blockers. The game's ending in a turn anyway. So if we bounce the 6/6, we can block 2 creatures, take 3 and go to 1, and then we can hit them with the Ghostlight and Magma them for lethal. And we can even use Shock if we need to stay alive. So we win as long as they brick here. This is a great game. So that doesn't change anything. Of course, it does draw a card, though. So we still win as long as they brick. The Enigma is an okay card. I don't think it's very good, but it is playable. Yeah, we die to Shock, but I don't think that's avoidable. Like, we gotta play to win. They have no cards in hand. So I think they're dead. Obviously, we're not doing anything on the ground, and we shouldn't need to. We didn't even need that Shock. Still had all these. That was a pretty good game. That was very satisfying. Voxy's favorite subject, math. Voxy, what was your favorite subject in school? Yeah, close games like that are the most fun, for sure. Lunch. Nap time. Lunch is great. Not sure if it counts as a subject, but it is great. Art, yeah, that makes sense. You seem somewhat artistic. I'm not at all. I can draw stick figures, and it ain't pretty. Top 20 in the nation in nap time. Congratulations, Hokuno Matata. No Ben Art stream. I'll leave the drawing on stream to Voxy. Yeah, I've heard she does great work with that. I'll stick to the quick arithmetic. I actually was like best at math of the subjects but in school, but I never actually really liked math. I'm way more of a history person myself as far as what I enjoy. Ben's a lot of things, Kajota. I do like arguing as well. I don't know. I'm not really a favorites kind of a person. Like, I know I just got done saying history is kind of my favorite subject, but as far as, like, you know, favorite deck, that's not really how my mind thinks. Like, it's like, you know, what decks are good? What points me in those directions? You know, what am I looking out for? Like, I think that in this format, the colors are pretty, like, I don't want to say balanced. Like, yeah, white is probably the best, and, like, red probably second. But, like, you can play any color in this format. I think the green decks are good. I think blue-red is good. I think white-green is good. Like, I think you can draft all the different decks. So you just want to make sure to learn how to make them work, how to get, like, your synergies going. You know, I don't think you want to focus in this format on which color you're playing. I think you just want to, like, be able to know how to draft all the different archetypes. So here I'm going to attack. I'm going to end up killing the Visionary with the Immolator, but I'd be missing 2 damage if I had done it end of their turn. And I'm not going to use Capture Sphere on it, because Capture Sphere can kill a big thing later, and they're a green deck, so they may have big permanents. And I wasn't scared of them blocking, because if they blocked, I would Capture Sphere the Quirion Dryad. Even though that's not a great thing to Capture Sphere, I would get the 2-for-1, because the Immolator would grow to a 3/3. So that's why I didn't sack the Immolator end of their turn. I figured it was better to untap. Okay, so now we have two choices. We can Ghostlight the Lieutenant, attack for 4. If they take it, that's cool. If they trade with the Quirion Dryad, that's a good trade, and we have our Ghostlight already in play to attack next turn. We could also Capture Sphere the 4/5, attack with both, and then we're probably not going to end up bouncing something that puts a +1/+1 counter when it comes into play. So there is upside in not Ghostlighting the Lieutenant. Because the problem is if we Ghostlight the Lieutenant this turn and they replay it and put a counter on the Dryad next time instead of the... Or, sorry, back on the Lieutenant, the Dryad will get another counter, and then we'll have to deal with both of them if we want to attack on the ground. The only thing is, we can Frost Breath and just hit them for 7 on the ground, and then after that, we have the Flyer and the Pingers, and life is good. So I think we do, since we have Frost Breath and Capture Sphere in hand, want to let them get an extra +1/+1 counter in exchange for this positive of a turn. And if they trade off with the Dryad, then that's good for us. They don't have anything like, you know, they're not building a second big creature. We can always Capture Sphere that later. If they take it, then they can build 2 creatures bigger than our Magmuts, but then we'll just Frost Breath them and put them to 3. And if they do manage to lock up the ground, we'll ping them to death with the Magmuts, and they still have to stop the Ghostlight in the air. So because of Frost Breath, I think we can let them get an extra +1/+1 counter out of this Lieutenant. Who cares? The downside of Frost Breath then and Bounce later is we're not attacking with a 3/2 flyer. We want to get our creature in play first, even if we're letting them get a little value. Okay, well, if they're only going to leave the 1 up, no reason to Frost Breath, we can just Capture Sphere it. Hook it into your veins. How about speakers coming out of the computer? Thank you, Zante Sukin Q. Yeah, this game is over. I agree. Unless they gain a bunch of life. Yeah, we're attacking for so much more if we put the creature out first. So, like, there was the downside of we're letting them get an extra +1/+1 counter, but I wasn't that scared of it because we had Capture Sphere and Frost Breath. I think if I had Capture Sphere but not Frost Breath, I wouldn't have done that. I would Capture Sphere the untapped Lieutenant and then attack with the 2 Magmuts. And then next turn, if they play like something, if it's big and green, I could bounce it and attack with the Magmuts again. If it's if they put counters on the Dryad, I could bounce that and reset it and attack with the Magmuts. I think I would have, with even Capture Sphere in hand, but not Frost Breath, I think I would take the more conservative line and not let them get an extra counter out of the Lieutenant. But with Capture Sphere and Frost Breath in hand, I just wanted to get the 3/2 flyer in play so that I could start attacking with it too. Oh, sorry, people asked to see the deck. I'll flash it on the screen real quick. I apologize. I know we got a bunch of new viewers. Thanks again, Reed, for that very big raid. I appreciate it. This is what we're working with. It's good. I don't think it's exceptional. It's a pretty average blue-red deck, I would say. A couple of shocks and ups, a good curve. We got Baron, Overload. Not that many good uncommons and rares or anything like that, though. You know, Baron's good, but not exceptional. Like, this could easily be an uncommon instead of a rare. Just overall, a very solid blue-red. Well, yes, Darth 3, but we are not that scared of them getting a 2/2 token. I mean, we could, if we trade off with the Dryad, because the Dryad could grow bigger and blank our stuff, whereas a 2/2 token would only trade with the Magmuts. Plus, we could always bounce the token, and then it's gone forever, and we kill it. So, like, I wasn't super scared of the line of Capture Sphere, attack with both. Then you trade off a Dryad, which could potentially grow for one of my Magmuts and take 2, and then I can just play the 3/2, bounce the token, it's gone forever. Best of 3 is definitely a more complete, like, better experience than Best of 1. But I still think Best of 1 is great, too. I don't see it as, like, 1 is good and 1 is bad. I see it as Best of 3 is, like, a 10, and Best of 1 is, like, a 9. Like, you get most of the quality of Magic and the richness of the experience. You miss out on sideboarding. I mean, the variance doesn't really matter, like, because the goal is not to beat each opponent. You know what I mean? You're just trying to do the best you can. So, like, you know, I don't really care that much that when I lose a game that's called a match or whatever in best of one, like, it's whatever. It's not like, you know, if I lose 3 games and win 6 and go 3-0 in best of 3, that doesn't feel different than a 6-3 in best of 1, right? Like, what's the difference? Who cares? So I think I'm going to play Immolator first. It should probably be able to attack. Maybe it can't attack into Tyrannodon, but at the end of the day, if they're not attacking me with Tyrannodon, that's already pretty good. Okay, I take it back. Now I can't attack because they'll block and gain a life. I guess I could actually grow to a 4/4. If they double block, that doesn't work. So, save that for later. I don't know if I saw a weird earlier or whatever, if I took like a removal spell over it. I definitely would have liked a weird. It wasn't like I was avoiding weirds in this draft or something. Yeah, the spider's pretty annoying to attack into. I'm pretty lucky to have Capture Sphere to stop that. They can give it indestructible, but that doesn't stop Capture Sphere. Okay, for now, though, I'm going to attack with the Immolator, because if they want to block, I basically get a free kill on the Savior. I can just double cantrip. If they take it... Oops, I missed a point. I should have Capture Sphered now for an extra damage. Do I want to wait now or do it now? I'll just do it now anyway. Yeah, I just missed a point. I realized that like right after I clicked OK. So I attacked because if they blocked with the Weaver or double blocked, but basically just blocked with the Weaver, I would have just played Opt and Thrill. I'm still at 16. I could afford to take another hit for 4. They could sack the Savior, but I'd basically get a free kill on the Savior, so that would be worth it. If they took it, then the play was Capture Sphere the Tyrannodon like I did. I just should have done it in combat, and then I would have dealt them 1 more because of prowess. So all I did was just miss a point there. Okay, so if I attack with Immolator and they block with all 3, I can put these 2 first, pump, and then trade Immolator for Savior and Skimmer. That seems good. And if they block with anything else, like the Weaver, then I play my cantrips and get my free kill. So I think I attack with the Immolator, see what they want to do. Okay. I mean, they're going to get a 1/1 token, but at the end of the day, I'm just killing a Savior, basically. And I'm doing it just by playing cantrips. Actually, you know what I could do? After they sack Savior to save Weaver, I could then sack Immolator to kill Skimmer, which seems kind of worth it anyway. I'll draw land eventually. I'm going to bottom that and be greedy. And then they don't even get the 1/1. Right? Because they, like, it's not like, if I'm obviously going to pass here, and then they have to sack Savior, which they just went ahead and did preemptively, to give this indestructible. And now I could sack, take out Skimmer, by far the best creature in play, and then they don't even get the life in the 1/1 token. That looks pretty good. Okay, no real decisions here. Let's just start building the board. If they have a pump spell and they try and attack into the Enigma with the Watchdog, we'll get them good with Shock. If not, if they play a big creature, I'm going to want to Ghostlight that. For now, no real hurry to get Ghostlight in play. Just chill out a little bit. So our choices now are Turn to Slag or Ghostlight. We know they can sack Brontodon and kill Capture Sphere, in which case I might want to just bounce. Oh no, I can't bounce it. Spells on the stack or creatures, but not enchantments in play. I can't bounce this before they Brontodon the Sphere, because then they would just not Brontodon the Sphere. But after they Brontodon the Sphere, I'd be perfectly fine with bouncing the Pteranodon. Then it'll lose the read. So what do we want to do this turn? I don't really have great options this one turn. Might have to just pass and then unsubstantiate the Pteranodon on their turn. Like, I could turn to Slag the Weaver this turn to clear the way for the Ghostlight later. And then I could Ghostlight the Pteranodon next turn. That seems fine. And then I keep unsubstantiate as a trick. That looks good. No online poker. I've played in person at the Hard Rock a couple of times since they've reopened. Actually, a lot of times since they reopened a few weeks ago. But I don't really play online. It's pretty comfortable. Anytime we draw a way to draw an extra card, which we have a lot of, the Anima can get in. Like, Read the Tides. I think it's pretty much a no-brainer. There's no good target for bounce. We can't bounce the Pteranodon with the Ghostlight until after they sack Brownodon. We can't bounce Brownodon because then they just sack it. So for now, I'm just going to draw 3 cards, which triggers Anima. Happily trade. We're ahead in life. Plus, we have these double shocks to finish the game. You know, it's somewhat scary. I always wear my mask. I always hand sanitize and wash my hands. But, you know, at the end of the day, like, it's important to me to work. Like, obviously, I'm not, like, hanging out at the sports bars like I used to. I'm not, like, you know, going to see movies or anything, like, ridiculous like that. But it's pretty important to me to go play poker, given that is my primary source of income. Unfortunately, I don't have Shock up right now. That's kind of disappointing. Okay, so easy Ghostlight. Still have 2 up. We can bounce this Pteranodon. And then we can just play Jeskai Elder, take 3 one more time, I think, and then be prepared to win in the air with, like, Shocks and Ghostlight and Unsubstantiate and all of that. So first, though, let's Ghostlight, because if they do play Feed or something... Well, Feed wouldn't work because it would knock off the Rousing, but if they do have something, we want to find out. I'm going to play the Cliffs because... The 1 life, honestly, just seems like it has roughly as much value as the chance to discard this land to the Elder, and it's a tap land. Of course, if it was a mountain or an island, I'd probably just hold it. But since it is a tap land and it gains a life, and we're in a tight game, I'm just going to get it out. But if they don't have an answer to this Ghostlight, I mean, they're going to die pretty quickly. If they attack with the Watchdog, I can double block with the Magmut and the Elder. They cut off a ping a turn that way, which is nice for them, but they also trade a 3/3 Vigilance for a 2/2. So, let's see. I don't think they have anything, but it's certainly not impossible that they do. I mean, I could, like, unsubstantiate, shock them, attack with, like, everything, but that just seems unnecessarily aggressive. Right now, I have unsubstantiate protecting the Ghostlight, and they're dead next turn. So I don't think I need to push on the ground. I'd rather be able to use my tricks reactively. If they top deck like a removal for Ghostlight or a flyer, I can unsubstantiate and bounce their flyer into turn, or I can unsubstantiate and bounce my Ghostlight and just replay it. And I mean, they're dead next turn anyway. Shoot them to 6, shoot them to 5, attack to 2, shock, shock. And again, we don't need more than one ping here, so I'll go ahead and take a nice double block. I don't want to have to use Unsubstantiate. I want to use that to bounce a flyer or to protect Ghostlight. So I'm going to go ahead and chill. And there's the flyer we're going to bounce. As long as they don't have feet, we win. Guess there's nothing I can really do about that. Oh, I should have bounced it when it was on the stack, because they didn't have mana to recast it, and then they can't feed it when it's on the stack. That was kind of sloppy. I should have bounced it when it was on the stack, absolutely. Okay, I don't think they're going to have Revitalize, but just in case, since I have a second shock, I'm going to overload the shock first, because if they respond to that, I can shock them. Yeah, I should have bounced it on the stack. That was sloppy, because they can feed it when it's in play and not when it's on the stack. Most flyers, when they have that much mana out, I was going to have to bounce end of turn, because if I bounced it when it was on the stack, they would just replay it. You know, they have enough mana to play it twice. But Baneslayer, they didn't, so I should have bounced it when it was on the stack. Like, let's say they played like a 3 or 4 mana common flyer. If I would have bounced it on the stack, they would just recast it immediately, because it goes back to their hand immediately. So I wasn't thinking I was going to do that. I was thinking I would be bouncing my creature in response to removal or their flyer end of turn. But, again, my mistake. Baneslayer, they couldn't recast. Well, poker's always been ahead of streaming as primary income, I mean, for me. I mean, I hope someday to never play another hand of poker again and to only stream. I'd rather be here with you guys than hanging out at the casino. Thank you, Extra Mark. Appreciate the subscription. The very first thing I tweeted about in this format was don't play Duress. I guess Pac-Mantis doesn't follow me on Twitter. No, I don't play online at all. I did like a little way back in the day, but I haven't played online in 10 years. Best Duress ever? Yeah, I mean, they can take a 6-drop from my opening hand, but, I mean, good beats. The thing about Duress is, like, when it hits, it feels good, and it hits, like, 80% of the time. But those times, it's still just a 1-for-1. And then when it misses, it's just, like, devastating for you. Like, you're taking a mulligan when it misses, and when it hits, you're getting a 1-for-1. So, it's just like, you know, the times you hit are too bad to offset the value that is good from getting to pick a spell out of their hand, and you spent a spell to do it. It's like a 0.8-for-1. Yeah, that's a good way to describe it. Okay, so we're not going to do anything until we Wizardry here. Hopefully that resolves, because we don't have any other threats. But if it does, we have a handful of spells, including Thrill. So our Prowess tokens should put a hurting on the opponent. The information does not have a lot of value. Seeing the opponent's hand unlimited is just not particularly important. Nothing we could do there. If I respond to the Singer, they still play Lofty. It doesn't matter whether I pay 1 or 4 since I was tapped out. I mean, I could have killed it, but the thing is, I would have took 2 from the Protege anyway. The real problem is, I guess now I can't just kill it because they might have something. But if they want to keep leaving their mana up, and me too, that's not really bad for me. So, I mean, we can just see what happens. So now I'm going to attack and Thrill. Cycle away this mountain, see what else we're going to get into. I don't mind a race. I mean, I have Unsubstantiate, Frost Breath. Like my hand is built for a race. I don't mind people, like, leaving their mana up, attacking back and forth. Like, this is a game that, like, my hand is well qualified to play. If they go Protege in a turn, I think I'm going to kill Singer in response. I don't think they're going to have anything. I mean, they could have Grasp, but I doubt they're holding that. Did they have the opportunity to grasp my Immolator at any point? Just playing random people at the casino. I think I'll just let them attack back and forth for now. Like I said, if they don't do anything, I'm cool with that. If both life totals get low, that favors me. I have Frost Breath. Like, if they do anything expensive next turn, I can, like, unsubstantiate it, and then I can untap, like, shock, turn to slag, whatever. If they do nothing, I can just hit back for 2, pass back to them, and then Frost Breath their 2 creatures. Like, at the end of the day, like I said, I think like, trading blows favors me. Thanks, Robo Croaky. So that's a 2/3, cost 4. Yeah, it looks pretty good to bounce. I guess I can do it once it's in play this time. Okay, so we have Frost Breath for their turn if we want it. We have Shock for Singer. Well, they only have 2 up. There's very little they can do now, though not nothing. I think let's start by thrilling, because we have an island we want to get rid of, see what we get into. If they go for kill on the Immolator in response, we can always sack it in response and kill the Singer, so that works. If they play like a cantrip, then we can attack for 3 and then kill the Singer with it if we want to. I'll probably just shock the Singer and hit them for 4. I don't really want to give up my threat. I want to trade blows. That doesn't work, right? This is on resolution, right? So if I shock the Singer, then I can just pay 1 when the Lofty resolves. That's how it works, right? That's how I think it works. I'm just not 100%. Yeah, that didn't work for them. I could now sack this to kill the Protege, but I don't even think I want to. I guess I could switch gears. I am up cards, and I have another threat in Anima. Like, if I kill the Protege, they play Skimmer, I turn to slag it. But I'm hitting for 3 pretty much every turn, and they're only hitting back for 2. I am letting them loot away lands that are near dead now, though. This is a tough call, whether to sack the Immolator or not. I think it's worth not letting them loot. I know, because I have Frost Breath, I really didn't want to. But because this is a looter, though, and not just like a generic 2/3, I really didn't want to let them loot. So, of course, they play something with 6 toughness, just out of range. But that's okay. I'm going to play this now, take my hit for 4. Then we can use, like, Baron and or Frost Breath and swing the game back the other way. Thanks, Disciple. I'm happy if I can make you smarter. I don't know if it's possible or not, but at the very least, maybe give some good draft insights. All right, let's see. So we didn't draw blue, so we can't do Frost Breath and Baron. They don't have 2 flyers, so we're not that worried about getting attacked by just Skimmer, and Skimmer doesn't block anything. So this turn looks like a good turn to attack with Tome Anima, and then cast Baron, bouncing Kraken. I guess I die if they have, like, cancel. Probably should have played the Baron pre-combat just in case. I mean, we probably weren't beating cancel anyway, but you never know. I guess we got in 3 extra damage this way. Now they can't tap it. Why is Op to blow out? Op didn't do anything. Why can they eat it? Oh, they could have untapped? Well, then I would get to turn to slag it. So I could Frost Breath when they untap, or I could let him block and then turn to slag it. So they're certainly not eating it. But yeah, they probably should have untapped the Kraken, and then I would have had to Frost Breath, tapping down the Kraken and the Skimmer or something, or let them block it and finish it with turn to slag. Oh, I'm not saying they shouldn't have tried to do that. Maybe I just have nothing. They don't know I'm holding 3 spells. Wow. Okay, this plot just keeps thickening. So I can get back Unsubstantiate. Unsubstantiate the Kraken, hit for 2. And then they're facing the 6/6 and the 2/2. That's like the safe play. And then I have Frost Breath for the win next turn. I only die if they give +2/+2 to Skimmer. That's pretty hard for blue-black to do. This isn't the mutate format anymore. It is better to loop the Breath, but I'm 1 mana short. I could, like, Breath and then do nothing else with my other 3 mana or shock them. I think... Whoa, don't tap both my blue. Whose side are you on, Auto Tapper? I think this is the right play. This gets in 2 damage now, uses all my mana, gets a 6/6 in play this turn, and it ties up almost all their lands. The only real downside of this line is I died up 2 extra damage, but there's not a lot blue-black can do to +2 that Skimmer this turn. I mean, what cards even exist, right? Like Scythe and Short Sword are +1. Read the whatever is +1. The +1/+1 in flying. Like, there really isn't much. Yeah, +2/+0 enchantment black that people usually don't even play. Demonic Embrace, which is a rare, which you would certainly play. Demonic Embrace is a good card, but it's a rare. I mean, this way, if they draw another spell, they probably can't double spell. They just tap out for either Kraken or this card, and then I Frost Breath for the win. Pretty sure this is the right play. All right, let's find out if they got anything. Sorry, Pac-Man. Six and 1, not bad, not bad. Yeah, this has been a fun run through. I mean, like I said, aggressive formats aren't really my cup of tea, but I do love these blue-red type decks because you play all these, like, close tempo, grindy games where you have to switch gears. Like, me, Sam Black, and Pat Cox top 4 to Team Grand Prix last year in War of the Spark. And blue-red draw 2 was an archetype there, too. And I shotgunned our blue-red deck, like, both days just because I love playing with these decks. You're always, like, behind, but then you turn it for Xaxes if they don't have anything. Or you're playing aggressively, and then you switch gears and kill something and draw cards, and then switch to trying to win with card advantage before you were showing aggression. These are, like, my favorite kind of decks to play. The ones where, like, sometimes you're going offensively, sometimes you're going defensively and trying to draw cards, and, like, you're always trying to sneak in exactly 20. They're just so fun to play. Yeah, I love tight games, like, games where you're blowing the opponent out. Look, I like winning, but is that interesting? Is that fun? Like, I can't bring myself to really focus on lines when I'm going to win no matter what I'm going to do, or when I'm going to lose no matter what I'm going to do, or when I'm going to win if they don't have a sweeper, or when I'm going to lose if they do. It's these decks like this that play these games of inches that are like super tight that really get my head into the game and make me enjoy Magic the most. That's also why I like Limited so much more than Constructed. So much of Standard is like, let's find out if they have their sweeper, or like, you know, you keep playing power cards and whoever runs out first loses or whatever. Whereas in Limited, it's always, you know, there's a lot more good games, a lot more games of inches. Yeah, it was proliferate and like non-creatures and triggering like stuff, and it wasn't. I mean, calling it draw 2 is you're right, but I don't think we need to shock that because we're about to play a 1/3, which stops it. And I'm not even scared. Like, if I block and they feat and kill my 1/3, who cares? I can still shock it. Meanwhile, we can use shock later to turn on Jeskai Elder or something like that. So let's hang out for now, see what they do. Okay, and this works out really well. Now I can shock the Swooper on my turn, which means the Elder connects, and I get to loot away one of these lands I don't need. I like that. I'm going to hold the 1/3 back, since it's a good blocker against those anyway. So I'm going to do the same thing I did last turn. And then I'm going to shock the Wingmare here. And then if they go for... I guess they could tap the Elder now, but okay, whatever. That's not really avoidable. If they didn't, then I could attack with it, and that would be sweet. So I think now I just want to deploy my threats, and then I'll go to draw 3 cards, most likely. I mean, if I draw all threats, maybe I'll end up bouncing 2 creatures for the win, but we don't know whether we're going to draw lands or spells, but for now, I feel like getting ahead on board is kind of a free roll. This just can't work out poorly for me. I think we're actually getting far enough ahead that I'm going to attack now, even if it's to take 2 back, because then they won't have that up as a blocker. Yeah, maybe I should have attacked before shocking. Okay, so if I opt and read, this is a 3/4, so it trades with Enforcer, which is a decent trade, but it's not great. If I bounce 2, I will get a loot, and I have a land to loot away, but they will also just replay these, and that's not great either. So I think to start, I'm going to draw 3 cards. They don't have any flyers. Let me not be greedy and play a land, just in case they have that counter pay 1 card. Seems unnecessarily risky to get my draw 3 countered when I'm at 16 on this kind of a board. I think I'm going to attack with both now. The Elder's going to shrink to a 1/2. So if they double block and I trade it for just Enforcer, I'm okay with that. If they happen to make a mistake and block it with just Enforcer, then I get to eat it for free. But if I didn't have the opt, I wouldn't necessarily want to trade the Elder for the Watchdog, but I think I'm happy to trade the Elder for the Enforcer. I mean, I can only trigger it so much pre-combat. That is a tapper with this 2/1 out that gives flying to things. I think that was a good trade for me. Just a positive exchange overall. So I need to find Unsubstantiate or Baron if I can, so I can get this Ghostlight back. I mean, I could always just shock it. I think first I'm going to Thrill, see if I can dig up one of those 2 cards. No dice. So now I want to overload. That's going to get me a 5/5. Get back Reed and just play Magmud, I guess. I can take a hit in the air. I mean, I know they can give all these flying and stuff, but next turn I have Capture Sphere and Frost Breath. I can read and bounce the Ghost Light back to my hand and then replay it and bounce something of theirs, and life is good. I can afford the one hit in the air this turn. Yeah, the plan is to bounce it with Reed, but I was hoping that I'd be able to bounce it this turn because I have Unsubstantiate and Baron, and Thrill sees 2 cards. So I started by Thrilling. This way, if I found my 2-outer in 2 cards, I could do that this turn and not have to take a massive hit. Since I didn't, now the plan is to Reed next turn, bouncing Ghostlight and something. Okay, this trade seems positive. No need to have them be able to give everything flying for the rest of the game. So now we have 4, 7, 8, 9 mana up to, potentially. Doesn't look like we can do much besides bounce their creatures or draw 3. I would have bounced their creatures with Reed, but now that I top decked on Substantiate, I'd rather just bounce Ghostlight that way. And then I can use Reed to draw 3 cards. So this makes this almost scripted. So now I could read their creature in my Ghostlight, but I'd rather just get 3 cards. Arcanist is stopping Watchdog anyway. Draw 3 just seems considerably stronger than freeing up Ghostlight. That's not the creature I meant to cast. Immolator is, Turn to Slag isn't. Drawing 3 cards is gas. The whole problem with like these expensive draw 3s, even when they usually cost 5, is sometimes you're behind or in a tight race and they're just too slow. But making Read the Tides flexible like this is incredible, because when you're in a stalemate or an evenish board, you draw 3, and when you're racing, you bounce 2. So it completely removes the drawback. It's basically good every game. It's good in stalemates, and it's good in tight races. Yeah, Baron here is excellent. Now we can bounce Ghostlight, play Ghostlight, bounce Baron, or one of their things, whatever. Draw cards either way. I think here, Turn to Slag their flyer, because that's going to pump the Immolator, and then I'm just going to Baron my Ghostlight. I'll draw a card. I've got the Arcanist to stop the Watchdog. Bounce my own permanent so that I get to draw. And now I still have the Watchdog stopped by the Arcanist. If they like tried to dub it or something, I could sack Immolator. Okay, now I think I actually am just going to do that draw 2 cards trick I was telling you about. I don't really have much else to do. They're at 18, so if they block, I'll just Frost Breath like nothing or whatever, just eat their creature. I'd be happy to turn Frost Breath into a shock. If they take it, now the plan is Ghostlight my Baron, Baron my Ghostlight. Now I'll get to draw a card end of turn. Just build my own draw 2 a turn for 8 mana because they're still at a ton of life. And I could always use more cards. So what are we going to do this time? Now there's a flyer that's kind of worth killing. I think this turn I'm just going to take off from that and capture Sphere of the Wingmare and play Tome Anima. I kind of want to get the Tome Anima out since it can attack and block. So I might as well capture Sphere now so I don't miss damage. I guess I can also opt now. I still have enough mana for Tome Anima. I'm not really worried about triggering its ability. I can do that a variety of ways. Yeah, I'm not that close to decking, but I agree I want to be pressuring them. But remember, I can always switch and Ghostlight like their thing, and the Immolator's hitting for 4, the Anima's hitting for 3. Unless they like play Teferi's Tutelage or something, I'm not going to deck. If they mill me, I might deck, but I'm not going to have trouble closing this game before drawing 7 cards. It's really not that scary or that close. As long as they don't like mill me or something unexpected, I'm not worried about it. What I will do, though, is Ghostlight the Watchdog and not my own Baron. Again, the draw card trick was cool when we had less going, but now my hand is all spells. So we should be able to Wizardry end a turn, on tap, read, Frost Breath, whatever, win easily. Those 2 cards don't change anything. And unless they have Settle the Wreckage, they are dead. Not a bad little 7-1 for the first draft. And we climb into the top 100 Mythic. We'll see if we can make progress in the next 2. I'm going to go pour a glass of tea, and I'm going to jump into the next queue. Not bad for not playing our first, second, or third pick of the draft. I know the blue-red was flowing, but remember, I didn't open a blue or red card. I started out with a black card, a black-white card, and a red-white card, and then switched into blue-red, picked 4, pack 1. So, kind of got rewarded for staying open there.
Do you want the large tea or the one with less?
The one with less, I think, because that's the one that's already made. The other one I made this morning.
Okay.
Oh, I guess Rachel's going to bring me tea, so that's nice of her. She heard me talking about it. Maybe she's watching the stream. I don't know. So, second draft. Let's see. All right, Necromentia is some kind of constructed sideboard card. Not a card you ever play in Limited. Kraken's pretty good, but it looks better than it is. It's just a solid 6. It can dominate a board, but it's still a 6 mana 4/6. So I think it's a good card. I don't think it's any sort of like windmill slam. Hey, Zampa. Thank you for the subscription. Normally I read someone's whole name, but I figure you just want me to call you Zampa. Okay, Twin Blade Assassins is splashable. It's a gold card, but if you play green or black, it's pretty easy to splash that. Not that it's so powerful that you're just, like, really dying to splash it. Otherwise, I think Weird is better than Turn to Slag if you go red-blue, but of course Turn to Slag is better than Weird in, like, red-green or red-black or red-white. I think Twin Blade Assassin is the pick that makes the most sense here. I think it is the best card in the pack. And comparing a very splashable card to a double blue card is pretty close in terms of color requirements. So I think Twin Blade Assassins just makes the most sense there. It's a close pick with the Kraken for sure. Thank you, Inu Marie. Appreciate the subscription. Thanks for the great support. Yeah, so now I think it's a pretty easy Scythe. I was just telling you last draft about how I like this card more than Grasp of Darkness. I think Scythe is absolutely excellent. I think it is the best card in this pack. If I were green-white tokens, of course, Solidarity is busted in that deck, or Leafkit Avenger's excellent in red-green. But I think this is a single black card, following up a black-green-gold card, and it's the best card in the pack overall. I'm very happy to take it. I don't think it's a lot better than the 4/3 and the white card that gives all your stuff +1/+1. I want to be clear, but I do think it's the best overall. Thanks, babe. Yeah, so now, I mean, Sanctum can be good in Green Shrines deck, but we didn't get a Shrine either the first 2 pick. I'm not going to, like, go down that path, not knowing if I'm going to see Shrines. I like Replicator. It's pretty easy to get doubles, and 2/4/4s can be busted. But in a green-black grindy deck, I think you just make the safe pick and take Deathbloom Thallid here. I mean, it goes really well with Scythe. It goes well with Twin Blade Assassins. It wants to be in the same deck with Crypt Lurkers and other cards that synergize with these. I don't really see a reason to deviate here. So now I think there's a pick between 2 cards. If we knew we were 100% going to be black-green, I would definitely take Canopy Stalker. It forces a trade, which lets you draw cards with Assassin, which is good with Scythe. We could still go black-blue Reanimator or something, or black-red Sack, in which case the Vessel would be better. But I think here, it's not about the green commitment. It's about Canopy Stalker plays well with both Twin Blade Assassins and I can't say this word, and Scythe. So I think I'm going to take Canopy Stalker because of its synergy with Scythe and Twin Blade Assassins. I like Track Down, but I don't think it's great. It's an aggressive format. You don't really want to spend mana, like kind of smoothing your draw, but 2 mana to do that is pretty cheap. So, I mean, I don't mind having a copy or 2 of it in my green decks, but I don't think it's as good in this format as it would have been in a more grindy format, like, say, Theros Beyond Death. Okay, easy finishing blow here. I prefer the cheap removal to the expensive removal in this format. Like, I take Grasp over Blow, Shock over Turn to Slag, but Blow's still a good card. It's still 5 mana instant kill any creature, or Planeswalker. So, nothing here for black-green. We're pretty committed to black. We're only a little bit committed to green. Like, we're not completely committed to green. If we do go black-red, I think Augur's a pretty good card. Even though it's not as good in black-red as it is in blue-red, it still prevents flood. It helps you dig up stuff. Black-red tends to have plenty of instants and sorceries. So I'm going to grab that. Well, firstly, the gain life is a pretty big addition. I mean, if this trades with something, you gain 2, more creatures may have traded that combat. And then also, it just depends on how the formats play. Every format is different. Gaia's Protector was bad in Dominaria, but Dominaria was not about racing, was not about gaining life. Like, the life gain in this format is valuable. The forcing stuff to block is valuable. The creatures are smaller. That's just not what Dominaria was about at all. So clearly we are seeing black-red, but we kind of want to be green-black. So this is a tough pick between Pride Malkin and Dire Warmonger. I'm going to take Malkin, even though I feel like black-red is more what we're seeing in this seat. Our cards want to be green-black pretty badly. And the Warmonger is not as good as it looks. You don't, like I said, Trader's Greed is awesome, but it's uncommon. There's no common active treason in this format. So at black-red sack, like, you get some sack bonuses, but it's not like usual where you're stealing their creature turn after turn and then sacking them. You might not see a single Trader's Greed. It's an uncommon. Alright, so Truffle Snout here for our grindy black-green deck. So if we get a Rise again, I don't mind playing a Gloomsower. It's not that hard to cast a 7-drop in green-black where you have Llanowar Visionaries and stuff like that. But our deck has Removal, Canopy Stalker, Finishing Blow, Scythe, Malkin, so we don't really want expensive creatures in this deck. So it's Track Down or Sower. Think I'm going to go with the first Track Down over the first Sower. I like Truffle Snout just fine. It's not awesome, not horrible. I doubt we're going to end up playing red-green, splash black, but it's not impossible. We've got the Augur, we could splash Blow and Twin Blade Assassins, and we wouldn't necessarily lose much. I'm going to grab the Leafkin just in case. It's not something I'm planning to do, it's not something I'm hoping for, you just never know. If this was best of 3, I would take Sniper. This is an excellent sideboard card, but I don't like to main deck this card, so that means I'm going to take the Sage because it's a better main deck card. Looks like we tabled the Vessel anyway. I think Bad Deal sucks. If we go red-green, which is still possible, I don't think we're going to play Wizardry, though. That deck's not going to have too many spells, since green is mostly creatures. So I'm going to grab Indulgence. Just got to analyze the boards each time, Zampa. There's no hard and fast rule there. Like, the beauty of Magic is every game is different. You just got to do the math, think through what they could have, and decide whether it's time to be greedy or conservative, whether to be aggressive or to sit back. I try and explain what's going on in the given games when it comes up. Hopefully that'll help you. But there's no all or nothing, and there's no rule for determining it. Okay, so Soul Seer, clearly the best card here. But we're not red, but we do keep seeing red. I mean, red, green, splash, black definitely is an option. Finishing Blow is pretty good. I mean, it's obviously worse than Soul Seer. Fable Passage helps us splash, but we don't know that we need to do that. I feel like I keep letting the red slide, but I did that all of Pack 1, so we probably won't see it in Pack 2. And I mean, Scythe is really good. We do have good black and green. So I think we just want to stay the course. Easy Grasp here. For all the talking I did about Canopy Stalker synergy, it's not as good as Grasp. It's just better than usual. Now there's a bunch of cards I like. Crypt Lurker has good synergy with Scythe and with Vessel potentially. Visionary and Warden are both excellent. I think we want the Closer. I mean, this deck's pretty good at grinding and killing things. The curve isn't that high. We can always cut the Sage. So I think I'm going to grab the Warden because we don't really have plans for like a massive late game right now. Warden is just awesome. So I wouldn't mind a Rise again. It would let me play Vessel, which we might not do at the moment. But easy Twin Blade Assassin for our green-black deck. That's just a really good pickup. Pteranodon is like my favorite 2-drop. This, aside from like uncommons like Houndmaster that are obviously like broken, it blocks so well, and green has bigger creatures than the other colors, so you're more concerned about blocking than attacking when you're green. But then against control decks, it's not a dead card. It just starts attacking. Whether it starts attacking on turn 3 or turn 5, either way, it's a threat that they have to deal with. I love Pteranodons. I'll take like any number of them. Even if I'm not that good at turning them on turn 3, it's not that big of a deal. They can attack later. They can block in the early game. Okay, I'm going to grab our Rise again. It can be good. We'll just see if we get Crypt Lurkers or not. So now we have kind of an interesting pick. If I take the third Twin Blade, I cut the Sage, I probably cut the Rise again, and that's fine. I have some good removal. I can force trades with my creatures. Or I can take Carrion Grub, which goes well with Rise again, and then I play the Rise again in the Vessel and stuff. I think Twin Blade is just a better card. We're not a Reanimator deck. I'm going to plan to get rid of the Vessel and like the Sage, and I'll just cast my cards, right? There's no reason to have to do Reanimation synergy unnecessarily with this green-black deck. Well, I kind of want Jungle Hollow, but Canopy Stalker with all these Twin Blades is too good. If it trades with something, then I draw a card and gain 2. I mean, that's like build your own combo right there, right? And like, when you're drawing extra cards, what you really want is life so that you don't die. So the combination of Canopy Stalkers and Twin Blades and Scythe, this all looks pretty good. And then we have removal to make sure we don't die. We have 2 blows and a grasp already, and we're only in pack 2. Curve is medium. It's not that high. I mean, yeah, we don't really want more 5s and 6s, but we also have Grasp, Pteranodon, Thallid, Malkin, Snout. I'd say the curve, we just have to make sure we don't keep drafting too many expensive cards, but I don't think the curve is that bad. Yeah, good point. I don't usually play Steward, but with 3 Twin Blades, we can make them discard and then draw a card. You know, I don't think I've ever done that, but I think it's a really good point. So, I don't think we can switch to white. We're super half-half now. It's not like there aren't good cards for us. I mean, Finishing Blow and Twin Blade are great, but we do have this many 5s, 5 5s, and a 6. It might just be Pteranodon. All we have to do is not die with this power level. We can pump it with Malkin. Yeah, I think I'm just going to take Pteranodon, lock up the good early drop. I think that is the right pick. Cat Lord. Let's check our creatures. These aren't cats. Oh, these are. So if we turn these into 5/3s, maybe they eat something and live. That's kind of exciting. Otherwise, there's what? Deathbloom Thallid? Deathbloom Thallid is good. I think we just go with the Cat Lord. Still have the rest of the pack. Pride Malkin's a cat. Canopy Stalkers are cats. So we have 3 cats right now. And we have the rest of the pack to pick up another 1 or 2. And the synergy with Canopy Stalker and Feline Sovereign is really good. Okay, I think it's an easy Harbinger here. This is a nice top-heavy 3-drop that can trade up, force trades, trigger the Assassin. This puts them in the squeeze. If they let this through, I trigger it and draw a creature. If they block it, I get to draw a card off Assassin. Also, it's a 3-drop with 4 power to turn on my 2 Pteranodons. So that's just an excellent, excellent card for us all around. So I'm pretty sure we'd rather have Mauler than Oak in this deck. It's a cat. We also don't want to have to be attacking, and we don't draw extras until our end step, at which point pumping the Oak doesn't really help us. So this just looks like a pretty easy Mauler. I don't think our curve is too high that we need to take a 3 over a 4. We only have a couple 4s. We don't want 5s and 6s. We want to keep that down from here. But, I mean, I think we're good on 3 versus 4. Now we'll take an easy Truffle Snout. They can gain life against aggro decks. They can be a 3/3 against control decks. They kind of perform well either way. Really glad I wasn't greedy for once and we took that Pteranodon first pick, because we keep seeing good 3, 4, and 5 drops, but we haven't really seen good 2-mana cards this pack. So I am really glad we locked up that 1 Pteranodon. Alright, so let's see. Do we have things that put counters on things? Yes. Wait. It's probably a creature. Non-Hydra creature, yeah. So it doesn't work with Scythe. Works with Pride Malkin. Works with 2 Truffle Snouts. Mauler. Yeah, that's enough. I'm going to take the X creature. And I like it because we can play it on turn 2. And then we can, like, Malkin and give it its counter, or Truffle Snout and give it its counter. It can give us a 2-drop if we didn't draw one. I don't think we're going to need Vine. Short Sword's okay with those Pteranodons, but I can't risk falling behind like that. I'd rather just have Truffle Snout. The life gain is pretty powerful because our deck, you know, has a great grind game with these Twin Blades and all that. So now Mauler, Crypt Lurker. We want the ability to sack a creature to trigger the Mauler we already have and the 3 Twin Blades. But we also aren't doing the reanimation thing. We don't have a lot to sack. I think the Mauler is just a better card than Crypt for our deck. Maybe I'll play Cauldron. I don't know. Probably not. We gonna find all the truffles? That's alright. Take a lot of Truffle Snouts. Truffle Beatdown. Yeah, that's true. I should play the Vine with all the Twin Blades. Plus, it's a good early blocker. Like, I don't necessarily want to play Witch's Cauldron. It's a pretty bad card if you don't have synergy. But the Vine looks good. It can block early, and then I can just sack it and draw 2 cards. So let's see. This looks like a 17-lander. How much stuff do we have before turn 3? 2, 3, 4, 7, and then maybe to track down. So we want to try and cut expensive cards. So the Dilphosaur is an easy cut. As far as our 3-drops, the Truffle Snouts are the worst. They're good in our deck. They're just the worst of the 3s. So if we want to have like 6 or 7 3-drops, we can cut like... And that gets us to pretty much where we want to be. Now we got to cut like 1 more card. I think Mauler's probably the worst of the other cards in our deck. If we're not cutting any 1s, 2s, or 3s now, I think it's Mauler. I think the Steward's good. Just sack it, get a counter on a Mauler, gain an extra life with the Stalker, draw a card with the Assassin. It also triggers Scythe. I think I like Steward in this deck. We're weak to flyers. Gain a little life. Yeah, we're not great against flyers. I mean, we have some removal. Can be better to draw a creature than track down. I mean, I could cut track down if I play 17. Track down's a way to dig up lands to not lose to Mana Screw. Well, we still have to cut one if we play 17, which I think I want to, right? I can spend my mana okay in this deck. I mean, we could just cut track down, sure. This way we keep the Steward synergy with Maulers and stuff. Plus Mauler's a cat, and we do have the Cat Lord. I don't really love or hate Trackdown, but I do like a copy of it to help hit land 3 in decks like this. But I guess we have the Vine, and we are playing 17, not 16. Pestilent Haze is good in like Blue-Black Reanimator, but if you're Black-Green, it's not great. I mean, Green's creatures are bigger than Red and White's, but you still are killing your own creatures, and you're still a creature deck. Oh, it's bigger than usual today, because we got that generous giant raid from Reed Duke. Thanks again. Read the bones, read the tides, read the dukes. But as a whole, I hope it's an informative, nice place that people enjoy. I mean, that's the point of Magic content, is for people to learn and have fun. This deck is quite good, but I do think it's important to remember win-loss is always more correlated with draw quality than deck quality. So yeah, if we draw well, like we definitely stand a chance to get 7 wins with this deck. It's a good deck. But also, if things just line up poorly, we could just as easily go 2-3. That's the nature of Magic, and especially best of 1 Magic. So for now, I guess there's no real decisions. Just put out a 3-3. Sure, we increase the chance of land 4 for a 4-2 to turn this 3-3 on if we sack Vine. But then we miss putting a 3-3 that can attack and block itself into play anyway. And if we draw a land, we can still cast Canopy Stalker. And if we draw a Pride Malkin, that works too. Put a counter on the Pteranodon is generally better than putting it on the other 3-3, because if they kill the other one, if I turn that into a 4-4, then the Pteranodon sits here unable to attack and block. But if you put it on the Pteranodon, the only way they can shut off Pteranodon is by killing it. So they basically can't make your Pteranodon unable to attack or block. I don't have a block on a 3-3 this turn. That's fine. So now we can play Canopy Stalker. I do need something back to stop the Acolyte. So I guess I'm attacking with just Pteranodon. And then I have the 4-2 back, which I don't really want to have to block with, but I'm willing to. And then the Truffle Snout, which can stop the Acolyte cold and or trade with the Mirror. So Pteranodon can attack. And then Truffle Snout is like a backup blocker. The only downside here is they could double block, but it's a pretty risky double block. I didn't really expect them to do it. And it's not the end of the world if they do. It's just a slight trade down. Thank you, Ravy Davy. Appreciate that subscription. I grew up in Davie. It's just a suburb of Fort Lauderdale in South Florida. So they're going to do something. We don't want them to gain life turn after turn. The question is what? If they have feet and I block with just Truffle Snout, that's not great, but a double block doesn't work against feet anyway, because they're just going to give pro green. If they have Shore Strike and I double block, I get blown out. So I guess my only real choices are block with Vine or block with Snout. If I block with Vine, they gain 2, but they really can't use their trick, or they can kill Vine, which I'd be ecstatic about. If I block with Snout, then they get to use feet or Shore Strike, gain a bunch more life, and kill Snout. Normally I block with stuff like Snout in spots like this, because they can still use their card on defense, but I don't want the Acolyte to end up with a +1/+1 counter, because it has lifelink. If Basri's Acolyte was a 2-3 without lifelink, I would block with Snout and just let them use feet on it instead of on Mirror. But because it does have lifelink, I'm going to block with the Vine. This way, if they use feet on defense to kill one of my creatures, it's basically the same, except the +1/+1 counter ends up on a creature that doesn't have lifelink. Okay, any trade here is fine by me, and trading with a trick is also fine by me. So I'm just going to attack with everything but Malkin. I know I have a 3-3 to drop post-combat, as well as Vine to block and sack with, which can also fog lifelink for a turn. So this works out pretty well. Obviously, I'm not going to sack for 1 more life right now. I'll block sack. Yes, Faith Fetters is way better than Secure the Sea, and I don't even always play Secure the Sea. Like, if I have no removal and I have a control deck, or if I have a tutelage deck and I don't really care about giving them a 1/1, I'll play it. But as a whole, I think Secure the Sea is pretty bad, and I think Faith Fetters is excellent removal. So this is kind of why I played it the way I played it, right? Shore Strike was going to kill one of my creatures regardless, but they would have gained 3 extra life had we let them Shore Strike with the Acolyte. So all in all, I'm happy with all of those 1-for-1s. We're still prepared to close with Warden. I mean, they have cards in hand too, but a 5/7 is pretty tough to deal with, and even if they have the removal, we'll draw 2 more cards. How did I draw? How could I have drawn a card with Pteranodon? I don't see what is being suggested. Oh, it's a defender. I just completely missed that. Hit the punt counter. Who said that first in the chat? Was it Jimmy Plays? No, Yak Yak. Good job. Yeah, no, I just completely missed that. Hit the punt counter. Of course, once they gave this pro green, I was losing my Pteranodon and gaining nothing by letting it happen. I just forgot it was a defender because it was attacking. I absolutely should have done that. I just completely missed it. Alright, I kind of want to find a land here, so because I want to get the 5/7 going. So I want to sack Vine. So which one do I block? If I block the Acolyte and sack, they gain 0 and I take 3. If I block the Mirror and sack, I take 2 and they gain 2. I've got a life total advantage. I think I would rather me take 3 and them gain 0 than me take 2 and them gain 2. So I'm going to block the Acolyte. And this was good as far as the use of Vine, but I would have rather gotten a free card, took in a couple extra points of damage, and still had the Vine out. So I'm not like going to pretend like, oh yeah, I was going to block sack the lifelinker. That's why I didn't sack the Pteranodon. I just forgot the Pteranodon was defender and I could draw a card. I would have rather just drawn a card then and taken an extra couple points of damage. That was just a mistake on my part. Okay, I think for now we're just going to chill. I want to get an extra Twin Blade out. I don't really want to trade Twin Blade for Gadrick here. Gadrick's nowhere near attacking. So I think this turn I just play another Twin Blade and take the turn off. Then next turn I can Finishing Blow and draw a million cards and then pretty much golden after that. I'd rather draw 2 cards than 1. I'm going to wait a turn, Knowledge Sinkhole. Oh yeah, it's still a defender. It didn't lose defender. It can just attack as though it didn't have it, but it does. I just missed that. Good job, chat. Now I don't know what to do because we drew Mauler. I mean, I could Finishing Blow and draw 2 cards, but I could also just add Mauler and then I'll get counters and get more value. I've got, like, more removal spells. I think it's worth going for Finishing Blow now. I am drawing 2 cards here. And I do want to start attacking with the Twin Blades, potentially, too. And I can also get this Warden out if I draw a land. I wanted to get the extra Twin Blade out first, because that's a whole extra card I draw. I don't need a +1/+1 counter on the Mauler that badly. Ooh, that's kind of scary. Now they can bring back Gadrick as well as Prismite. Okay, so for this turn, do I just slam Warden, and then next turn I can attack with all the 5 power creatures? I could attack with the 2 Twin Blades. Doesn't seem great. They could, like, double block and trade or double block and take it. Think we just slam Warden this turn. Most likely next turn I'll attack with the 3/5 powers. And then I can play this for 1 or 2, depending on whether I draw a land, and Mauler. And then the Mauler will get a counter, and the Scourge will get a counter. Yeah, this only gives them counters on their turn, though, right? So even though they're only one artifact away from attacking with the Gadrick, I'm not planning to kill things on their turn right now. I mean, if they want to attack with the Acolyte, I might eat it, because then I'll just attack back for so much. But if they trade on my turn, they don't get the treasure tokens, right? I mean, Idol's not, like, it's only the one time you exile it. Like, if the Gadrick dies now, they don't get it back again. So I think I'm certainly attacking. The only question is, do I send the Twin Blades? Like, if I send the Warden, they have what looks like a profitable double block, except I'll draw 2 cards and get a counter on the Mauler. But I think I just send, like, everything. Except the Malkin, maybe. I mean, I only need so many more cards. My hand is 3 good creatures. And then post-combat, depending on how this shakes out, I can play Scourge for 6, and then next turn double Mauler. Or I can play Mauler and Scourge for 2, and then get a counter on it immediately from the Mauler. Actually, I guess I want to kill the artifact, so they're further from attacking. Who cares about 2 life? And then I think I just want a 6/6. Maybe I could have sent just one Twin Blade or just Warden, but they didn't have enough good double blocks on everything. That's kind of why I made the play I made. It guaranteed, like, one really good attack. Like, it's the same thing this turn, right? Like, they have a good double block on Warden or Scourge, but not both. So it's important to send both, right? Like, they can profitably double block one of these with Gadrick and Acolyte, but then they don't have a block on the other one. It was kind of the same thing last turn. I don't know. Should I have sent Malkin? I think the Malkin's still going to be useful, giving trample to the Scourge and the Maulers, potentially, when the dust settles. I think everything I've done this game was right. I mean, it's nice to get cards with the Twin Blade, but I really don't need them. The game's ending before I need to draw more cards, right? Like, look how much ammo I still have. The goal is not to win with way more resources than you need. Yeah, like, no point in getting card advantage if you're not going to use it. Like, they're super dead on board. Why would I need to draw another 3 cards now? What good would that do? Oh, yeah, no, I forgot about the one punt not sacking the defender. I'm sorry. That was clearly a mistake. I immediately said that was a punt. I'm talking about the lines over the past 2 turns. Like, I know trading a Twin Blade for an Onaka Ogre doesn't look great, but it wasn't frivolous. The reason for that was it denied them a profitable double block on the Warden, which was pretty important. If I don't send the Twin Blades and I send, like, just Warden, let's say, hypothetically, they double block it. I get to draw 2 cards, but then they kill Warden and just trade off their 5/4. I think pressuring them and sending everything was right. I'm not sure. Obviously, not sacking Tyrannodon was just a punt. I just forgot that was a defender and I could draw a card. I should have absolutely done that. Rank 69 is okay. I'd rather be rank 1, Michael Bolus. Yeah, if you're not going to send all in that spot, you pretty much want to send just Malkin, just to, like, deal 2 or draw or sack it and let them gain 2, because they'll block it with Acolyte, but then you'll draw 2 cards. I think sending all was right, because I had so much ammo in hand. Like, if my hand was, like, 2 lands and a Mauler, instead of Mauler, and Hydra, I would have made a different play. I wouldn't throw away the Twin Blades. I would try and grind value. I would send just Warden and trade it down and draw 2 cards. But my hand was like 2 4/4s that could even grow bigger, because the Maulers were going to be 4/4s. Whatever turn I played them, something was going to have died. And then an XX. So I really don't think I needed to milk Twin Blade value slowly as opposed to crashing in that spot. I think crashing was right. I know what 69 is spiffy. I'd still rather be number 1. Okay, let's start with the Steward, because maybe it'll attack or block once or twice on the early turns. I don't think we need to grasp that, especially when later on we might grasp with Mauler out or something. Let's just chill. Thanks, Victorious. So our choice now, 2-3, no cats in play. 3-3, they have a 1-3 out. Seems easy. 3-3 can attack past a 1-3. 2-3 Cat Lord doesn't actually do anything at the moment. Okay, so now what we can do is sack to the Steward to trigger the Mauler, assuming they don't like have block shock or something like that. In which case I can wait till a different turn. So first let's attack with the Snout. Assuming they take 3, I'm then going to sack the Steward and make them discard a card so I can grow my Mauler immediately. This is actually why we played the Steward in this deck. It's just a 1-for-1, but it triggers all of our Maulers and Twin Blades, and we have Twin Blades full of Sabertooth Maulers. 3 Twin Blades, 2 Sabertooth Maulers. Okay, so if I play this, Pro Dogs doesn't help me at the moment, but the Mauler will kill the Furious Rise if they take it. They could double block it, and then it'll trade with both. Other options are like, I can grasp the Ogre, and then hit for 7, and then the Mauler will grow. I think I want to just keep growing this Mauler. If they turn to Slag it this turn, they lose the Snare Spinner, because they can't cast that and turn to Slag. If I kill the Ogre, they don't have a 4-power creature out anyway. And even if they cast one and trigger the Rise again, they probably lose the Snare Spinner. So I think the right play is just to grasp the Ogre and attack. There's not really any need to be greedy in this spot. I don't really need to kill Furious Rise if I just keep growing this Mauler. I guess I might sack the Vine next turn for a counter on the Mauler and play this Sovereign if I draw a land, so I'm not going to sack the Vine. Because I don't need to draw a land badly. If I don't draw a land, I just play Sovereign next turn. Okay, so now, just going to attack with both. They're going to trade the Dilphosaur for the Mauler. I'll get a card off the Twin Blade, and we continue on our business. I'm not super happy about this, but I think it's better than finishing blowing the Dilphosaur, because I'm getting a card, and I'm just replacing 1/5/5 with a 5/4, and then I save the removal in case they play a big creature that I actually have to finishing blow that's bigger than my stuff. So I know it looks good to finishing blow the Dilphosaur there, but at the end of the day, I not only replaced Mauler with a creature roughly its size, I drew a card from Twin Blade, and then I preserved the finishing blow in case they play something bigger, or I need to do it to get an attack. So now if I finishing blow, attack with both, they chump, they go to 4, but then they have a 6/6, which could stop both my team. If I put out these two, then next turn I finishing blow the 6/6. What happens? I can attack with all 4. Life is good. They can eat a 3/3, but that'll just trigger Twin Blade. Or they can trade with Twin Blade and everything else is blocks and chump blocks. Yeah, we want to take this turn off and just drop our threats. Now, if they don't have land 6, they lose the Dreadmaw. If they do have land 6, they play the Dreadmaw. I'm just going to finishing blow the Dreadmaw and then attack with everything next turn. And if they want to put Snare Spinner on Sovereign so that they don't just chump block with Snare Spinner, Gnarled Sage has to trade with Twin Blade and they take 6. Or they can, like, I don't even know. They can, like, eat the 3/3, and then chump block the 5/4, basically life is just good. So all we did there was think one turn ahead, realize we had a good attack, a good alpha into the 1/3 and 4/4, in which case it becomes right to wait the turn. Remember, that's not even a chump. That's just a trade, and they take 6, and back to you, opponent. So they can't cast this Dreadmaw, or they'd be dead on board. They have to play 2 things, which might be possible out of their hand, but they're not going to blank my board. Sorry, Senior Stompy. I'm the beatdown. My cats vary a lot. Some are well-behaved and some are not. Lyra loves to bite and scratch me and just attack me. But Reptar and Pickles pretty much just always want pets. Yeah, not bad.
I just got a note that Lyra never, like, bites me or scratches me. So I think it's because Ben doesn't know how to respect her personally.
Rachel came in to defend Lyra's honor. It's like a summoning beacon. If I ever want Rachel, all I have to do is insult the cat. If I insult any one of our 4 cats in any way, Rachel will, like, emerge. She could be, like, in another state. She'll still emerge if I insult Lyra. What I said is true, though. Like, I won't be egging her on or anything. I'll just be sitting here drafting, and I'll have this little sharp pain in my leg, and it'll be Lyra biting or scratching my leg. And none of the other cats do that. Yeah, only 4, I know. We'll get 4 more soon. It's funny you joke, because we live in an apartment, but, like, if we ever end up with, like, a house, we probably will end up with, like, 10 cats. Yeah, to be clear, since M21 has kind of, like, a cats vs. dogs theme, this is a Team Cat stream. I like dogs, I'm not anti-dog, but Team Cats all the way. Alright, another fine hand. 3-lander on the play. We need 1 more. I mean, the best draft deck I had in the format was Pawblade, but I'm still a cat lover. Thank you, COD84. Appreciate that subscription. Birds, those are the things that cats chase around. No, I'm just kidding. I don't like to see birds terrorized, but I also don't think birds really make sense as, like, house pets. I mean, if you have, like, an animal sanctuary or something. Okay, so I'm going to lead Truffle Snout. We're on the play against a white-green deck here. There's no reason to think we're going to need it for life. Hopefully we'll draw land next turn. Then we can start trading Stalkers for their creatures and getting counters on Mauler. Okay, that's good. I can't provoke a block, but I'm going to attack. If they attack back, that's fine. And then next turn, I can get them with Canopy Stalker. If they have something big out, I'll trade it and grow Mauler. If they have something small, I can Malkin the Stalker and then maybe eat like a 2/2. Most likely, they're not going to have exactly like a 2/2 on tap, so I'll probably just end up trading Stalker off. But that gets counters on Mauler and I gain life. It's not bad for me. So I'm not going to block. They might have feed or growth or something. I don't really care. Either way, I'm just going to hope that they tap out for like a 2-power creature. If it's a 3/2, then I can't have the Stalker live even if I Malkin it. But again, we can trade. I gain 2 life and the Mauler grows. Yeah, birds just need space to fly around and stuff. Like, they don't want to live in a little cage. Like, I'm not saying I'm, like, some kind of, like, you know, pet psychologist. But cats and dogs are like land animals that like some companionship, and a house or an apartment is a pretty big place for them. They're pretty small. Like, I just think, like, logically it makes some sense to have a cat or a dog as a house pet. I don't think it makes a lot of sense to have a bird. But I'm not dissing. Like, if you have a bird and you treat it good and you love your bird, like, that's fine. Like, whatever. But I'm just saying, like, personally, I don't know. Just in my head, that's what makes sense. Okay, so they probably have some kind of a trick. Because remember they attacked their 2/2 Scourge into my 3/3 Truffle Snout? I don't think that was just a bluff to get in 2 damage, right? So what I'm going to do here is attack with Truffle, and then if they block and play a trick, the Mauler will grow. And I'm cool with that. I'm cool with sacrificing Truffle Snout for their trick, but what I don't want to do is sacrifice Mauler for their trick. Because Mauler's going to be a 5/5 after this turn. And growing. I have a Vine that can turn it into a 6/6. So if they take the 3, I'll sack the Vine to put a creature in the yard to grow Mauler, and I'll play, like, Canopy Stalker if I draw a land, Malkin if I don't. If they block the Snout and use their trick, then that will grow the Mauler for me. And they didn't block. And yes, I know I have Pteranodon, but I'm not going to sack it. It's going to be able to attack or block. I have all 4 power creatures. So I'm going to sack the Vine now, because I'm going to get a counter on the Mauler for the turn. And if I draw land, I can still play Stalker. If I didn't draw land, then I would have played Pteranodon or Malkin. Probably Malkin. But this way I don't miss out on a counter on Mauler for the turn. And I would have been happy if they would have ate Truffle Snout, but I didn't want them to eat Mauler. Mauler's a much better creature than Truffle Snout. Okay, well that went as badly as possible. Now they have 2 creatures bigger than my team, so I can't really attack. Yeah, I mean, I didn't really expect end of turn Surge on tap Dreadmaw. So what do we do? I mean, I have to just put out my own creatures, I think. If they attack, I have a fine double block. Yeah, we have 2 finishing blows. We could draw into or grasp. I think the counter goes on the Pteranodon because I want to double block Dreadmaw with Pteranodon and Truffle Snout. And then I only lose 1. So I think that's the counter. Okay, well that's interesting. So now if I lose a creature, I get a counter on Mauler, and I get a card. But if I attack with all 3, or all 5, something has to block the 4/2, and then they block the 5/5. They take 9, they're down to 2. But I lose both and they lose neither. Or I can send, like, just Malkin or something. And then I'll get a card and a counter for the Malkin. Yeah, I'm going to send at least Malkin just to get a card and a counter. Because, like, if I draw Finishing Blow, it's so much better than a 2/1. I do want to sack this to get a +1/+1 counter and a card. The thing is, if I alpha, they take 9. Assuming they don't have anything, they have 2 creatures to my 4, and they're at 2 life. I could die on the backswing, but I have a 5/4 to chump with if they attack with both. I think it's right to just send everything. Yeah, they top something, but you're topping any spell at this point. As long as they don't have, like, a Swift Justice, this attack's really good. If they have a Swift Justice, it's really bad, though. Because if they don't, like, have Lifelink or something like that, I mean, they now have to stop 2. They have to stop 2 creatures, and even if they can, it creates a stalemate, right? Swift Response, not Swift Justice. Yeah, Swift Response is what I meant. Well, that works, but Grasp gets me out of that. So, just gonna go for it. They're dead if they don't have anything, and they didn't have anything last turn, and they probably tapped Gaggle Master, so they should be dead. I mean, they had turns where they didn't really drop anything. Because you never know what you're going to draw still got outs. Like, for example, I was drawing a card end of turn and drawing a card for my draw step. Imagine I draw a land and I draw the Hydra I drew. Then I wouldn't be able to play the land that I was holding and the land I drew. So the Hydra would be 1 smaller. So that's why I played the land to empty my hand. Because I was drawing 2 cards. When you're only drawing 1 card, you know that if you draw a land, you can just play a land and hold 1 land and you can't get punished. But when you're drawing 2 cards, you might want to, like, have that land in play and play a second land and use all your mana. Yeah, Alpha means attacking with everything. It's after Alpha Strike. I don't know, I know Alpha Strike's like military or something. I don't know. I don't know where that came from. I don't know the origin of the term. But that's what Alpha means. I do think all the colors and color pairs are draftable in this format. I haven't found myself going blue-green very often. But I did lose to somebody in the chat here, I don't know if they're still around, who had a nice blue-green deck earlier who beat me on stream. I do think you can play anything, but overall I do think the aggressive decks are best. I like blue-red a lot, I like white-red a lot. But, green has good commons and good tools, and then the green creatures are bigger than the little white and red aggro ones. If there's, like, a weaker combination, I would say, like, black-red sack didn't really get, like, it needed a common active treason. But then, black-red has all the cheap removal, so you can just prepare with, like, Shock, Dragonfire, and Grasp to play grindy black-red. Yeah, I agree red-black sack is not really that much of a thing, but red-black grindy, you get all the cheap removal to stop the aggro decks. And I'm trying to get number 1 Mythic. I don't know if it'll happen or not. I mean, it's not going to happen today, but if we keep winning at this rate, maybe it'll happen tomorrow. Okay, 3-3 is bigger than 2-2. They can ping us, but we're not really afraid of that. Maybe we'll get better options to grasp. Maybe we won't, but we can wait a turn and a half, and then make that decision. So, do we want to play Scourge as a 2-2 now? Probably not. We're not really going to be able to get a counter on our Mauler next turn. I'll just grasp. I'll actually just grasp that Magma now that they already pumped it when they ping me. Well, they didn't ping me. That was weird, but we'll see what else they're up to. Well, better yet, we'll grasp that, and then the Hunter's Edge will fizzle. We're killing a 2-1 instead of a 3-3, but we're also keeping our 3-3. Okay, sadly we can't attack because we would love to trade and then grow Mauler, but we're still just going to cast Mauler, get it out there. Not really worried about the ping for 1 a turn. We're still at 20, and we're a creature deck. It's not like we're playing that, like, deck them deck, clear the mind or something. They can ping me a few times with this before the game ends. No big deal. I don't know what they have, but I'm very happy to trade Tyrannodon for this Magma. So I'm just going to block. If they trade, cool. If they use a trick, cool. It's not like it sticks around. If they want to play Titanic Growth, okay. I guess it's not horrible for them. I take some trample and all that, but I'm happy to work through that trick. So now a 4-4 is bigger than both their creatures. So I think what I'm going to do is attack. If they take it, I'm going to play the Scourge as a 4-4. If they block, I'll play Twin Blade and draw a card. So we're pretty happy either way. If they kill it and get me for 6, I can't really afford to let them connect anymore. But they're down to 1 card in hand. Maybe it's Turn to Slag or Soul Seer, or Hunter's Edge. Maybe it's not. And I can always switch gears if I need to. But if their last card doesn't do anything, the 4-4 stops both their attackers, so life is good. Yeah, I don't really like the sounds on. Okay, so what happens if I attack with both? If they trade with the Mauler, I play my Twin Blade and draw a card. If they double block Scourge, I Finishing Blow 1, eat the other. If they take both, I can post-combat just drop Canopy Stalker, which I think is better than dropping Twin Blade, because Canopy Stalker I'll happily trade for one of these if they attack back, and then I'll gain 2 life. And this could also force them to block next turn and trade, which will be great for me, because it'll trigger counters, cards, etc., etc. So basically, trades are good, so I'm attacking. Even though it looks like Mauler that could grow for a 3-3 that can't, this is pinging me, but more importantly, I'm going to draw extra cards. This is a round and even trade. Maybe it's an ever so slight trade down, but I don't mind an ever so slight trade down if it comes with draw a card. It's not like we're taking the turn off to put an enchantment out. I mean, this is a 5-mana 5/4. Okay, no decisions here. That's the kind of card you save your finishing blow for. Kill it now so we get cards. Attack with both, drop fine. Life is good. This turn is easy. This game is over. And looks like the opponent agrees. So let's see. They have to block both of these, and both of these have 4. So whichever one I put the Scythe on is going to live. So would I rather get counters potentially or draw cards? I'd rather draw cards. So what I'm going to do is put the Scythe on here, attack with both. Now they have to block one on each. So they're going to lose both. I'm going to lose just the Scourge. And again, life is good. Hi, Dr. Smiley. It's going well. We're crushing so far today, running really hot. I mean, it looks easy when you're drawing well. You know, I don't draw a good mix of both colors of my mana and not get flooded or screwed every game very often. I mean, that's been happening a lot so far today. It doesn't happen every day, as you know if you watch my stream. When you have good decks, both that blue-red and this green-black have been very good, and you're drawing well, then it looks easy. But at any point, I could stop drawing perfectly and then lose 2 of the next 3 games or whatever. I mean, my deck here isn't nuts. I mean, it's good. I have 3 Twin Blades and all that, but, I mean, I only have 1 Grasp. Most of my creatures are just average common playable creatures. I think this deck's like, you know, a 6 or a 7, but I don't think it's like a 10 by any stretch. It's a smooth deck. Like, I've got some removal, I've got a good curve and all that, but the power level could be much higher than what I have here. I mean, it's not like Twin Blade is some broken card. Twin Blade is good. It's a 5-mana 5/4 draw card most of the time. But, you know, it's not like busted or something. Yeah, I mean, this one should go up within a day or 2. The only reason there wasn't a YouTube video yesterday or whatever was because I didn't stream yesterday. It ain't no Oko, but what is really? Another pretty good hand. We're on the draw. Hopefully we won't flood out too bad. Oh no, we're on the play. Great. So playing Forest there was a mistake. We don't have any green. You can't hit Punk Counter unless I draw the Grasp, in which case then I'll allow it. But I do have Grasp and no double green cards. So you should lead Swamp with this deck, because if I draw Grasp, I'd want to be able to cast it. Okay, I'm going to put out the Thallid over the Snout, because if they have removal up, I'd much rather them kill the Thallid and me get a 1/1 than kill the Snout. Plus, in the late game, there's some consideration for gaining 4 life if we end up in a race or something like that. Okay, I'm going to attack because this is a favorable trade. It helps clear the way for bigger and better things, and I net a 1/1, and these 2 creatures are basically the same size. I don't really have stuff that punishes that 1 toughness. And now this is the synergy. Canopy Stalker will force a trade with whatever they play, and I'll draw a card with Twin Blade. 4 mana 4/2, not good. 4 mana 4/2 draw a card, quite good. So they have to block the Stalker so we can send both. No real decisions here. Happily trade Stalker for Swooper if I wasn't getting a card, and the fact that I am getting a card just makes it great. I need to stop drawing lands at some point if we're going to win this game, but what are you going to do? So I'm going to attack with both, because if they block the 1/1, I'll draw a card, and I would happily sack the 1/1 to draw a card. I don't need the Twin Blade back to block the Adept. I'm going to play Warden. So, of course, the Twin Blade is an obvious attack here, but the 1/1 is a little bit less obvious. But I sent that because if they want to eat it, they can. but then I'll draw a card. And I would happily sack this 1/1 to draw a card. And if not, the 1/1 does a damage, and I didn't need it back to block. Okay, no real decisions. Again, sending everything. If they have a trick, they can kill Twin Blade. Good beats. I'll deal my 6, play another Twin Blade, and draw a card. If they don't, if they want to eat the 1/1, then I get my card that way. We're in no danger of dying this turn from 19, so obviously we're going to play Twin Blade number 2 here. Sack that Sapperling for 2 cards. Don't mind if I do. Again, I should have left black up for Grasp. I mean, this time it was the auto tapper, but if I was thinking ahead, I could have done that. Yeah, I would have attacked with all, even if I didn't draw second Twin Blade. Because one, I would sack the 1/1 for 1 card anyway. And then also, if they have a trick, they're going to block and eat Twin Blade, and then I get an extra point of damage. So either way, I would have sent them all, yeah. Okay, so they're going to have to block all 3 creatures. I'm not going to Finishing Blow and have them, like, play, like, Feat of Resistance. I'm just going to let them block and use their tricks and stuff, and then I'll use Finishing Blow for a blowout. I would say I'll use Finishing Blow for a Finishing Blow, but this is a Ben S stream, not an LSV stream. So I'll say that I'll just use Finishing Blow for the blowout, and if they want to make a double block and a chump or whatever, I'm cool with that. So right now they're taking lethal, so no reason to do anything. One of the few rules in Magic that you never break: if you're presenting lethal, you pass to the opponent. If they do something, then you can go and do something. If they do nothing, then you win. So, but I know with 3 lethal creatures out and them having 3 creatures, it's tempting to Finishing Blow pre-combat. But of course, if the opponent was tapped out, I would. But what if they, like, Feat in response? Now they have a pro-black creature to get them through the turn. Like, I can just attack with all 3. If they triple chump block, I'm going to win anyway. If they double block, chump block, and play a removal, then I use Finishing Blow on the double block. And then the end result is I'm through their removal. They lose all of the 3 of their creatures, and I still have 2 of mine. On the other hand, though, like I said, if you just lead Finishing Blow during your main phase, and they have, like, Feat, now I don't even have a good turn. I might not even have a good attack at all, or maybe I send, like, 1 green creature just for a trade. So, no need to be excessively greedy when you're winning by that much. Send your 3 creatures, let them triple chump, or let them, like, double and use a removal on the 3rd, and then you can break up the double with Finishing Blow, and it's just a great turn. With a rare board wipe, yes. I'm not that concerned about a rare board wipe. I'm even drawing 2 more cards at the end of my turn on that turn, Nepalstra. Now, if there was, like, a common board wipe, maybe not. Okay, this hand doesn't have any swamps, so definitely a way to lose, but I'm not going to mulligan this. We're on the play. We can go Scourge into Snout as a 3/3. So that looks all right to me. Even though it's not exciting to put out a 1-mana 1/1, it's going to grow to a 2/2. And then we have lots of other things that get counters, like those cats. They can get counters turn after turn. The Maulers that I just named. I'm glad I'm still Psychic. It would be disappointing if I lost my Psychic powers. I couldn't think of its name, so, I drew it. All right, let's see. So, if I trade the Scourge for it, I keep the 3/3. Mauler gets a counter. If I trade the Snout for it, this grows to a 3/3 when Mauler gets its counter. So, Scourge is a little bit better than Truffle Snout for me, but I get an extra damage now, and I really want the trade. So, I think I'm just going to attack with both and let them decide which to block. It's not like I'm some kind of counters deck. The only way I was really going to get more and more counters on that was with these Maulers end of turn. And who knows if the Mauler's going to live. This way I get my trade. I now have 2 creatures that can attack into their empty board, basically. And they take the extra damage now. I think that's fine. So, I'm going to attack with the Snout, but not the Mauler. Demonic Embrace comes back from the yard, but it's a pretty heavy cost. They lose 3 every time. So I don't really want to trade with the Embrace frivolously. Now, if I trade off the Snout for it, this grows to a 5/5. It's a tougher creature to deal with later. But I'm not going to let them... So if I attack with both, they trade with Mauler. They're really trading off with a 5/5, because this would grow. If I attack with just Snout, now they're either trading off with a 3/3 here, and I'm growing this to a 5/5, so I'm only losing 2 power and toughness, or I get in the 3 damage. So I feel pretty confident on this turn that the right play is attack with just Truffle Snout there. Okay, so now if I attack with both, they have to block something with Canopy Stalker, which means they don't have a double block on Mauler. And then, post-combat, I lay the Assassin, I draw a card, the Mauler grows, life is good. So now it's easy peasy, no decisions. I'm not that worried they're going to kill something on their turn and make a zombie. Like, they'd have to have, like, exactly Grasp. I'm not going to pass up drawing cards. Like, if they Finishing Blow, they're not getting counters. I'm not, like, that scared of Devotee when they're on their back foot, because creatures aren't dying on their turn, aside from literally Grasp of Darkness. That's, like, the only card. They can't cast Eliminate. They can Finishing Blow, but then they can't pay 2. Okay, and again, life is good. Just going to Grasp away the bigger of the two. It doesn't really matter which. They have to block with the other one. And if they have Alchemist Gift, they can Death Touch either one. Good stuff. And then, of course, add Tyrannodon, draw a card into turn, grow the Mauler into turn. Life is good. Yeah, well, I mean, 7-1 into 6-0, so we're sprinting up the ladder on this hot streak. Well, I do have 3 of them, Schooler. Well, I mean, I'm not going for number 1 today. I'm definitely doing just one more draft after this and playing it through. I mean, if I win the next 8 games, I'll probably be number 1, but that's kind of ridiculous. I'm not expecting to win this game and then 7-0 again or whatever. But maybe if we finish strong, maybe tomorrow we'll have a legit shot. I mean, you always have to run hot, you know what I mean? Like, you know, even if I have a normal good day, like, you don't climb that much. Like, when you're, like, number 8 and you go, like, 6-3, 7-2, 3-3, you finish, like, number 12 or whatever. And that's, like, a very good record, you know? Top 1,200, I think. But yes, Iblis. Well, here's the first bad hand. We gotta mull this. Even though we're on the draw, I'm not gonna keep the 1-lander. Well, looks like they had enough of us winning. Wizards decided to doom switch us. I don't blame them. You gotta stop me any way you can. So we're gonna keep this. I think I'm gonna bottom Forest because we're on the draw and we don't really want to put back any spells here after mulliganing, and we can sack Vine to help find lands anyway. Hey, I don't blame Wizards. You gotta stop us one way or another, right? You can't just let me 7-0. Might never lose a game if you don't mana screw me. Alright, no real decisions here. I gotta sack the Vine, try and dig up lands. Sovereign can kill Rousing Reed Duke. Sadly, we can't cast Sovereign. because I bought him that third forest, but we've drawn 4 cards since then, so I was kind of gambling on drawing 1 land and 4 cards. So now that's not a cat, so pumping it doesn't get it in, but this is an X creature that can be bigger later. I think we want to try and get the cat out so we can at least threaten the Rousing Reed. I don't expect this to not get countered and not get killed, but you never know. It's not really an all or nothing thing. I mean, obviously you just want to value cats higher if you have the Sovereign, but as a whole, a 3-mana 2/3 is not playable. A 3-mana 2/3 that, you know, when it hits, destroys an artifact or an enchantment is medium. Okay, I think I'm pretty clearly going to block with this Pteranodon, and that's it. I assume they can definitely play 1 more spell. Maybe they can play 2, maybe they can't. So, no real choices. Now I'm going to attack, because if they take it, I get to kill the flying off that thing and then play the Scourge. If they chump, then I kill a creature with it, which is the best it could do anyway. Goodbye, Rousing Reed Duke. Yeah, Wizardry's a cool card. I do like the design of Goblin Wizardry. I value these very highly in my blue-red prowesses. In fact, I value Arcanist highly just because I value Wizardry highly, and playing turn 3 Wizardry is incredible. So we're dead to 1 more spell. And there it is. 3, 6, 8, yep. Hey, they gotta stop us somehow. I don't blame them. No, I don't think blue-red is too strong. I think blue-red is good, but I think any good draws out of good decks can beat any blue-red out of a good draw out of blue-red or whatever. I think it's tier 1, but I don't think it's too strong at all. Not cool, Queen Old Fart. I don't blame them. They wanted to see the 7-0. I couldn't deliver. I take Shock over Wizardry. But I do really like Wizardry. I think Shock might be the best common. I mean, Grasp is better for 2, but also it's black-black, so it's hard to cast in the early game when you want it the most. But this is like a very tempo-y kind of a format, and I really like Shock. This time we've got the slow start, but we're not screwed at all. And we're on the play, so obviously I'm not going to mull this. Hopefully we'll draw some spells. Thank you, the Bro Dizzle. Appreciate the sub scrizzle, my nizzle. Faux shizzle. So what are we going to put out here? Canopy Stalker or Mauler? I think white is the best common with Acolyte and Feet. Red is not far behind with Dragonfire and Shock. Canopy Stalker will trade and gain life. Don't know if we're going to be able to turn on Twin Blade on my turn. Let's see. I don't know what to play this turn. Does it make more sense to play Stalker or Mauler? Guess Stalker. I do want to trade, and I do want to prevent the battalion from growing. But I also like that later in the game, the Stalker can force them to block and then trigger these cards for me. But I guess I'm looking to win this game with Warden. So I'm looking mostly to just trade and prevent things from getting out of hand over the next turn or two. And then hopefully I can win the game with the 5/7 Vigilance. Okay, no big deal either way. Now I can lay Twin Blade, which is bigger than their creatures, so it's not really that bad a turn cycle. Like, they get in a few points of damage, but we still have plenty of life right now. So, what happens if I block Immolator? They can't, like, damage on stack and then sack. I mean, they could, like, just play a spell, but, I mean, if it's feet, I kind of got to work through that. If it's, like, shock or something, I 2-for-1 them. I'm definitely not going to block Battalion. Because the block on Immolator is good, unless they, like, it forces them to do something. Revitalize would be kind of awkward. I mean, I'm not killing creatures on my turn anytime soon. I think I just block. It's probably just feet. But, like, if it's not, like, feet or thrill, if it's, like, shock or scorching dragonfire, I 2-for-1 them. And if it is feet, like, I don't love it, but I kind of got to work through that, I think. I don't want them to still have that for when they block Warden. Planning to try and stalemate this game with Warden, and then if I draw an instant removal, then I can attack, and they can't, like, double block. And I have 2 finishing blows and a grasp. Like, I'm not that unhappy about that. Obviously, I would have greatly preferred it with Shock or Dragonfire, because this Immolator would be dead. But, I mean, if they had feet, I was going to have to trade. I was going to have to work through it. Well, they killed it. Oh, but I might just be dead. Is that Xaxes? Yuck. 4, 7, 9. Yeah, they got me with Xaxes. Boo. This is what happens. We start talking about how great my record is, and then there's the kill switch. I blame you for this, chat. At least now that a few viewers left, it actually is the year I was born, 1921. At least that's how it feels, being a Magic Pro and being my age. Your apologies accepted, Draken. Well, it's not your fault then, Bone Reaver. Everybody else's, though. No, I know. I think we did everything right that game. You know, I didn't mind the block and losing the 5/4. I wasn't going to kill any creatures on my turn. I just wanted to slow them down. If they didn't have that last card, the 5/7 could have still stalemated the board. If I drew an instant removal, it could start attacking. I don't think we did anything wrong there. It is what it is. So do we want to use 2 mana and play Scythe or 1 mana and play Steward? We really want to be mana efficient with this hand. I mean, we're taking damage we don't take if we play Scythe. But next turn we spend all 3 on Harbinger. And then we still have moving Scythe, equipping Scythe, playing Steward. And if we draw a 4-drop, we're going to spend all our mana on that. I think I'm just going to be mana efficient here. Kind of unfortunate we didn't have the steward turn 1, of course. But I think that it's right to use 2 mana instead of 1 at the cost of taking 1 point of damage when our hand is all spells and no lands. I'm 1 year younger than my grandma. I mean, older than my grandma, who's still alive. She's like 98. Pretty incredible. Born in 1922. Shout out Grandma Alice. Alright, let's see. So if I grow this to a 4/4, it stops their team if they don't have anything. If they do have something, it's pretty bad for me. But, this scythe will grow. I still get to put out the steward here. It's not actually that bad. And, I mean, since I didn't draw land, I'm looking to stalemate any chance I get and just prolong this game. If I attack, they can double block with Hollow Blade in, like, the 1/3. I mean, the scythe will grow, but that's not really a good trade for me to make them discard a card and kill a near irrelevant creature. If I give this trample, I'll get to trigger it even if it trades, and I have Pride Malkin. And there's no reason to think they necessarily have anything here. So for now, I'm just going to take the 4. Obviously, that creature's annoying. What does their double block look like now, though? Not good, right? Like, if I Malkin this, like, right now they could double block with 2/3 and a 3/3, but if I Malkin it, the only way they double block it is with both of those, so they basically can't. The only problem then is I don't have it up to block, and I'm tutoring up creatures, which I don't really need at the moment, because I need lands. Not that I'm going to mind having extra creatures in hand. This doesn't dig up permanents, just creatures or planeswalkers, right? Garruk planeswalkers, we don't have any of those. But the Malkin is okay. I mean, the Malkin and the Steward can double block Acolyte, or the Malkin can jump in front of the Hollow Blade for me for a turn. And I don't mind getting low, because I have Truffle Snout to gain 4 now. So I think this works out pretty well. Their choices are now double block with the 2 real creatures, and then the side grows, or take a hard hit, and I get to tutor up another creature. So I feel like this is pretty solid. So they went with double block. Again, totally reasonable. We don't get to trigger it, but we kill both. And then our scythe grows. I think that's a pretty good exchange for me. No way I'm sacking the steward. I'll put the scythe on it and then sack it, get another counter on the scythe. So with this much life, no reason to block the Hollow Blade yet. I can always block it later. I can put Steward here because if they have Skeleton Archer, they could always ping the Malkin anyway. And if they have like a pump spell, who cares? No consideration for that, because I'm going to sack the Steward anyway to get a counter and get triggers. I don't think there's much upside in growing the Steward. Steward's not good, but it is good if you're sacking it to get a counter on your side and your Mauler. Okay, so Pride Malkin's a cat. We still didn't find a land. I'm hoping to find one soon. I guess for now, if I scythe on the Steward, sack, and then move scythe over to the Malkin, it's big enough to stop the Lurker. I just take one more hit for 4. Or I can, like, snout and gain 4. That doesn't look great. The only thing I don't like about the scythe play is I strand a mana. I could play Sovereign, and then the Malkin can jump in front of the Hollow Blade, but then I don't even have a block on the Lurker. So I think this is right. And if they have removal, I'm not dead. Like, if I draw a land, I can snout and then move this giant scythe over to the snout. So, I mean, I needed to draw one land over some of these turns. It's kind of unfortunate that it isn't happening at the moment. But assuming they don't have a removal, I'm fine. And if they have a removal, if I top deck a land next turn, I still get to go gain 4, back up from 4 to 8, and then scythe for +4/+4 on the 2/2, making it big enough to stop anything. You can't block sack. This is only on your turn, at the speed of a sorcery. Scythe is sick, but we still need lands. I don't need a lot more lands. I do need one really badly. So there's the removal. So now we lose pretty much if we don't draw a land. If we do draw a land, they still have to have another removal or we're fine. So there's the land. So now it basically comes down to if they have another removal. If they have another removal, we're dead. I mean, they only put us to 1 this turn, but I don't know how we're going to be able to win. But if they don't have another removal, our creature's bigger than their 2, so we're fine. So as long as we drew the land, we can beat the 1 removal, but we can't really beat a second. So hopefully they don't have a second removal too. That doesn't actually change much. If they attack with both, they can put me to 3, but I eat a 4/5. I have a good block on their creatures. Okay, so we're finally drawing those lands, so seems pretty easy. This is the one I want out. The only question is whether I move the scythe. I am ultimately going to want it there, but I don't think I want it there right now, because this can still trade with something. So if they have removal now, it's bad, like it's real bad, but it's not game over, because I'll gain like 3 life when I trade Canopy Stalker off for something. I guess just Hollow Blade, them discarding, so it's pretty bad. But I have the mana to move the side next turn and to play Mauler anyway, so... Okay, so if I move the side, this becomes an 8/6 that has to be blocked. But they can block it with just Hollow Blade and discard. I don't think that's something I can really afford to do. If I play Twin Blade, they can like pump the Siege Striker a bunch, but I can still just block. I died a feat, but I mean, I don't know how I'm beating a feat anyway, realistically. I guess I can pass with Finishing Blow up. And then if they triple pump, I block with Snout. That's not even a bad exchange for me, for the Striker, and I get a Scythe counter. If they go for feet, I can Finishing Blow it. Yeah, I'm just going to chill with Blow Up for this one turn, see what they do. Because, like, Striker's a good target for Finishing Blow. And if they have feet, I might actually still be able to win this game. And it's not like they can strand my mana. If they don't attack, end of turn, I'm just going to blow the Striker and see what happens. And if they feet, okay, then it's a 2/2 after that. I'm not ecstatic, but life goes on. And if they attack and do some pumping, I can block. And then if they play something, I can blow them out with Blow. If these trade, I'm pretty happy with that. Yeah, I like Siege Striker a lot, too. It's a really strong card. So if they don't do anything, I'm perfectly happy with this trade. I can Finishing Blow, like, end a turn, and then I can move this Scythe onto the Stalker. So if they play an on-tap blocker, I can kill that with the Stalker for free. Anyways, my small creatures are just all replaceable, and I'm getting Scythe counters. Now, if they go for a Pump Spell or a Feed or something that would own me, then I'd blow, of course. So now we do have to use our mana, so pretty easy kill on the 4/5 end of turn, because the 5/3 they just discard a card. Unfortunately, they didn't play anything for us to eat. So if I attack for 9 and play Mauler, I take 5 back. Mauler can block the 2/3. If they have removal, it's still only 7, which is not 8. Or I can have the Mauler with the Scythe, and then I miss 5 damage. But then I don't take 5 back, and they're way ahead in life, so that seems probably better. There's no reason to put a hard removal in their hand the way this game is played, certainly. They could have, like, kill a tapped creature, which they won't get to do if I don't attack. Right, but do I send the Canopy Stalker? I think I do. I mean, if they have removal for the Mauler, I still get to untap with 2 creatures. I want to start dealing them damage. They're not that far from range. Yeah, I think I'm just going to Scythe the Stalker and hit, and then play the Sovereign and put the Scythe on it. Because I don't want to miss hits for 9. I guess I'll even play the Sovereign pre, probably, because it's 10, but... Alright, nothing much I can do about that. I don't care that much about a +1/+1 counter on this. I need the creature to be giant so that it can block profitably on their turn. So, all good. Hopefully that's it. I mean, it's tough enough to work through that grasp after that Finishing Blow when we were stalled on mana for so many turns. And if we get to dump our whole hand in play in a stalemate, then we're in an okay position. That's not the end of the world. They can make a 1/1 flyer, but I have plenty of life to take 1 a turn, and I can block it. So no real decisions here. I'll probably attack when I have like 1 more creature out, but I think I need to take this turn off. Draw a land at some point, opponent. 5 lands out, halfway through their deck, curved right out. I know I only have 6, but remember, I was stalled forever, so I fell behind. I do have a Grasp, which can kill that Hollow Blade if I top deck that. It's hard to beat a Lunchbox superhero. Yeah, I know. They could easily be holding 3 lands. We have no read on the cards in their hand. The cards in their hand, I mean, they're not going to be holding creatures at the end of turn. If it's a creature, they cast it. Other than that, I mean, it can't be much in the way of removal because they would have already won the game. But they could definitely be holding, like, lands. Okay, so now we have Grasp plus Mauler, which is just awesome. I think I'm just going to Grasp the Hollow Blade. My creature doesn't have Trample, but it's hitting for 7. So I think there's not much reason to let them block, discard a land, and then Grasp it. Like, getting a land out of their hand doesn't really accomplish anything for us. I mean, so I'm just going to try and Grasp the Hollow Blade now, I think. If that works, then I can attack with just the Sovereign here. Draw a card and get a counter on my cat. I think Feet is beatable. I mean, if they had Feet, they just Feet there. It's still smaller than Sovereign on future turns. Obviously, I wouldn't get to attack, and like the stalemate would kind of just continue. Hey, thanks for subscribing for a year, YDiv. Really appreciate the support. Yeah, this is looking up. I mean, there's certainly ways we could still lose, but I feel like, yeah, we're in a favorable position now. I mean, you can only discard for so long, because if you discard the card, you draw every turn, you're not casting anything. So I didn't even need to top deck the Grasp. I could have started attacking, and then playing a second creature and moving the Scythe around. That's why Scythe is so incredible. Okay, I think if they trade 2 creatures for the Mauler, I'm probably good with that. I'll draw my cards. If anything dies, the Mauler on taps. So I think this turn is pretty clear. I'm not going to send Twin Blade Assassin. I'll send the other 2. I can only play 1 blocker, but, I mean, I'm going to have 2 blockers to their 3, which is fine. Even if they kill a blocker, it's not threatening lethal. If they take it, and if they make any blocks, then the Mauler would just untap. And, like, if they have removal here, like, it's not great for me, but, like, it's not lethal. Like, I can block the 3/1 and take 5, and then untap and kill them. Thank you, Dark Tarkonis. Appreciate the 14 months of support. Thanks to everybody who's been supporting my stream. I never expected to keep streaming after the MPL contract ran out last year. So thanks to everybody who, you know, kind of inspired me by making my stream so big and by supporting it and just by being here. And, you know, making it possible for me to continue on streaming even after that sponsored Wizards contract expired. I really appreciate you. So if I attack with everything, they can't let 2 creatures through, right? I mean, they can gain 5 and be at 10 because they have a 3/4 and a 2/3 lifelink. But if they want to double block, that means letting 2 creatures through, which means taking 10. Because you remember that math from before? So my smallest creature has 5, from much earlier in the stream. My smallest creature has 5 power. So that means if they let 2 through, they're taking 10, which is their effective life total, because they have 5 power worth of lifelink to block with. So I think I'm just going to attack with everything. I don't think there's really any ways this can work out too badly for me. If they can't double block, they're literally triple chumping. Like, if they don't have a 1-mana trick in hand, all they can do is chump, 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 lose all 3 of their creatures, and take 5. If they do have a trick, like Alchemist Gift for +1/+1 and lifelink or Death Touch, or +1/+0 Defiant Strike, then they don't have to just triple chump block. They can, like, double block and kill something. But, like, I don't care. Like, I don't need the card from the Twin Blade. Like, this stuff, that doesn't matter. All that matters is that I trade, deal them damage, and don't die on the swing back. And, like, they're going to lose virtually all their creatures. Even if they have the +1/+1 and lifelink trick, or +1/+1 and Death Touch trick, they're still losing, like, all their creatures. So, I mean, there's just no way this can work out poorly for me. And we did it! Sweet win after being stuck on 3 for 100 turns. Alright, 6-0, 6-2, 7-2. So 7-1 and 7-2 in the first 2 drafts. Can we make it 3 straight 7-win drafts today? I don't know. Let's find out. One more draft. Yeah, Scythe is really good. Even if they Ugin there, I mean, they clear the board, but they have to, like, -6 because I have a 6-drop. And then I can just still play my next creature, which with the Scythe is big enough to easily eat Ugin. I mean, maybe they can start chumping it, and maybe they can minus it again. Who knows? But I think if they played Ugin, I would have been a small favorite if they play Ugin on the last turn. I mean, they have no choice but to -6. And then I still have the Twin Blade in hand to play. Yeah, side gets exiled. It has color. It's black, but oh yeah. So the Twin Blade wouldn't be enormous, but it would still be big enough that it wouldn't die to an Ugin plus. It's a 5/4. Probably like a 50-50 game if their last card is an Ugin on that last turn. All right, so let's see. Glorious Anthem is good. It's like A tier, not S tier, but it's pretty good. The creatures are really small. I like the way Short Sword performs in this format. Glorious Anthem is Short Sword on all your creatures. Faith Fetters is excellent on common removal. Life Gain is at a premium in this format. I think Glorious Anthem is better. The only upside to Faith Fetters is that it's splashable. Rain is fine, not great. Patrician is great, but you have to be white and black. Life Gain. These commons are not particularly good. I don't particularly like Turn to Slag. I'll play it if, it fits my curve and I don't have too many 5s. This is basically a pick only between Fetters and Anthem. I think Anthem's enough better than Fetters to take. I do think Anthem is really good in this format. White decks in this format are filled with small creatures, and the opposing creatures are small too a lot of the time. And Glorious Anthem basically performs at its best in this format. But the upside of Fetters is that it is single white, so if you end up playing like green anything not white, you can very easily splash it. Okay, so let's see. Double Vision can be really good in like red-blue spells and stuff like that. You do draft very spell-heavy decks. It's not very good in white-red. Burl Fist Oak is not like a synergy card for green-white, but it is fine. 4 mana, 4/5, basically, if you're attacking every turn. I don't like to force my first pick by any stretch, but this pack is pretty weak, and Gale Swooper's pretty good in White Weenie. I mean, look, I would take I would take Shock, I would take Hunter's Edge. I mean, I would take any good card that I could potentially, from a second color here, potentially play with an Anthem, or move off Anthem if I keep not seeing white. But do I really want to take Double Vision, which is like unplayable in white-red, basically? So I think I'm just going to take Swooper. It is a good White Weenie card. Okay, so now we have a couple of choices. Niambi is like B tier rare in the sense that like it's not broken, but it is a good card. I mean, a 2 mana 2/1 flash that can gate something when it's going to die, gains you some life. You can also just gate something when it comes in a play ability or when they play their removal. Like, it's a good card. It's not broken, not like a first pick. It's like a third pick if you're blue-white. But you do have to be blue and white to play it, but we are we're not committed to white, but we have 2 good white cards, including like a good white rare. Garruk's Uprising, not at its best in green-white, but still good. You can still prioritize the 4 power creatures, pump something, and then play it and draw a card and give all your stuff trample. Given we started with a flyer and an Anthem, blue-white flyers would be an excellent place to end up, so I think I'm just going to take Niambi here. I'm never going to miss a Pegasus. Like, this might table. Like, obviously I'm not going blue now. I mean, we'll just see what's in the next pack. But I will miss this card if I end up blue-white. I'm not going to miss Pegasus. Like, that card might literally table. So now there's Carrion Grub, but black-white doesn't do the Reanimator thing that well. The white creatures tend to be pretty small. This pack is absolutely horrendous. I mean, I like a Short Sword just fine in a White Weenie deck. Otherwise, there's like Grub for black, which again is... This card is good in black-green or black-blue, because you have big creatures in green, so this is just like a 4 mana 5/5 that helps fuel your graveyard. And then it's good in black-blue because you're actually actively doing the Reanimator thing. But Carrion Grub's pretty bad in black-white. I really don't want to take Short Sword here, but if not, I'm taking... Tome Enigma's only playable in blue-red. This isn't playable in blue-white. Turret Ogre's super medium if I go white-red. I guess I'm just going to take Short Sword. This is like the worst pack I've ever seen. Alright, now we have to make an actual choice. So, I like Bulltown in white-red a little more than Turn to Slag. Plays pretty well with Gale Swooper and Glorious Anthem and what our Short Sword and what our white-red deck would do. Capture Sphere, if we go blue-white, is the best card in the pack. There are 4 red cards, 2 to 3 of which are decent, and we're not really seeing a ton of blue, but this is a 5th pick Capture Sphere. Sky Scanner will actually be better than usual because, I mean, Niambi can gate it for profit, Short Sword and Anthem enhance it. Thanks for that subscription, Vlaxitron. Really appreciate the support. I know. So I want to take Capture Sphere because of what we have, but it does seem like we're seeing red with a 5th pick turn and Bolt Hound. So I think I'm going to take Bolt Hound and just stay open again. So now, I mean, pretty easy Daybreak Charger. Read the Tides and Hobble Fiend are both fine as a support color. We don't know whether we're red or blue, but we are looking to play white. Daybreak Charger is just a fine white 2-drop for the white aggressive decks. So we don't have any life gain. That doesn't seem like something we're doing. White-green is also a good aggro deck. I mean, we're not going to take a blue or red card. I'm not going to take Bone Pit Root or Frantic Inventory, so Malkin it is, I guess. So I guess we're white and no second color yet. We'll figure out our second color when the draft sends us in a direction. So Havoc Jester is okay if you're good at sacking. It's not a good card at all in a white-red deck. You don't want a 5-mana 5/5. I do like Dub in this format, but I don't love it. King Guildmaster is good in white-blue aggro. That's when it's actually at its best. Think that's what I'm going to take here. It's that or Dub. Rain or Lofty. I mean, I don't like Lofty if you're making them pay 1, but I do like it if you're making them pay 4 all the time. Not that we have flyers yet, really, but if we draft white-blue, those are the 2 flying colors. I mean, Rain is okay in the Prowess deck and stuff, but I don't like Rain in a white-blue creature deck. And our deck is looking really aggressive, so I think I'm actually just going to Lofty Denial over Rain. Now I'm going to Training in case we're white-green. Yeah, Rain is it's fine if you're control, but it's not good for a white-blue aggro deck. I don't know. Whatever, we're not going to use these cards. Thank you, Captain Vlad Tepps, and welcome to the 1 Year Club. I appreciate your support. Okay, let's see. So, Veto is pretty good, but we didn't go anywhere near black yet. Siege Striker is just awesome in basically every white aggro deck. Tempered Veteran is definitely better than Siege Striker if we go white-green, but it probably won't be if we go white-blue. We only have the 1 Malkin so far, but white-green does the counters on thing. Feet is a great white common. I think Acolyte's better. I'm not really in the Feet camp over Acolyte, but they're both excellent. They're both just tier 1 commons. It's they're very different cards, but Acolyte and Feet are just both, very good commons that you'll take any number of for any white deck. So I guess we're just going to take a white card here. And I don't want to take Veteran because it's a white-green card. I think Siege Striker is better than Feet, and it's good in any white deck. So I think we just take Siege Striker and see what's in the next pack. So Chrome Replicator is excellent if you get doubles. We don't have any yet, but it's only to start at pack 2, and we could prioritize them. Otherwise, there's Capture Sphere. I don't want to just keep passing all these Capture Spheres. They're good in white-blue flyers. But I guess I don't want to choose a second color for a Capture Sphere. And I mean, a Replicator this early is probably better. We can just prioritize getting doubles of our common drops. Chrome Replicator is a ridiculous card if it makes a 4/4. I'm not saying it's going to do it every time. But if it does do it, I mean, 5 mana for 2 4/4s is a ridiculous limited card. I think we are seeing more white and blue than white and red, at least this pack. I'm going to prepare to play a white-blue Flyers aggro deck. I say that, and then there's nothing for white-blue. I mean, Battlements is actually at its best in white-blue because you're looking to block on the ground and attack in the air. Of course, Solidarity is near busted in white-green. But, I mean, Solidarity is not awesome in white-blue, though if we have all these small creatures, it could still end up good. I mean, it's probably worth taking over Battlements. It feels like we're seeing blue. I just don't really like these blue cards. I do like Glide Masters, though, if you're a little white-blue aggro deck with flyers. I don't really want Sanctum for this deck. It's not really what we're about. Yeah, none of these cards are really impressive to me at all. I mean, Arcanist is doing nothing for us at the moment. But, I mean, we could end up with some Read the Tides. We could also end up with multiples of them and multiples of those and be happy to get the dub. I think I'm just going to take Read and kind of put it on the shelf for later. Easy Ghostlight here. Excellent card in Blue-White Flyers. Way better than Enforcer, which is just fine. Now we can get Enforcer, which again, we're looking to prioritize flying pretty heavily. We have Lofty Denial. Let's go ahead and grab Enforcer, try and play White-Blue Flyers, which does seem like the deck we're supposed to be. So now we have to choose. Watchdog is fine, but I think we'd rather lock up doubles, either the third Glide Master or the second Enforcer to help us trigger Replicator. We have plenty of cheap 2s already. We're only in pack 2, and these don't work great in, like, you know, having multiple in play. So I think I'm going to grab Enforcer. We're looking to draft almost all Flyers. Enforcer should work pretty well in our deck. Now, there's no rule that you have to be white-green to use Tempered Veteran, but you do have to be able to trigger it. It's really good with Solidarity. That's all we have right now. We'll see what we pick up the rest of the way. Of course, if we get a couple feats or something, it could end up quite good in our deck anyway. Rewind is the counter I like the most in this format if you can spend the mana. I mean, we could tap something, flash that in. Not great for us. I doubt we're going to use any of these, but I like it more than cancel. I don't know. We're never going to play the White Sanctum unless we're a Sanctum deck. These cards just don't matter. Sorry, cards. I don't got time for you. Rewind is playable if you can spend the 4. Like if you have multiple Capture Spheres or something. Okay, pretty easy Lieutenant. It's like an A-tier rare, not an S-tier rare. But it's a good card. And we also have this Tempered Veteran. So we already have Solidarity. This is another counters on card, so that's pretty good for us. I mean, I doubt we're going to switch blue into green, but it's not impossible. We have Malkin, which is another counters on card in training. So if we see, like, you know, Conclave Mentor next pick, then we can consider it. We're 100% to play white. We're very likely to play white-blue, but white-green is still an option. And anyways, we can still do the counters matter thing without green. Green's just better at it than white. But Tempered Veteran still works all by itself, potentially, in the late game. And then Feat is, of course, amazing if we can get it. Solidarity is really good with Veteran. And now we have the Lieutenant. Okay, so we're not moving into white-red dogs because we didn't get any of those dogs that it searches out yet anyway. It's too late for that. So this pick, we can take Rousing Reed, which is excellent in this deck. Or we can take, like, Pursued Whale, which isn't great in this deck, but it's still a 7-mana 8/8. I think Rousing Reed is just better. We have all kinds of cheap drops. We need flying pretty badly. We don't want to lose to Flood. I think Rousing Reed is just the best card in this pack for our deck. So now I think we grab another Gale Swooper. It's a pretty nice card for Blue-White Flyers. It also gives us another double, which is pretty valuable since we have the Chrome Replicator here. Windmill Slam Faith Fetters. Faith Fetters is awesome removal, near impossible to race. A card I'm just a huge fan of in this format. Yeah, Rousing Reed is at its best in Blue-White Flyers too. So, can we trigger Riddle Form consistently? It does have the Scry ability, but how do we trigger? We have Strike, Solidarity, Sword, it's decent. Anthem, Reed, Faith Fetters. We actually have a decent amount of ways to trigger it. Otherwise, the Animal Land can be awesome, but do we have, like, animals? Unicorns don't work, humans don't work. No. Basically, it doesn't pump anything in our whole deck. Unfortunate. Yeah, we're not going to play Judgment. I'm going to grab Riddle Form in case we end up with a few more ways to trigger it. I think I have another Defiant Strike in the board. Like, I might get the Riddle Form in there, depending on what we pick up the rest of the way. This pack's not going especially well. Can't do anything with this, really, but if we're short of playable. Okay, I don't hate Chorister in decks like this. It's hard to race. Put a Reed on it. Put a Glorious Anthem out. It's a pretty good card. Don't mind Third Swooper. I don't think our curve is too bad. I would prefer another early drop or two. But triples is good for triggering the replicator. I think it's a pretty easy Pegasus. Dub can be good in these decks, but I need the early drops. We're at the end of the draft. Kind of wish I had another Pegasus now, but good beats. Probably not going to play that Steed. Other than that, it looks fine. We have some ways to draw cards. 9 plains, 7 islands looks pretty solid. I mean, if there were sideboarding, I would take the Judgment. We're not going to play it. We're not going to play any of these cards. We're not going to play Read the Tides. We're not going to play Read the Dukes in this deck, unfortunately. I don't think, without any Arcanists. If we're short 3 drops, I guess maybe I'll play the Battalion, though I doubt it. Yeah, with 2 Anthems, there's some consideration for Steed. It's just, I mean, we already have 2 better 5s, and we have plenty of 4s, so I didn't think there was any way a 5-drop was going to get in our deck there. Cut the Veteran. Tempered Veteran? Maybe. I mean, what do we do? Solidarity and Lieutenant, so it's not great. But it also just pays 6 as a mana sink and puts counters on things. We're definitely not going to go mono white. There's not really any incentive to do that. It's not like we have double white 2-drops or something. I think Lofty Denial is good. We have a lot of flyers. It's just 2 mana counter spell. I mean, I think I want to be 16 lands. I want to play like 9 plains, 7 islands, so I just need to cut a card. Could be Veteran. Could be Makeshift Battalion. That's about it. Yeah, Battalion gets counters too, so it works with the Veteran. No, I can't cut an Enforcer. It's a double for Replicator, and it's just a good card in this deck. Like, I have a lot of flyers. Oops, not Chorister. That's not cuttable. Strike is. I think I'm going to play the Battalion because of its Tempered Veteran synergy. And if I get stuck on 3, I want to have stuff to do. Also, I have 3 Swoopers, which plays really well with Battalion. I can give Battalion flying and then attack with 3, or I can give some small creature that wouldn't be able to attack flying and then attack with 3. Perfect hand to lose with on the draw, right? No way we can mull this. Hopefully we'll draw an island, and then this hand is pretty sweet. If we draw 2 islands, it's golden. I cut Strike at the last minute. I'm playing 16 lands, 9 plains, 7 islands. Is it not Chorister? Chorister, like chorus? Hey, good first draw. I pretty much never main Legion's Judgment. A lot of the creatures are small in this format. So, if I attack and they block, that's a lot worse for me than if they attack and I block, because I save 3 damage. So, I'm definitely not going to attack here. I definitely don't mind attacking their hand early. They're on the play and took 1 mulligan. So, like, I definitely might just throw Chorister, like Chorus, in front of Hollowblade here. Well, they took that option from me, but that's okay. We can race a little. We have a lifelinker. We have a tapper. We'll just see how this one plays out. If I get stuck on lands, I'm probably going to lose to that. But if I draw lands, I mean, I like my chances. We can bounce it eventually. We can get flying to the lifelinker. We can tap it. So, second Enforcer, not super helpful. I guess I just attack with the small creatures now. If they don't trade, I have Enforcer to block their Charger. Pretty much no reason to hold back 2 creatures at this point, I don't think. I don't die to feat, because if they want to feat Pearl White, I can just chump the other one, and then the feat is gone. I die to no, I don't even die to Titanic Growth, because this is only 5, and I'm at 10, so it's whatever. Obviously not a great situation. If I draw 1 land again, I can get in this game. So I think I have to chump now. I can't take 8 and go to 2, right? And then I could just die to that or something. Land would still be quite a good draw. Could put the counter on the Chorister. No land isn't a good draw. That's their only flyer. I can't tap anything, but I have plenty of chump blockers. So I'm just going to attack with the ground creatures that can, and then put out another ground creature in the meantime. I have no idea on Cool Stuff Hollywood Tailspin. I don't think that's true, though, about the algorithm and stuff. I think you should play 40. And no real decisions here. I've got to block their ground creatures. If they first strike out the Chorister, I don't gain life, so we'll put that on the non-first striker. I don't think so, Adderall's real. I mean, I have Sky Scanner. I think it's just unlucky. Like, I don't think this deck needs to play 17 and best of 1 with the hand smoother. Like, maybe I want the Defiant Strike back in to help smooth it, but I think this was really just getting unlucky. I mean, it happens. Flood is a way to lose, too. What do we have to mitigate Flood? I mean, we have Rousing Reed. Is that it? So I have to block at least 2 of them, including the 5/3. I can do something like block and then double block. I'm not worried about tricks since I can't beat them. If they don't have anything, I go to 2. I untap with 1 creature. Yeah, if we draw an island, it's still winnable. Think I'm just dead now. I'll take another look, but I think 16 feels right for the stack in best of 1. Just happen to get screwed. It doesn't. It's 1 more land in the 40 cards. It doesn't like always work like that. And Flood is like a big problem in aggro formats where things are trading off. I mean, Reed is decent Flood protection. Yeah, nothing else really is. I mean, Flood could definitely be a problem if our opponents kill some of our creatures. Solidarity is not as horrible if you're flooded. Even Glorious Anthem and Sword aren't great. I think this is a 16-lander. Just got to draw lands. The problem is in a Flood hand, a lot of my cards perform really poorly. Like Glorious Anthem, Solidarity, Sword to a lesser degree. Like, these cards don't perform well in flooded hands at all. At least if I'm stuck on 3. Like, that game was close. Like, if I had drawn land 4 1 turn earlier, I still might have won. Like, I could stall for a little while. I have a lot of 2s and 3s. Kind of like to play the Defiant Strike to help dig up a land and get a little value, but I don't know. I don't think there's anything else I'd rather cut. Okay, so we're going to deny any 2-drop here because we can spend our mana for the rest of the game, hopefully. Oh, they didn't play one. I think I want to play Sky Scanner. I'm more interested in hitting lands than I am getting 1 more power out right now. Also, of course, the flyer turns on the denial. So this looks like core, not chore, chorister, and enforcer. We want to get out a bunch of bodies in case we have a really good solidarity turn, especially including the lifelinker. While it'd be nice to leave up denial, I'd rather do that later. We just have too much to do right now. Okay, now it's good. Now we can play Glide Master, hit, and leave up Lofty Denial for whatever they play this turn. That gives us good ability to use our counter. And then after that, we can just go into Gale Swooper mode. Shouldn't be too hard to win this game from here, unless they have some really surprising sweeper or something awesome. Obviously, it doesn't matter about giving flying, but I still want to add the 3-2 flyer to the board this turn. Wait on solidarity. The more solidarity, the better, right? Okay. 22 to 14. I got a lifelinker out. I'm cool with that. So let's see. If I Rousing Read the Chorister and Solidarity, I can attack with everything, and life is good. So let's leave a white up, but I'm going to start with Read on the lifelinker. We drew a land, and we have a land, so we can discard a land. And now I'm doing it. And, yeah. Wolverines are real. As is my flying army this game. Yeah, that was a nice solidarity turn. I mean, I can't be sure. I've never seen a Wolverine. I've never touched a Wolverine. I can tell you alligators are real. I'm from South Florida. We don't have Wolverines here. We got gators. We got lots of mosquitoes, if you're interested in that. Yeah, Read over Whale, I think, makes sense in this deck. Like, it's a little aggressive deck. Like, I mean, Whale's not unplayable in a deck like this, but it's not great. Who doesn't Tasty Cactus? Who doesn't? Iguanas. We do have iguanas here. That's true. Hey, well, great hand. Of course, one of these couldn't be a plains. We have 9 plains and 7 islands. I think I want to keep this on the draw. I mean, plains is the one we have more of, and we have our blue 2-drop. We'll top deck a plains turn 1, and then this hand's really good. Oh, the 4th island over the 1st plains. Yeah, sure. Not the best card in the world to counter, but we got to counter anything, and then top deck of plains and start casting things. Alright. I hope it asks me, did you have fun this game with the, like, smiley and the frown. I hope it asks. Please ask. Like I said, we can't always run hot like we did that 7-1 and 7-2 start. Sometimes you draw island, you know, plains, island, and a good curve. Sometimes you don't. I mean, the red, blue, and green, black, and blue, white decks were all good today. And, I mean, we just drew, like, you know, both colors and not screw or flood over and over and over again during the 7-1 and then 6-0 run. And then for the past 5 games, we've been having a lot of mana problems and stuff. I mean, that's just how it is. I wouldn't say I cried blood, but hopefully we can rattle off a few good hands before our next loss. Oh yeah, this deck has to have a plains, but I was on the draw. I've got 9 plains, and I had the Lofty Denial for turn 2. So, I mean, I'm not going to mull that because I have the Lofty Denial to stop one of their first real threats, and I'm on the draw. I don't think Pythons are really a problem. I think, like, maybe there's been, like, a story or two of Pythons, like, escaping that somebody has as a pet, and then they can wreak havoc in the wild. But I've never seen a Python, like, outside. I mean, maybe somebody had one, I don't know, but... I have seen iguanas around outside, like, fairly frequently. Never see... Oh, we're playing Baconator. Turn off the stream, Baconator. What's up? But, I mean, I've never seen a gator in the wild, but I've seen wild gators in the Everglades, like, on Everglade tours. Never seen, like, a gator just chilling by my house or something. Yeah, I think what happens is the pythons escape people's houses, and then they just, like, kind of wreak havoc in the wild here. So, again, we'll get stuck on lands, because, of course, I played 16 instead of 17 with the best of one hand smoother, so we'll get mana screwed every game, because that's life. It's almost like, you know, you can't make this stuff up, right? Like, it's almost like you just know what's going to happen. Thanks, Omrai2. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you for the 6 months of support. I mean, this is a good Blue-White Flyers deck with a good curve and good synergy and good commons. It's not a broken deck or anything, but don't know why our mana draws are so bad, but it is what it is. I don't know. I've never had a snake as a pet. I don't get it. I'm not against snakes or something. It's just like I don't want to cuddle with it. I don't want to, like, pet it. Like, I've only had cats and dogs, and, like, I guess when I was a kid I had, like, hamsters or whatever, but since I've been an adult, I've only ever gotten cats and dogs as pets. So for now, can't really do anything. Don't even have a flyer, so we can't tap anything, and Lofty Denial only makes them pay 1. This is going downhill. But, I mean, if we draw a land, it's not like we can't beat a 1/1 token. I'll pretty much counter anything at this point. If I draw a land, I have a bunch to do. Okay. Maybe we're not completely out of it. So if they want to make that same play, I'll trade with the Swooper. It's not great, not horrible. Think I'm happy enough to Fetters the Adept. If we draw a land, we can Lieutenant, put a counter on something, then pump it with Veteran immediately. Ghostlight to set back their next, like, big thing they play, and then we can always tap it later. Yeah, fish are pretty to look at. That's well said, right, Sid? Like, fish are, like, they're really more like 90% art, 10% pet. Like, you don't have a relationship with your fish. Like, your fish does not have a personality, like, whatever. But they do look cool. Like, watching them swim around their tanks is cool. Yeah, they're just art, really. I agree. Whereas cats and dogs, like, they have their personality. You cuddle with them. You get to know them. You know, but, like, fish are just, like, they're decorative. Which is fine. I mean, like, I don't think it's harmful for the fish. Like, they have a decent life in the tank. Like, I'm not against it or anything. But I agree with fish being mostly decorative. Okay, so if I give something flying an attack, they can block with Spinner, so that's not really going to work. If they want to keep giving flying and hit me for 3, they're not, like, gaining life or generating more. That's not really a problem right now. The only thing is if I lieutenant like the chorister and attack, I don't have the mana to pay to give it the additional counter, and I'm attacking into all that mana. They could just have a trick. So I kind of don't want to do anything this turn. I kind of want to just play Swooper and pass. Or like play lieutenant and pass. I guess there's nothing wrong with playing Swooper and passing. It's not like I need the flying ability. They have a spinner out. And I mean, now, like, this stops the 1/1 flyer. I mean, if they give things flying and they end up killing my Swooper, cool. Like, I don't care about my Swooper. So I guess play Swooper and pass is just the right play last turn. It feels kind of weird. Because, I mean, I don't really want to play the lieutenant until I can at least have 5 lands if possible, because then I can use the veteran immediately. We're kind of in the nice position where lands unlock, like, better turns, and then spells are spells. You know, like, we can have a lot to do, and we're not really under pressure. So that's always decent. Okay, so I think we pretty much have to lieutenant now. I mean, we don't... I guess we could go Glide Master and Solidarity if we wanted to do that. We wouldn't get to use the veteran this turn. We still can't attack into the spinner. Pretty sure it's time to just play Lieutenant. Put the counter on the lifelinker. And just ship back. I mean, because now I can go, like, Glide Master, Solidarity, and have Tempered Veteran up. Or I can, like, Ghostlight something and then do that. Basically just want to dump my hand and then Solidarity everything. Remember, the more Solidarity, the better. Hey, I'm not the only one with a Lieutenant. I don't mind a stalemate, though. Definitely don't mind a stalemate. And I can, like, bounce the token flyer and get rid of it for good, or bounce the spinner to re-shrink it if that's what I want to do. Yeah, I like board wipes. I like rare, like, destroy all creatures. I don't like when they're super powerful, like Realm Cloak Giant. You shouldn't get a 7/7 after your board wipe. But I think just strictly, like, 4-mana kill all creatures type cards are pretty cool for limited. Okay, I think I'm just going to slap down Ghostlight. The only question is, what am I bouncing? Probably the 1/1 token. But then again, when the Snare Spinner dies, they get a 2/2. So resetting that might have more value, right? Could also bounce my Enforcer. Since there's not really any clock, maybe I just bounce my Enforcer to free up a tapper. Is that actually just better? Should have thought of that before. Yeah, that's probably just better. A tapper could be awesome in this, like, blue-white versus Bant mirror if we're going to be in a stalemate. I mean, I'm not under any real pressure. Both of us are at 19. Next turn I can dump out my creatures. Yeah, good play, chat. Chat 10 million, Ben 7, as usual. Okay, so if we use 4 mana, we don't miss out on Veteran, but then we only play 1 thing, or we could use 5. I don't think we want to miss Veteran counters. This game doesn't seem to be going anywhere fast. So I'm just going to play the 3-drop, and then I'll pump the Chorister with the Veteran. If we draw a land next turn, we can go Enforcer, Glide Master, pump with Veteran, Solidarity after that. Getting the Glide Master out earlier doesn't really accomplish much, I don't think. I'm not really, like, scared of them giving their cards flying. Like, I have flyers, I'm going to have a tapper, I have a lifelinker. Pretty interesting game. I mean, I can group block a 5/7. I mean, that's something I can't tap, but I imagine I should have okay blocks. Well, okay, I really want to get Glorious Anthem down, because I don't want to trade off any creatures before they get that bonus, especially. So I'm guessing I'm going to play that this turn. And I don't see a reason to put out the Glide Master again. So they can give flying to this, but I can just double block with 2 4/3s, and then I only even lose 1, so that's fine. And if they attack with the 5/7, I probably have a good attack with the Chorister next turn. And I can even give it flying if I need to for some reason, but if I don't, it can be like an 8/8. Well, boo, I don't like that. I can't do anything about it, right? If I put a counter on it, that doesn't help me. Boo. Well, you can't put counters on creatures that don't have counters. I didn't have the option to Tempered Veteran up other creatures to spread the counters around. Yeah, I mean, but, like, again, I wanted to get the Glorious Anthem out. I mean, how many creatures am I going to lose? Like, I'm at 19. I don't have to block. If they send these small creatures, I'm just eating them. So, I mean, it's not like they can really force me to lose much here. Okay, so I might as well tap something in a turn. I'm not doing anything else. Can't tap the one creature that really stops me. I guess I'll just tap Snare Spinner. Yeah, you can for 6, but I've literally been stuck on 5. Okay, so tapping something doesn't really have particularly a lot of value. I don't want to play the Solidarity until after I play both of these if possible. So this turn I think I'm just going to dump out my other creatures. It's going to be weird because they have this one creature that's bigger than all of mine that I can't really, like, tap. And I can't really, like, do anything into because they can give it flying if their mana's up. Now, I'm not worried about them attacking me with it, even if they give it flying. Like, I have flyers and whatever. But don't know how I'm going to attack them. Probably what I'll do is tap 2 things in a turn and then just do, like, a massive attack. I don't know how I could attack in the sky. They have mana up. They have Snare Spinner, which can block flyers, and they could get flying to their 6/8 and then eat flyers. I mean, I don't think it'll come down to decking. Like, I feel like I'll be able to close. Like, I think now I'm just going to play the Battalion and play the Solidarity. I know I might draw a creature next turn, but I also just have so much to spend my mana on, including Tempered Veteran. But I still can't attack, because like I said, they have a 6/8 flying hexproof, because they can just give it flying, and they have a 4/4 that can if it blocks flyers. So even though my army is just enormous, I can't attack before I use the Enforcers. But end of their next turn, I can like tap 2 creatures, and then I probably have an attack after that. And I mean, if they trade with any of my creatures, they get counters. I mean, my army is massive. Like, I've got my own flyers and my own Glide Master. It's not going to come down to decking. My creatures are way bigger than theirs, except their one. And I can throw away 1 creature into the Megalodon, get, like, a 3/3 Knight token. Totally fine. Okay, so this turn, what's up? They can't give the Megalodon flying now. So they have a 3/2 flyer. They just played this, so they can't even use Enforcer. So they have a 1/1 flyer, a 3/2 flyer, and the Snare Spinner. So what happens if I give some creatures flying and make a big flying attack here? Any trade is decent for me. I get Knight tokens. I mean, they'll get a Knight token out of Spinner, potentially. Could also tap the Spinner. That's 1 less creature I'm giving flying to, but then they only have a 3/2 and a 1/1 token to block with. So I think it's like, I have to make sure I don't die on the backswing in the air. Let's say I can't block any flyers. I'll have some ground blockers left over. They can give flying to the Megalodon and like the Lieutenant. That's 9. 12, 13, So it's 13. I mean, 13 is not 19. It's pretty hard for them to +6 from there, especially because they have to spend 6 mana giving things flying. 3, 9, 12, 13. Yeah, that's all they have that flies. Yeah, okay. I feel good about it. So I think I'm going to tap Spinner. And then, because this way if they block in the air and they lose the 3-2, that's one less flyer I have to worry about too. And then I want to jump the Battalion, I think, because I'm going to attack with 3 things. I don't want to trade off the Lieutenant under any circumstances. So now I can attack with these 3 flyers. And then I get a counter on the Battalion. I also have the Veteran up, so their blocks aren't great. Don't think there's any way I'm dead on the ground unless they do massive unexpected things. I mean, I have 4 blockers. I'm not going to tap the Veteran unless they make blocks that make it appropriate. I'd rather have the extra blocker than deal an extra 1 here. I mean, this play is good except that if I die. But most of their creatures are small. If they want to get in, like, the Megalodon, they have to pay 3 mana. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 to my 4. So that's only 4 getting through, and I have 19 life. I mean, I'm not, like, dying to Frost Breath. They have to have, like, a really awesome, strange combination to kill me here. It might be possible, but it's pretty hard. Their own Solidarity. Again, I don't think that's lethal, but it does make it a game for sure. But I don't think it's 19 through 3 blocks. If they tap a blocker, they're not attacking with that. It's not really any different. Remember, this is summoning sick. I mean, so if I block like 3 creatures, I'm taking like 5 creatures, so it's like around 15, which, you know, maybe it's 16 or 17, but I don't think it's going to be 19. So if I untap, they're dead, so we can just try and block their 2 biggest. So the Megalodon, and then I can't block the Flyers, so I guess a 3/3. And I'm taking 3, 6, 8, 12, 16. Oh, there's a 4/5 right there. I don't need to kill it. If anything, that's helping them, giving them an extra blocker. So I'd rather block there. And then I'm taking 4, 7, 9, 12, 15. Not lethal. Counter on itself, so it doesn't die, and it still doesn't even kill their 4/5, and life is good. And they just have to be dead, right? They have untapped 1, 2 blockers. They have 1 white open. Whatever. Hey, we're on the play. I mean, our 2-drop isn't exactly good on turn 2. We can decide whether to flash it out or not into their turn. We do have a scanner to bounce to draw an extra card, but if we start drawing spells, like, if we draw a spell, I'll probably just play the 2/1 if it's like an empty board and it's going to start attacking. If I draw a land, I might hold it, because, I mean, I don't want to flood, but we are a 16-land deck. Should I put out a 2/1 and attack, or should I bounce Sky Scanner or, like, a flyer later? They're probably just going to shock it or something. I'm going to hold it against a blue-red deck, especially. Now they have no good target for removal. I mean, that was a spot where I didn't really need to do the math. I mean, they were at 3, and we had every creature we had minimum 3 power, and we had 1,000,000 creatures. But I knew their attack was going to be close, like if they tapped something or two. But I mean, it just wasn't realistic for them to have 19 there. It wasn't impossible, but it wasn't realistic. That's a pretty nice turn. Shock Entity, turn 3. Constructed worthy. Okay, I don't think I'm worried about jumping things, so I'm just going to play the Swooper here. Obviously, I can't block. They could opt and trigger Prowess and just eat my flyer. I mean, maybe they're holding a 5-drop. They just top like a removal spell and a land or something. I mean, it's not like they're in desperation mode and them topping is like the scariest thing on earth. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying I'm happy that they top. I'm just saying it's not like, it's not necessarily the end of the world. All right, here, I want to kind of go wide because there's a decent chance they have Shocks and Dragonfires and stuff. So I'm going to put out 2 more creatures. See what they want to do, and then we can start evaluating our options on future turns. I mean, obviously the Prowess deck gets scary. Hopefully they can't kill me here. So now I think it's time to switch gears, get ready to block. We have an EMB up to gain some life and bounce a creature. Try to pull as many resources as I can before this altercation. Now we'll just have to see what happens. I like Short Sword in this format. If you have a deck full of small creatures, like in White Weenie decks, I think Short Sword's just a good card. The creatures are pretty small. You can use it on offense and defense. I mean, look, it's not a great card. And if your spell slot is all removal, then like you're not going to play Short Sword. But if you have 16 creatures and your last slot is like a Short Sword or a Pump Spell, I'd actually choose the Short Sword usually. Not over Feet or something. But the last one, we went 7-2. We went 7-1, 7-2, and here we're 2-2, playing for our tournament life, so to speak. So bouncing in response doesn't change anything. I don't really care if the Capture Sphere lands. There's no reason to show them we're going to do that. Now I assume they're going to have something else. But I can still double block one of these, right? Or like triple block one of these, maybe? Triple block might be better than double block. Like, assuming they have like a cantrip, like a Thrilla possibility, then it doesn't really make a difference. Oh, no, it does. They're not killing either of these. So I should just double block one of these and take 6. And then if they play something, I can bounce this, gain a few life to stay alive. Yep, that's about what I expected. But Nyambi gains life. So we're going to be low, but the game isn't over. I'm not saying we're going to win. We can't really beat more removal, but we just worked through a Capture Sphere and a Turn to Slag. So hopefully they're out of removal now. So we only need 1 ground blocker, really, so I guess we want the sword on the Gale Swooper. We can't really block this with the Veteran, so what I think I'm going to do here, hit for 2, and then move the sword to the Swooper, and then we have Nyambi to block the token, Swooper to block the sword. Hopefully they'll flood out. I mean, if the Prowess deck still has infinite ammo, they're going to win. But if we get lucky and they flood from here, then maybe it's winnable. Alright, that's beatable stuff. So now, Swooper to stop the Shacklegeist. No attacks on our side. Do I need the sword on it, or do I play Charger? If I don't put the sword on it, they can trade, but I don't know that I even mind that trade. And if they want to trade it for the Veteran, I'd be even happier about that. So I think I'll just go ahead and deal 3 to them with the veteran. I don't really see any reason to use the sword this turn instead of attack for 3. Yuck. I mean, that would have killed it either way, but still yuck. So now we lose to the Shacklegeist because of that top deck Soulseer, unless we draw flyers. I mean, obviously I have plenty of outs. Pegasus, Glide Master, Rousing Reed, Fetters would be awesome, Swooper, or Ghostlight. Do I want to go to 1 or do I want to trade? Does this matter? It's not really a weird attack. They either get in a damage and they're not worried about dying on the backswing, or they get a favorable trade, a 3-1 for a 1-3. Either way, I'm dead if I don't hit my 5 or 6 outs, and I can't lethal them this turn. So if I do draw one of my 5 or 6 outs, do I want this trade? Yeah, I'd rather have the life, I think. And I can always use Veteran to pump itself. Hey, that's a good draw. Brick for a turn, opponent. Brick for a turn. And then I'm going to move the sword, because if they draw shock, I would rather lose the veteran. Plus, I can use the veteran to pump the swooper anyway. Cool. Same amount of damage as if I attack with it, but I'll keep the counter for later. Hey! Didn't expect to win that one. Nice Fetters off the top. See, it's not just our opponents who top deck. We top deck too. We top deck too. We didn't end up needing the 4 life unless they drew a shock at the end or something. So, I mean, Fetters could have been any of our flyers or whatever, but Fetters was like the best one because then we could still win even if they drew removal. Still not sure if I should have traded the 3-1 for the 1-3 or not. It was super close. Maybe I shouldn't have. Although there is the ability that they could have, like, readed it and then beat me or something if I didn't trade off with it. Like, they might have drawn a Read the Runes or whatever, the blue enchantment for 3. Read the Runes is, I think, the 6 mana one, but whatever it's called. Rousing Reed, there you go. So many Dukes in this format. But, yeah, so, like, by trading, we deny them the ability to draw Rousing Reed for the win. But, I mean, we could have also taken it 1-1 and then suited up our 3-1 for 4 and hit and then had our Tempered Veteran back. So, I'm not 100% on whether that trade was good or bad. We put them on a shorter clock by not trading, but we also take away some potential outs and some good draws from them by trading. It was probably wrong to trade. I'm probably just playing kind of soft. Yeah, trading is a lot better against Wizardry, because, I mean, if we go to 2, but we draw an answer that isn't Fetters, then we have the Veteran to stop the 1-1 tokens, whereas they swarm us for lethal if we don't trade. Yeah, there's pluses and minuses. I think it's close. Okay, another perfect 2-lander to lose with. I mean, I only need to draw 1 land, and this hand is great, but we probably won't. I played Sealed day 1, and the VODs are up if you go check. That's the only day I played Sealed. Hey, we did draw land. I think I'm going to play Battalion here because there's a decent chance we can get it through if we sort it up. If they have Denial, I don't care about any of these particularly more than the other. Okay, so just in case they have second Denial, I don't think there's any real problem with showing them Enforcer first. Then we'll put Sword on Glide Master and attack. That's pretty annoying. So I can't really attack on the ground. So I guess let's read up the one with more power right now. Plus this one's not a tapper and that one is. I don't really want to discard any of these, but I guess it's going to be Sky Scanner. So no real choices here. Try and get flying to the Enforcer. If they counter it, who cares? If it would have worked, then I can attack with both. If they have removal, they're going to kill whichever one. But I'd have two flyers. But basically the Blight Fang's not, like, stopping me. No real difference from last turn. We're not looking to double spell here, so let's just give flying to the Enforcer, and then we can attack with the flyers. And then next turn, hopefully we can use some combination of Solidarity and Charger for the win. Well, there goes that plan, I think. Actually, wait. No, they're just dead. Tap the flyer. Ah, they gained a life, so they're not dead. It's funny. Okay, so let's see. I could, like, tap the Ghostlight, Charger, and get them for 5. Could also Lieutenant on the Swooper, force the trade and get a 2/2, and have Lieutenant and a 2/2, 3 creatures to 1. No double white, you're right, I can't tap and Charger. So that option is off the table. I would love to trade for Blightfang with Enforcer. I could Charger the Enforcer and then attack and then play the Glide Master. Does this gain 1 when it blocks? No. Yeah, so let's do that. That's the only way I can double spell this turn. And the Blightfang on the ground is going to stop the Charger. I'm not going to send the Swooper. If they trade with the Ghostlight, that gets rid of their only flyer, and then I can attack with the Swooper next turn. If they trade with the Blightfang, then that's a pretty good trade-up for me. So basically, I get a good trade there either way. I think that turn was right. The only real decision is I could have sent the Swooper as well, which would have basically forced the Ghostlight to block the Swooper and the Fang to block the Enforcer. But I don't think I really mind what happened. I have a second tapper. I have the ability to put a counter and force a good trade with the Blightfang. So I think I'm pretty happy with that overall. Like, now that I drew the land, I don't even have to force the issue on the ground right now. I can just pump the Swooper and sword it. Now they don't have a block on it. They go to 1, or they chump it. Of course, if they kill it, I get a 2/2. If they don't kill it, they have to chump it. So now we're going to have a decision. I mean, we can let them trade with it, and I get a 2/2. It's not like it's a bad trade. Oh, well, that's just game. They're at 1. They don't have mana for this. So now I can just bounce anything and attack, and that's game. I was in a pretty good position anyway, but if I didn't top deck that, I would have just played Solidarity. Then I would have attacked with everything. They would have lost like 2 of their creatures. I would have lost like 1 or 2 of mine and then gotten Knights to replace my dead ones. So, I mean, they were pretty dead either way there. They weren't going to take lethal, but they were going to lose all of their creatures. And, like, I was going to lose like 1 or 2 of mine, but they would get replaced immediately by 2/2s. So, like, good luck to them from there. don't know what Iris is. I'm pretty sure 23 is more of like a Jordan LeBron reference. No, I know it's my rank, but I'm saying, like, my rank, the game before this was, 38th or whatever. Like, why is 23 special other than it being my rank is the question. Don't start with me, Socks. I do respect that a Boston Knight can say that, though, even though I disagree. No, I do not like M21 as much as M20. I think they did a good job with M21 as far as, like, it's interactive, even though it's aggressive, and the colors are pretty balanced. I would give them credit for making a pretty good format, but there's a lot of racing, there's a lot of short games. Like I said, I'll give them credit on it, and that the colors are balanced, there's plenty of cheap removal. Like, I think they made the format healthy and all that, but aggro formats are just not my cup of tea. I like returning Sanitarium Skeleton from my graveyard to my hand, and then cashing that little 1/2 in for value again. I don't really love attacking past each other and stuff like that. Alright, so which 3-drop are we going to play? They're both pretty threatening. I guess the Striker is more threatening next turn, and then we could always play Battalion and then try and attack with all 3 later or something. So I think we get the Striker out first. Can just play Battalion if nothing else and then threaten 6. Or we can play Charger, threaten a lot more than that if they don't have a good chump blocker up. Like, if Scanner's up, I'm probably not going to want to move in with the Charger, but I could leave Lofty Denial up. I already have out a flyer. So if they don't have, like, a good cheap chump block on it, I could definitely make that line. Now that their mana's up, though, I don't think I'm going to do that. What if I just put Sword on it and attack? If they go for any tricks, I've got Lofty Denial mana. That looks pretty good. Or better yet, Charger it. And then I have Lofty Denial mana up. Actually, that looks great. So now they either chump with one of their 2 creatures or take, like, a massive hit. And if they go for, like, Feet and I Lofty Denial it, Siege Striker will just get to eat something. I'm just going to let that happen. I don't have any reason to counter that. I don't care about this Charger at all. So now I can just hit for 4. They don't have a block, right? Not without a trick, and I still have my Lofty Denial. If they want to hit back for 3, who cares? I'll definitely be winning this race. If they play like a Roman Ghostlight or something good, I'll Denial it. If they play some little creature, I probably won't. That's kind of in between. It's going to deal me an extra 2 now, but it's not really an effective blocker. I think I got to let that out. It's just not that effective of a card, other than the damage now, and I'm still at 20. The current operation is Operation Protect Striker. Get them in chump mode as soon as possible. Protect Striker to the best of our abilities. Like, if this resolves, I'm going to equip Attack and have Denial up. If this gets countered, I'm going to play Battalion. But, I mean, they're probably not going to successfully race this thing. And if they ever go for Feet or something, I can, like, counter it with Lofty Denial. So again, if they drop, like, like Moonlight trying to bounce Striker or something, I'll Lofty Denial it. If they play some little creature, I'll probably just let it out, like that. That's not really going to win them this race. And I'm only 1 land from playing Battalion and still having Denial up. There we go. Do I care about this? I can attack as a 3/3 double strike, which they still have no block on. I don't think I do. I mean, I don't want to lose the race by playing too cautiously here, but they're going to have to start chumping next turn. They're not attacking back for that much. 3, 6, 8. And now, I mean, it's even less. Okay, well, that's the last card in their hand, so I'm going to counter it. Would also gain them 6. Even though I could beat a 4-3 flyer, that's a big tempo swing since it gains 6. Pretty happy to counter that. So, of course, we can't wait to make another copy. But if I attack with this as a 5-5, I force a chump, but I don't have that. So I think, well, if I put them to 8, if I hit them for 8, they're at 2. Now I die on the backswing if they draw like a pump spell, so it's kind of risky. Probably not worth it. If I just have Pegasus up, then I don't really die to anything, and I'm still threatening lethal next turn with this and the Siege Striker. So what I think I'm going to do, attack with the Siege Striker for 6, because now I have the Striker and the Replicator threatening lethal next turn, and then I have a good block this turn. If they don't top deck anything, they have no attack, life is good. If they draw bounce or removal, I'm not dead by any stretch. They can't, like, attack with all 3. They have to survive both of these next turn. So, I mean, we should pretty much win. They basically have to double chump. These just bounce. They can't do anything right. So now they have to block Siege Striker and Replicator to not die. They're not going to hit me for 7 with that next turn, pretty much no matter what. This game should be pretty much over. Good stuff. Back in the teens. It's like Benjamin Button. You work your way from a high ranking to, like, just being born, from, like, you know, the opposite of aging. You work from a big number to a small number. Unless you're losing all your games, I guess. Then you just work from being born to old age. Yeah, it wasn't really a tough block. They had no cards in hand. Well, I'm stopping after this draft today, either way. But tomorrow, we'll be doing the exact same best of ones. So hopefully we can climb the ladder the rest of the way tomorrow. I'm not making any promises. Sometimes number 1 is really hard. Like, even if you're running hot, sometimes, like, the person just has an incredible record. So, I mean, I never really, like, try and force it. In Dominaria, I did, and I got it, and I was really proud of that. Last time, I didn't even really try for number 1. Like, I, like, was number 3 after a stream, and I was like, okay, well, I'll do a couple more drafts and see what happens. But I never expect to hit number 1. I expect to hit Mythic every season. I expect to have over a 50% win rate, so I expect to hit Mythic. But a lot of seasons, I'm just, you know, 165th ranked or whatever. Hey, Big Uncle Brad. My uncle's names are actually Fred and Gary, not Brad, but nice to meet you nonetheless. Hey, I'd be a kid again in a heartbeat. Magic all the time and the parents pay the bills? Sign me up. Yeah, I'm just going to curve, take the 3-point life swing here, get the bigger creature out. Can even bounce it later if things line up that way. Oh, that could shut us down. You know what I can do here? I can attack with both, and then whichever one they block, I can pass to them, right? If they discard, I can bounce it with Nyambi. It's a pretty good turn. If they trade, of course, I'm happy with that. I mean, remember, it's not like they paid a life. They discarded a card. Sure, it's just a land, but we're taking that out of their opening hand. Who knows how many more they have. Plus, we get to use the Chargers bonus again. Works out pretty well. TQ Bert. That's an LSV stream joke, not a Ben stream joke. You're better than that. So if they attack with the Hollow Blade, we can use Charger to attack back on the ground. I'll happily pump Chorister and then either gain 3 and they take 3 or trade with the Voti and gain 3. If they hold them both back, we're probably just going to want to swooper. I assume at 26 to 16, we'd rather hit for 2 than hit for 1 and gain 1. It really is that simple. I mean, it's just a choice of they take 1 and we gain 1, or they take 2 and we gain 0. And we're already up 10 life, plus have a lifelinker. So now, do I want to block? I think I do. Pull a card from their hand. This 2-1 isn't attacking or blocking. Now I'm going to go Charger on the Chorister and then attack with that and drop Glidemaster. Nyambi's just going to sit here, not attacking or blocking. I've got plenty of little creatures. I'm happy to trade it. It's a strong card because of it already gated this Charger and pulled a card out of their hand, but now it's not really doing anything in play. And now this is great. We either get to trade way up, or we get to connect for 3 and gain 3 again. And then use all our mana and put out the Glidemaster. Okay, I don't see any real decisions here. I want to add to the board and get ahead. I can't really attack just to make them discard a card. There's no point in that. We'll just swooper the bigger one, try and connect for 3. If they have, like, Swift Response, good beats. If not, good beats. Like, I don't really care either way. If they don't play a flyer, it gets even better. Now we can swooper the Glidemaster, hit for 5. Just try and end this game in the air over the top of that Hollow Blade. No real decisions here. We're going to play the lands because there's not like a discard 1. There's just a discard 2 that people don't usually play. And the lands have value, of course, because we might use Glidemaster's ability. This is the final draft of the day. I don't think it's the final game if we win, though. I think I'm like 5-2 now or something. Well, the game's going to end soon if they don't gain 4 life, potentially. So I think that scry made sense. Plus, they're bottoming a land, looking for removal at this point that they need to answer my flyers. So I think that particular scry was good. Okay, so I don't mind reading the Glidemaster, but they could have removal. They did use back-to-back grasps. It would have to be eliminate because it's not tapped now. I think first and foremost, I'm going to Sky Scanner. I think probably I'm not going to go for Rousing Read this turn either way because I don't want to play the land to play Rousing Read. It's just 1 extra damage, and I kind of want to discard the land to Rousing Read if I draw a land. So I think this turn, let's just play Scanner. We'll use Read if they're ever tapped, and it'll let us get rid of our last land. Not really worried about anything. If they have Swift Response for Swooper, so be it. If not, even better. Let's connect. Patrician's pretty scary. So I definitely want to race because I don't have a reason to put a way to enhance it in their hand. So I think I'm just going to Lieutenant the Swooper this turn and get in for 4. Then next turn, I have the ability to read the Lieutenant. So I'm not going to play the land because I can discard that to read. Plus, I might need 6, but I don't expect to need 7. I mean, I know they can gain this life. I don't care about the drain to me. I'm at 1,000,000. If they enhance the Patrician, though, it could become an issue. Yeah, not super ecstatic, but not the end of the world. I get my my 2/2, and then I can read the Lieutenant and then start hitting for 4 in the air again. And the Lieutenant's even pro-Patrician, right? Pro-multicolored? So anything else I read wouldn't get past the Patrician anyway, so yeah, let's go ahead and suit up our big gun. No real decisions here. I can't jump anything else with Glidemaster. Patrician would block it. But this is great, because now even if they enhance Patrician, I can keep blocking it with my Vigilance pro-multicolored creature. So even if they like put dub on this, it doesn't really do anything unless they find a way to deal with Lieutenant. Which there are some, but there aren't many. I mean, there's Finishing Blow or Legion's Judgment. Grasp doesn't hit it. Eliminate doesn't hit it. Okay. We got through the turn 2 Hollowblade, the Patrician. Life is good. Nice little win streak. We were 1-2 in this draft. Now we are what? 5-2, 6-2? 6-2. So we're in for the final game of the night. Hopefully we can win. If we win, that'll be 3 straight 7-win drafts. You don't get to do that often. And we'll position ourselves nicely for tomorrow. Tomorrow night, probably Lost Ox. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. It's not really on a schedule. Yeah, the white-black life gain archetype is good, but it really centers around Patrician, which is an uncommon. I don't really like just trying to revitalize to trigger like Griffinary, but if you have like 3 power plus lifelinkers, and you know, Bloodgut and Chorister are both fine playables at common, and then Patrician's an awesome card at uncommon, so you can draft a lot of that and then make those work, and then you can also make Light of Power work pretty easily in that deck, and then Patrician is a house. But you can't really put together a good version of it out of just the commons. You really need Patricians. Not the world's best hand, but of course we're never mulliganing 3 lands, island plains on the play. After those rough draws to start this draft, back to some pretty good hands, which I'm happy about. I would have put out Nyambi, but now they'll just block it, so that doesn't help us. Blue-Red Prowess is the strongest that I think you can put together out of virtually all commons. Obviously, you might have a Soul Seer or whatever, but I don't think it relies on the uncommons. But I think green-white tokens, when you get a couple like of the uncommons, is better. Like, Tempered Veteran and Conclave Mentor are just ridiculous, and Solidarity is just ridiculous. They're all uncommons, but there's a lot of them. Okay, so that can kill this, so that's kind of scary. I mean, if I give it the counter and they kill it, I'll get a 2/2, so that's decent. And Lieutenant's big enough to block it anyway. So I think I'm just going to go Lieutenant, counter on the scanner. I mean, because now I don't really care if the Sovereign kills it, because it just turns it into a 2/2 Knight, which is an upgrade from a 1/1. So for now, we have a flyer, so leaving Lofty Denial up is decent. Doesn't look like I can do much that's productive, though. I can, like, play Pegasus and pass. I can put Reed on the lieutenant and attack, but if I don't even get a land, then I won't have denial up. It just seems bad. I think I just have to let this game stalemate a little. Oops, not trying to do that. Turret Ogre has the secret reach. I know about that. I can definitely get a good attack soon. Like, a turn I Ghostlight Turret Ogre, I'll have Ghostlight back to trade with Sovereign, or Pegasus back. So I think for now, we just want to chill. This costs white to use, and I only have the 1 white. So while that is something I want to get going, I don't think it's something I want to get going yet. Thank you, Playful Fat Mikey 2. Appreciate the subscription. This would be a good turn to draw a land and slam Ghostlight. No such luck. I guess I can Rousing Read the Lieutenant, and then I have the Pegasus Black back for the Sovereign, and that should help me find lands for future turns. And they can't do anything with 1 red, so there's no way I get blown out. Well, didn't find the land. An Enforcer looks like a pretty easy discard. Even though I can't cast Glorious Anthem yet. I have 8 planes and 25 cards. This game is not ending anytime soon, and I have all creatures. Glorious Anthem is going to be awesome. So I'm not going to discard Glorious Anthem. My choices there were basically Enforcer or Veteran, I think. Yuck. Okay, cool. The only thing that's scary is if I now don't bounce the Sovereign, planning to block it with the Ghostlight, if they like shock it, they kill the scanner, and I no longer have my Lieutenant protecting it. I still want to bounce Turret Ogre. I think I'm just going to hold the Pegasus back and attack with only scanner. I think I'm going to play kind of timid, because I really don't want to lose a 2/2 flyer for free. And I really don't want to trade 3/2 for 2/3 anyway. Like, I'll do it rather than give them a free kill. But this way I have a backup blocker. I have Pegasus to block it, and if somehow they have removal, then I have Ghostlight too. So this is a much safer play. Why don't I put, what 2/2? That makes cats? Ouch. Alright, so they don't have reach. Is it possible to finish this game in the air? We know Turret Ogre has reach. If any cats get through, the Sky Scanner's going to die. The Anthem's going to die, so I want to not play the Anthem until I'm closing out with it. My blocks are actually okay, though, right? So, like, what if I play, like, Enforcer and Veteran this turn? What do my blocks look like? I can hold back the 1/3 and the 2/2 to block with. This way they never get a free kill on the scanner. Hit for 3 in the air with the Ghostlight. And the next turn, my attack should be pretty good. And this is pretty safe. Because, again, I have the scanner back to block, and I don't have the Anthem out yet. So even in the event where they do, like, get through, the scanner's going to try and block and take something out anyway. It's only really attacking with the scanner that's super risky. If it's back to block, then I don't have to worry about them killing it with Sovereign's ability. I'll just block with it. I don't have any dogs, do I? I don't think so. I remember in Pack 3 we saw that awesome Animal Sanctuary land, which, by the way, is a really good card if you have animals to pump. But I checked my creature types and I had, like, almost 0, or maybe literal 0. Hey, sup, Dave X. Thank you for that subscription. Really appreciate the support. All right, like I said, I can't take it because then they'll kill the scanner for free. So let's just attempt to double block with my worst creatures. Whatever happens, happens. If they trade for either one of these, I'm cool with that. If they have a pump or something, they kill both. Life goes on. Yeah, I mean, they could turn something big, but again, that's their whole turn. I'm not really afraid of that. Okay, so we're not killing them this turn. They can't block flyers. Next turn, they can turn all their stuff into 5/5s. 2 of them have trample. And that's base power, so they'll still keep the +1/+0, I think. So I think I'll take 12 from those. So I need 2 blockers. Which I should have. So if I, like, Swooper on the Enforcer, I can hit for 5 or 6. I guess I'd rather use Tapper, though, on, like, the big one. So maybe this turn is just hit for 4. I don't know. I mean, it's not that scary if I Swooper and hit for 5. But if the Pegasus ends up dying, I don't have lethal. But if the Pegasus lives, then they play the 1 reach creature. I play Solidarity. They're at 5. Tap the Turd Ogre and kill them, yeah. Think that's right. Think this is safe enough. As long as I don't have, like, a shock. But I'm probably not beating shock anyway. This doesn't have trample, right? And this doesn't have trample. So, I mean, if they hit me for, like, 3, 6... If they hit me for 12 here, that ties up their 6 mana, so then I just kill them. Yeah, but they can't activate Jolril and play Turret Ogre. And if they just play Turret Ogre and don't activate Jolril, I'm at 15. I'm nowhere near dead. So I don't want to lose flyers, but I can't take it because then I die. So let's say if I put Gale Swooper on Jolrail, they have to activate that, or I just eat it, which is what they're realizing. So this way, all I really want to do is not lose a flyer. Tempered Veteran means nothing to me. So if I block like that, I take 7. If they activate, I take 12, but 12 is at 15. So this looks good, right? No reason to do any more blocking with my flyers. They're at 5, and I'm planning to kill them. I know they have Turd Ogre, but I can tap it. Plus, I can pump my team. So it's going to be pretty tough for them to survive. Even if they, like, kill the Enforcer and play Turd Ogre, I still kill them with Solidarity. That's not enough, right? They go to 9, 3... Nah, they're dead. Not bad. Not bad. 3 drafts. 7-1, 7-2, 7-2. 3 straight 7-win drafts to finish number 6 on the day. Not bad at all. Double Team Pump was 1 short. They could put Turd Ogre on one of the bigger flyers, and they would take 3 from the Pegasus, 5 from the other one, and go to 1. I actually had to tap the Turd Ogre and pump the team once. It was like another... It was a point or 2 more that way. Yeah, I've been running pretty hot lately. It's been kind of sweet. Doesn't always go like this, and I don't expect it to always go like this. So definitely understand that when you tune in and I'm going 3-3, that you don't always run hot like this. But for now... Thanks to everybody who tuned in. I'll be back on tomorrow, chasing number 1 from number 6. Really appreciate all the support. I'm going to raid Voxy, and I'm going to sign off. I will see you tomorrow, 3 p.m. for more drafts. Thanks for tuning in today, everybody. I appreciate it. And shout out again, Reed Duke, for that giant raid earlier. Very much appreciated.
A little more than that. A little bit more than that. There's mayonnaise all over my hand. Fuck! Can I get Bronzodon? What a visionary. There was too much turkey on my sandwich, so I had to move some
it's
of it. It's
not letting me raid Voxy. It says her channel is for mature audiences. Okay.
Oh my god! Look at this pack! What the fuck?
Let's see it.
Are you kidding me? I'm already in fucking Simic, but still!
She does like to curse. But she's also
Boxes
very,
to
like,
get some
good and
traditional
entertaining,
European
plays a good
sweetbreads,
limited
Kappa.
game, talks
See,
a
now
lot,
you
is
made
fun to
Google all of
watch.
these things. What the fuck
does
is
curse a lot,
European
though.
sweetbread?
But I don't curse much, so you can average
I
that
guess
together.
it's just Titanic Grove because I don't care
What's
about
when
anything
you
else.
eat cheesecake with your hands? You don't need to explain at this point.
People didn't see that. Now you're reminding people of what happened. So thank you for
I'm not
that.
sure what's going on. It's
Oh
really
my
not
God,
giving me the
another
option
Brontodon.
to
I
raid
love
at
it.
the moment.
It's either that or rousing read, but like, come on.
Why am I so
Red,
bad at
but sweetened in
technology?
Europe.
Foxy's
From
awesome.
Ben's stream?
I love her stream.
Hello. Howdy. What am I gonna do here? I feel like
I don't know what's going on. I literally just can't find the raid button pop up on my Streamlabs. Like, it says that it's preparing to raid her, and like, it's just literally not popping up so where I would push raid. I don't really know what the deal is. Oops. Why is technology so fancy? Why doesn't it just work like it's supposed to? I'll just go there. Yeah, that works. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. The raid button isn't popping up. I'm sure it's somewhere. I don't know. Is there like an on raid so I could like redo it or something? Could have done another draft. Not this quickly, Josepha. Are we PG-13? I don't know. I probably am. I hardly ever curse. I just don't get mad about small stuff. Like, I get mad, but it has to be, like, serious things or whatever. Like, getting mana screwed doesn't produce curse words from me. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I can't push the, like, the final, like, raid now button or whatever. I can slash raid, but then the raid now button isn't popping up anywhere. I don't know what's going on. Like, normally the raid now button pops up on screen. Yeah, I'm not very good at technology. I mean, this is like, I know where it is. Like, it normally just pops right up. Like, I don't know why it's not here anymore, but whatever. Guess it's going to be a tiny raid for today. Anyways, I'm signing off. I don't know what the deal is. Hopefully you rated Voxy. If not, go there anyway. Have a good night. Thank you, everybody, for the support all day, and I will see you tomorrow as we chase number 1.